Magasiner chez Uniprix pour les fêtes, c'est tout simplement brillant. Trouvez tout ce qu'il faut et offrez des cadeaux gourmands, envoûtants et éclatants. Pour découvrir de brillantes idées pour tous ceux qui vous entourent, venez donc chez Uniprix.
Yeah, I can see that. You know what else?
What's up?
Yeah.
Maybe she's not one of the survivors at all. What if those people are from a completely different time zones? What? Never mind. Found parts that might help fix the but what matters now is we still haven't found any survivors or helpful data, so we must move on and search elsewhere.
This control panel is programmed to search for the areas where we can dock. Use it.
You guys can hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna be jumping on later, but I'm gonna leave this open if anybody wants to join. This is Open Lines Friday Deluxe Edition, so anybody can jump on at any time and just talk shit. All right, I'll be back later.
Speak.
I think you may need to go to your settings, dude.
He shows up.
What's going on?
Not much.
All right. Is this the show? Is it on?
Not yet. It starts at 3.
Oh, it starts at 3. Oh, okay.
You got a little bit.
Okay, so it's not on YouTube right now?
No, not yet.
Okay, hold on. Gentlemen, just to let you know, no, we're live on YouTube right now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, just to let you know, it is live right now.
Oh, all right.
So we should probably make sure we don't say nothing silly, and I'm talking mostly myself. So what's going on, man? What do you guys think about tomorrow night's fight? You excited for it? Not excited for it?
I am. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which fight in particular?
I'm looking forward to the main event, the co-main.
Yeah. And who's this right now speaking?
This is Night Murph.
Okay. What's going on?
Um,
Who else is on here with us?
Is MK and Bucho. But
Yeah, I think Bucho said he was checking out to do something. So what fight did you say you were looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the Wilder fight and the Joshua fight.
How do you think that's going to play out?
I'm not too sure about the Wilder fight. I mean, he took some pretty brutal ass whoopings, if you ask me. So I'm not sure how shot he is. So that's a 50-50, you ask me. I think.
I mean,
no, continue. You good?
what it really comes down to, right, is pretty much can Parker go 12 rounds without being in the kind of almost the perfect mid-range to out spot that someone needs to be to, be taken out by Wilder's punch. And does Wilder still have enough skill to do that? Right? Isn't that really kind of what it's coming down to?
Pretty much. I'm not sure how his punch resistance is anymore. Because once you take beatings like that, it changes a fighter.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, finally. My mobile disk is not working.
But yeah,
What's
I don't know. I think Wilder, because I'm thinking leaning towards more Parker now, because I'm not too sure about Wilder because he's been inactive for so long. So, yeah.
That's what
But
I
he's gonna
think.
need to serve away from the right though, and I'm not too sure how Parker can do that for the entire fight.
I mean, and I got to say, listen, it's no surprise at all that Wilder's coming back against probably the most pillow-fisted heavyweight they could find.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? I mean, is that any surprise?
No, not really.
They've
I think he hits
matched
harder
that
than
dude softer than fucking silk pajamas' entire career.
I don't know if you heard this or not, Jimmy, but apparently Wilder wants to become undisputed.
Yeah, I know. How funny is that? Even though he's done more than any heavyweight in my lifetime to make sure that doesn't happen, not only for himself, but when other fighters, twice he's stopped unification of the heavyweight, personally stopped it. He was offered step aside plus a signed contract with both fighters, Stavern and Klitschko, if they allow that fight to move forward for the unification of the heavyweight championship, because Stavern had the WBC, he went in a vacancy, and Klitschko had the other 3 belts. They offered Wilder, who was actually Stavern's mandatory with the WBC if he would take a step aside fee. And he said, yes, I want $8 million. Mind you, that's 4 times the money Stavern was getting for the unification fight. So, of course, they said, no way. And again, why? You'd say, ask yourself, why is that? Instead of forcing the mandatory and winning just against Stavern in that WBC, sit back, collect probably $1 million, and have first crack at the unified champion. But their Camp, Finkel, and Wilder, they all knew who was going to be the winner of that fight. Klitschko would have fucking sparked Stavern. And they knew Wilder had 0 chance of beating Klitschko. 0. Even though he was 36 years old or 37 years old at the time, they wanted nothing to do with him. In fact, after Wilder did fight Stavern, now mind you, he's the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. Finkel's response to the Klitschko publicly saying, listen, okay, let's make this fight. Let's do the unification that you prevented, last year. Oh, what are you talking about? He's just a baby in the game. He needs time to season, meaning we're going to continue feeding him absolute no-hopers. I mean, literally, someone put it out and they did the research and it was like, wow, no kidding. And it's a fact. This is an opinion, hyperbole. He has the worst championship resume of any WBC champion, heavyweight champion in the history of that sanctioning body's history. In the 60-year history of that sanctioning body. Because he's only fought, I believe it was 2 and 10 defenses, 2 top 10 opponents.
Jeez.
He's a
Didn't
manufactured
Wilder also
champion.
bring up someone that wasn't even ranked to fight
Yeah,
him when
Stavern.
he won the WBC belt? That's crazy.
Yeah, he was fighting. His average world ranked number, like in his career, 28 fights I believe he had before becoming world champion, or 29 fights. So he had 29 fights. The average world ranking was 169.
Oh my
106. So his average opponent had 168 better ranked opponents he could have faced on his way up. He was facing guys 365 ranked, 400th ranked, unranked. That's the guys that were feeding him all along until he finally backdoor getting that title off of Stavern, who was just a slug. There was never much more than that. And yeah, what's that?
If he was fighting that competition,
See, the
wouldn't
special
his power
and
be
the rematch,
overrated?
the Stavern rematch, he absolutely wiped the floor with him.
Would
I'm sorry you faded out there. What's that?
Wilder's
Wouldn't
power
Wilder?
be overrated since he's
Oh, I believe it is. I believe it is. I believe he's not the hottest. No, listen, the kid can crack. He's got the perfect build for a boxer, outside of a little bit of skinny in the legs, but he's got, round muscle bellies, long, lean, round muscle bellies, wide back, wide shoulders, narrow waist. That's all conducive for a good puncher. But what he lacks is solid fundamentals. His feet are never in the right position. He crosses his feet up. And one of the things which always affected him negatively is his emotions. He gets so amped up inside the ring that, we've all seen it. The ref's literally waving the fight off, stepping over his opponent, and Wilder's still swinging fucking shots. I saw him after the ref stepped in, he threw 3 more punches. Well, the ref was between him and his opponent. So did he have his eyes closed, or was he just so amped up? Which tells you he's not in control. And I think that's one of the reasons he gets, when you're amped up and excited, you lose your breath quick. And I believe that's the reason why, even though he doesn't have much fat on him, he doesn't have good wind. You saw that in the trilogy in the 3rd fight. He was second wind, open mouth breathing by the 3rd round. It's nervous energy, burns fast.
Yeah, man. I haven't really seen much about it. I've seen his fights, of course, but we haven't seen much of him fight actual challenges other than Fury.
Fury and 50-something-year-old Luis Ortiz. And make no mistake, that dude's in his 50s. And I'm not even joking. That dude's in his 50s. I bet my life on it. Because he come from Cuba. Oh, he's absolutely in his 50s. You can see it in his build, his skin, his wrinkles. He's not a fucking 39-year-old man. If not in his 50s, late 40s, 48 or older, probably 10 years older than what it says on BoxRec. But the
think he's
point
like
being,
45 right now.
right? So which means he's 55. But no, listen, Wilder's been doing this media thing going into this particular fight Saturday. Keeps every time there's a camera in his face. Oh, we all know what happened. We all know, man. I've been wanting this Joshua fight. Dude, shut up, man. You're lying, bro. You're lying. See, because when he's angry, right, you always get someone in a press conference when they're jarring back and forth, right? They let shit slip. And Wilder said to Fury in their second media scrum there, I turned down more money to fucking let you fight, meaning like show me some respect. I didn't have to fight you. I turned down more money from Joshua to fight you. What? Say that again? Exactly. You turned down twice an opportunity to fight Joshua. Twice he did. So these lies. And then what do you expect? You get somebody who doesn't, he refuses to talk to media. He makes all kinds of horrific allegations against his trainer, 2 referees, NASDAQ officials. He just defames, belittles, denigrates all these people, and then he shows up to the press conference at this, where they're about to have the same fight where they supposedly just try to murder him last time. He's letting the same individuals, the same NASDAQ commission control this fight, and he shows up with Bose headphones on so he doesn't have to hear his lies read back to him from the media because he couldn't respond to anything. So
That's sad. That's really sad.
Mind games, man.
Yep.
So he like basically openly admitted he ducked Joshua.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I turned down more money to fight Joshua to fight you. He said it. And Finkel, after he said that, he said it too. He's on record. Actually, I saw it on Ring IQ. He played, I think it was Ring, played the video, the recording of Finkel saying it. He just wasn't ready at the time. You know, then the whole thing, first it was, that money isn't real. Remember, that was Wilder supporters, the LDBC. Well, that offer wasn't real. Really? Because the $7 million that they paid fucking Mickey Garcia to fight Vargas was real. $7 million to fight him. So all the money that DAZN was paying Triple G, Canelo, all this obscene money, it was real for them. It was real for Joshua, but all of a sudden that offer wasn't real. But then they supposedly made a $50 million offer. But remember how their offer lied? We have a $50 million offer, one fight deal, one-time deal. But we're going to send you it. You have to sign it today. Tomorrow the fucking offer's off the board, off the table. What does that mean? Because Eddie Hearn said, okay, but where you getting the money? Who's putting up the money? No, don't worry about it. Are you going to sign it? Yes or no? No, I'm not signing nothing till I know the money's secured. Is it in escrow? Who's putting it up? Like, you know, there's all kinds of financial stipulations that have to be in place before you move forward. And their thing was, you have 24 hours, and then we're rescinding the offer, which means the offer was bullshit. They didn't have $50 million. They would have been able to get it, them two fighting, of course they would have, but they would have had the fight signed, and then they would have went searching for investors, which is not how you run a business, especially in the boxing game.
I feel like if Wilder would have gotten like basic fundamentals down, he probably would have been much better than he already is.
Of course. And I don't blame him for that because he started the game so late.
Right.
Boxing, like no other sport, has to be secondary. It has to be reflexive. You can't think about it. You do it when you're out on your feet. You're still keeping your hands up to protect your head. You know, there's just certain things like, I mean, believe it or not, you do it every day walking around. When you walk past a door frame, the reason why your shoulder doesn't pop into the door frame is because you've walked past things so much, you subconsciously know how wide your shoulders are. That's a secondary motion. Like, that's reflexive. You don't have to think about it. You just do it. you breathe without thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
When you walk, you don't think, okay, I got to put this foot in front of, okay, let me put this foot now. It's you know,
It's automatic,
uh,
right?
exactly.
Secondhand nature, pretty much. Here's the
And
usually
that's,
when if I'm like walking around the house, right, and like someone like startles me or some shit, like my immediate response is to like put my hands up. It's like my
yeah,
immediate response.
exactly. Yeah, but that's your immediate, that's your, response is a protection. Yeah, you put your hands up to protect your head. Yeah, no, I mean, I dealt with it when I got into bodybuilding. There was times, like when you first get into bodybuilding, your first year, you're gonna make big gains. First 2 years, you make the biggest gains, and after that, it's all about tuning things in and trying to. But my shoulder width grew to such an extent. About 14 months into, I was walking in the door jams all the time. Like, poof, I'd bounce up a door jam. Just the inch of my shoulder would catch the outside of the, because I wasn't used to my shoulders being that wide. I mean, it was embarrassing. I did it so many times. I used to end up with bruises on my shoulder.
Damn.
Bodybuilding's good, man. How many years have you been doing that for?
Well, after my motorcycle accident, I stopped, but I did it for a lot of years. So, I mean, because of boxing, I wrestled in high school, then I boxed, so I always had to keep my weight down my whole life. Growing up through my teens, I was always dieting. And then when I realized I was 19 and I had just got done sparring, you might have even heard the story. I've talked about it before on the channel. But I fought this kid, we had Mike Tilton. On Fridays, we used to shut the gym down at 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock. But everybody who hung around the gym, like Mickey had keys, a couple of guys had keys to the gym. We used to have wild sparring sessions. Like the owner wouldn't allow it to happen because no headgear, shit like that. He wouldn't allow it. So yeah, we had some wild ones. And this fucking dude was trying to kill me one night. And again, Mike Tilton, and my mouth was all gashed up. I caught an elbow to the eye, so I had a fucking egg. And I was going out to dinner with my girlfriend that night.
Oh.
And it was an Italian restaurant. And I knew my mouth would, because I got cankers, man. I even end up with those sores in my mouth from gashes a lot of the times. So I'm like, fuck, I can't have any kind of red sauces, spaghetti sauces, or I'll definitely get a canker. They help create them, acidity foods. So I'm like, this sucks. And I knew too, I'm like, tomorrow my head's gonna be fucking thumping. So I'm in the mirror, looking in the mirror in the where you take all your wraps off, you in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And we all have our own lockers. And I remember just sitting there going, God, my head's already starting to pump. And I'm taking my wraps off and throwing in my locker, and Mickey come in. He was just got done sparring his brother, Dickie. And I said, and I'm looking at my head, he goes, you got a good welt there, bro. And I'm like, yeah. And I said, man, did you ever get used to the pain? Now, this was fucking 30 years ago, so it stuck in my head. Like, obviously, imprinted. His next statement had such an effect on me, I never went back to boxing.
Really?
But to him, like, it just meant nothing to him because it was just in a flow of conversation. So he paused for a second, and he was taking his wrap, he's whipping it, he's spinning it off his left tail. Never forget, standing, he throws it inside the thing, goes, I don't know, man, I kind of like it. Like, nonchalant, and then went back. Went just talking, and whoever else was in the locker room, he started talking to him, and I sat there like, and that resonated with me because I knew I would never like it, and then it scared me to like it. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to like this. Like, I don't want to. And because he was as serious as a fucking heart attack. I said, you ever get used to the fucking welts and the pain and he's like, thought for about 10 seconds. I don't know. I kind of like it. And that's when I knew Mickey was cut from a different cloth.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, dude, you're an animal. You know what I mean? Like, you're just one of those dudes. And he liked it. He's like, I don't know, because it was happening so long, But yeah, I think I had just turned 19, and that was it for me. I never boxed again. I never put on gloves and like sparred and fought again. I was doing it from the time I was a little child up until then. But yeah, I mean, I hung around. I trained a few dudes, helped train, but so then I got into bodybuilding because what happened? I always played hockey too, but I could never take hockey too serious when I was younger because I was always dieting. And you either get, when you're that small, you got to be light, you got to be one of the best hockey players in the world, which I wasn't. I was a fast skater, but I wasn't one of the best players by no means. And if you're small, you got to be one of the best. So I'm like, time to put on some weight. So that's how I got into bodybuilding. Was at first was to put weight on for hockey, but then I got the bug because my body responded to it, and I started to grow. So when I started lifting weights, I was 139 pounds, and 18 months later, I was 194. And then the heaviest I got up to,
That's a huge increase.
then I got up to, then I hit, so that's why I was banging into walls, dude, when I walked by him. Yeah, then I went up to, the heaviest I went up to was about probably 216, I think was the heaviest I ever was at 5 foot fucking 7.5.
Damn.
Man,
I had a 30-inch waist and like a 52-inch back. My jacket was a 52 with a 30-inch, so like everything was custom made at that point. Yeah, it was. So put it this way, I got to the point where women didn't find it attractive. You get to that point in bodybuilding where you only attract a certain type of woman, like the club chicks, the fucking Budweiser bimbo broads. You know what I mean? Gym chicks. That's about it, because most normal women you'd meet look like, like they would say, does that hurt? Because the veins is what freaked most women out, to be honest. Like if they're veiny forearms and the cable veins in your chest, they're like, ugh. Like, so yeah, that's when I was in Aruba once, and I just want to hit on me. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, the only people who really like, when men come up and like, oh, dude, how much could you bench? And I'm like, Christ, the only compliments I get really are from men, dude. Fuck am I doing here?
That's like a classic gym meme right there.
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah, dude. How much could you bench? And I'd always say, I don't know, I don't bench, which I did, and it was a waste of time for what I was doing. Bench is excellent. Don't get me wrong. If you're looking for power, if you're looking for a power build, or just to get your body strength, benching, deadlift, and squats. Those are your three power movements.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So when I first started working out, yes, I did bench on a regular just to build up mass. And then once I always used dumbbells, or I did like Smith machine incline press to the collarbone.
What about hip thrust?
Did stuff like that. What's that?
You like dumbbell bench press and stuff.
Press, like, one of my favorite exercises for the. Oh yeah. And then, I'll tell you, one of my favorite chest exercises takes 3 chairs, 3 folding chairs. They're the easiest to move around. But you put your feet on one and your hands on each chair, on the corners of each chair. Because when you bench press or do push-ups, you want to go past the floor, meaning you want to stretch your chest on the push. You know what I mean? So you can, when you do push-ups between chairs, you can go lower. But you put like 3 or 4 45-pound plates on your back. Somebody put a towel on your back, and then you add a plate. You do 10 push-ups. Well, you can start out doing drop sets is even better. Put like 3 45 pounds on your back. Do 7, 7, and 7. And each, when you take off one plate, those give you crazy burns and pumps. But
those you can get those hand bars. They're like parallel bars.
Yes, on the floor.
Yeah, you can sort of do that with those as well.
Yeah, they didn't have those back in the day, man. We used to have to drive. I started training in, I think, 1989. So yeah, there was only one Gold's Gym in Massachusetts. It was in Methuen. I used to train at this place called Universe Gym. It was a dungeon. It was in the bottom of some rundown industrial building, like asbestos hanging from the ceilings and shit. Oh yeah, bro, it was crazy. Like everybody in there was a fucking absolute juice head monster. There was 2 IFBB pros. Dan Smith, he was a IFBB pro, one of the biggest and strongest in history too. He ended up being a Drakey cop, got fired because he shot his pistol in a rage with his girlfriend. But yeah, he was a monster. He used to do behind the neck presses. He used to do it with 315 pounds.
Whoa.
Sitting there, boom, 345s on either side, dude, for sets of 15.
50. Whoa, that's crazy.
You know what's really crazy is when you've fucking only been working out 3 months, and he goes, hey, yo, can I grab a spot?
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you expect me to clean and jerk 300? So I'm standing like it was one of those things you sit, and then there was a platform behind the seat, like the old school shoulder press machines, like with the bar, free bar. And so I'm basically, when I stand up on the platform, it's at my chest. So that's like I can't lift 315 pounds up. He's like, I just need you to guide me if I get stuck. I said, okay, kid, because I'm not going to be able to pull these motherfuckers off you if it gets to that point. But he banged them out like I was shocked. 315 pounds. Chink, 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 chink.
Yeah, this is
It's
overhead press,
crazy.
right?
That gym that you
315
basically
pounds
just
overhead
described
press.
sounds exactly like the boxing gym I go to. Like one of my boxing gym, it's got like broken windows, and it's like it's run down. It's run down. It's completely old school style boxing, just traditional boxing, but the place is run the fuck down, and that's what makes it the best. It's like you get different types
Boxing
of
club.
training, man. Yeah, man.
Where we used to train was an old 4-car garage. 4-car garage. So all the garage doors were still there. So in the summer, we used to open them up. So it was cool, you know. You could open up the fucking big, the car garage doors. So there's plenty of air and shit. But in the winter, you froze your fucking tits off. You could see your breath. Even with the heater on in there, you could see your breath and shit. I used to hate that. I don't mind the heat, but I can't stand training in the cold. It's how you get hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because you don't really feel anything when you're cold. It's like your circulation's cut off. So
Yeah.
And
Takes a
everything
long time to
stings. You
warm up.
punch the fucking
Yeah,
glove. You
exactly,
fucking
man. Exactly.
yeah. But yeah, that's Marvin Hagler he used to love that type of fucking atmosphere. In fact, the gym he trained at his whole life, the Petroselli's gym, that place was kind of a dungeon. Brockton, we used to go watch him train when I was a kid. We saw a pile, like 10 of us in a two-door Impala and drive down to Brockton just to watch him train. Because like one time Mickey went down there to spar his brother, Marvin Hagler's brother. He had a half brother. His name was Robbie Sims, a middleweight also. And Mickey sparred him. And true story, Mickey made him fucking shit his pants. Literally, he started shitting his pants. He had to run to the bathroom because he caught him with a body shot. He started defecating himself. That's how hard Mickey punched the body.
That's disgusting.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Body punches are no joke, man. I say it all the time. I'd rather take a shot to the head in a boxing match than hit by the body because a headshot, it's either going to knock you out or it's not.
Yeah.
There's no gray area. You know what I mean? Body shots are horrible.
You're out on your feet. Dude,
Yeah, at least you're out though. You're out cold. You wake up, you feel a little weird. You get tinglies. You're like, what's going on? Because I know I was never fucking put down from a headshot. Knock on wood. But I was out on my feet twice. Dave Roy and once by Mickey Ward hit me with a shot, and I was out on my feet. I mean, I saw the flash of white. Everything went. That high pitched fucking sound in my ears. You know what I mean? And I just covered up. But the minute he hit me, he knew. So he didn't continue to hit me because he wasn't trying to fucking beat me up. He was like, "Oh shit, dude, you all right?" And I'm like, "I stood there, give him my ropes." Yeah, whoa, what the fuck? He's like, "Sit down, bro, get over here."
I remember,
but
just
like 50 pounds heavier than I was, right? And I'm like a light dude. Like, he's coming in because he's bigger than me and he's heavier than me, so I'm like shelled up. He leaves his body open for like a split second, and you know how like Ryan Garcia steps in with his hook to the body and like twists it over, right? I saw that and I just whammed that hook into there and he went down.
Oh, it's brutal. Takes your legs right off from under you. There's something about what happens is your liver hits your spine, but the way it travels, it goes down to your feet first, then up to your brain, which then tells your body, okay, you've had enough. And you go, that's why you ever notice that delay? Mm-hmm. It's that, boom, they'll take a body shot, then they kind of, then, oh shit, and then, because it takes that.
It's an instant delay. It's because once you
exactly.
my body shocks up, and you're like, oh, what the fuck?
And then you can't breathe. That's the worst. You can let air out, but you can't let any more air in. And that's a scary feeling, I'll tell you. Like I said, I never was put down from a headshot, but I've been on my back from body shots. And I'll never, fucking never forget. One time it was one of those, we had one of those fucking free-for-alls. It's like you get about 20 dudes in the gym, everybody's drinking and partying. We're all, hey, let's spar type of thing. Let's drink and party while we're sparring. So we're all just going in there doing 3 rounds, you know what I mean? And fucking Mickey caught me with a body shot, and I'll never forget. Fucking just laying there on the fucking canvas, not being able to get any air in. And of course, everybody's laughing. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck you. You know, but you're completely mentally aware. That's what sucks about the body punches. And you can't get up. You just can't get up. Your legs just aren't there. They just, all of a sudden, your legs are like, bye, body. And they're gone.
No, yeah, it's like a snap of the finger. Like you could hit. Like there's been times where I've not intended to actually hurt someone and just like to counter them and just like keep their guard up, right? But there's times
Have
where
you
that
been
counter
hit
actually,
night move?
laid him out, and I'm like, oh shit, are you okay?
Yeah, I know.
They hurt. Like well placed timed shots hurt.
That's why the Arturo Gatti Mickey Ward fight, which I'm sure both you guys have seen, was shocking because that body shot, like you heard Emil Stewart say, "No, that the fight's over, Jim. He's not getting up from that because he's had enough experience. You don't get up from those type of body shots." And he got up. I remember fucking. Oh, I could not believe he got up. I could not believe he got up in that first fight from those body shots. The wince, the fucking, remember the wincing pain he had on his face? And he just said, fucking, he stood up, and it was the first shot Mickey threw. Comes in with another left to the body. He catches him again. But what a fucking tough prick he was, man, Toro Gotti.
There's
By the end,
oh man, he really.
Oh yeah. By the end of that fight, I really didn't care who won. I was so impressed. I went into that fight like not liking a Toro, of course, because Mickey was fighting him. I had no problem with a Toro as a fighter prior to that, but because Mickey was fighting him, I went, oh fuck him, you know. But by the end of the fight, I had so much respect for him. Like those guys, just like it was just I couldn't believe I was watching it.
Yeah, there's like wars that like when you watch them, you don't believe they're real. But when they happen, you have like immense amounts of respect for the other person.
Yeah, and that's what that was like that day. And Mickey's sister, Alice, she was fucking had her nails in my arm, my left arm, because we were standing up on our seats to make sure to see everything, and she was just fucking, she's sticking her nails in my arm. I'm like, come on, Alice, you're ripping me up.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You know, he 2000 to 2002, man. He had fight on 99, 2000, 2001, and 2002. It's like he had so many wars in those 4 years. Got fighter of the year, I think 2 of the 3 years. Augusta, when he fought him, that was a fucking insane war. When he fought that kid Green up in Salem at the Ice Palisades, that was an insane war.
Which is disappointing.
They don't fight enough, you know?
Yeah, they don't.
There was time, yeah. They don't get the calluses. They just bodies can't take it.
I'm a fan of 15 rounds. I always have been.
Oh, yeah, of course. Those are the championship rounds, man. Those are the championship rounds. That's what makes a champion. Those guys who can train with that extra. And, but yeah, Mickey was fighting 4, 5, 6 times a year. I mean, think about this. The Arturo Gatti Ward, right? That was a fucking blistering war. I mean, right? That whole trilogy took place in 18 months. A year and a half. You know? I mean, guys have a fight like that now and I need a year off.
Yeah, modern guys don't fight anywhere near as much as the old guys used to.
Exactly, man.
That's why I always think the old guys are better fighters, to be honest.
Yeah, like my dad's favorite fighter growing up was Hagler. He's good. Like I'm a huge fan of Hagler. He's great, man. Like he's a good ass fighter. He is not even good. He's great.
He was great. He was great, and he just developed as he got, you know. Yeah. You know, with Marvin, like his thing was this: you might be able to hit harder than me. You might be able to, you know, better footwork, but you know, you might be able to take a better shot, which I don't really see because taking a punch and conditioning are very tightly aligned. And that's the reason why Marvin never went out. And Marvin would say, yeah, all these guys, you know, Tommy Hearns is a better jab. You know what I mean? Probably punches almost as hard, if not harder. You know, he had an unbelievable right hand. But Marvin would always say, "You're not going to outcondition me. Nobody is going to be in better condition," and that was his thing. And that's who Mickey took after. You know, obviously after Marvin. And Marvin was a man of his word too. For instance, when Mickey was an amateur, him and Marvin were good friends. You know, like Marvin fought in the gloves and all that shit. You know, years before he would come around, and so of course they know each other. The families know each other. And he told Mickey, he said, "When you become a pro, I'll have you fight on one of my cards," right? And so years go by, and Mickey's gonna have his first professional fight. Marvin reached out and put it on his card. You know which fight that was? Sugar Ray Leonard. When he fought Sugar Ray Leonard, Mickey was the opening card on that fucking card. A lot of people don't know that.
That's crazy.
Yep. But that's the kind of man he was. He didn't have many friends. He didn't have many people he considered close. But the
No.
people that he counted as friends, there's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
Exactly. When Hagler used to train, my dad was telling me stories that like he would just be like, one point you would see him like sign the contract or blah 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 whatever. You'd see him for like a split second, and then he was isolated, and then you didn't see him until fight day. Because what he did is he would like purposely isolate himself like 3 weeks in advance after the contract was signed to get his mind in that one
For war.
mentality. Yeah.
Yep. That's why that hat. That's why he had that hat, famous war hat, because he gets himself prepped for war. He never wanted to train in luxurious places. He's like, no. Find me a gym that's cold and dank, and a place that gets you angry. You know what I mean? Like, and you just knew it. Anybody who would go and watch him work out, like, you want to talk to him after if he was hanging out at the gym. You want to talk to him, completely jovial, total nice guy to say anything, but you didn't go and start talking to him when he was in the middle of the train. And even between, like, when the beep, at the end of your 3 minutes, you take a break, you shadow box, say you're hitting a bag, speed bag, whatever, during your break, so everybody knew, I tried not even to make eye contact with him. I didn't want him to think I was like even, but yeah, he was unbelievable.
What I wouldn't do to see Hagler fight, man. What I would do to actually see him train, more importantly. Like,
it was, I'll tell you this, the thing that I will always remember, watching him train, the one thing that sticks out, in the middle of the gym, they used to have these 3 bags, 3 old black leather bags, 1, 2, 3. Obviously each one got bigger. The last one must have been a 175-pound bag. It was all sand on the bottom. I mean, it was turned greenish because of the mold or mildew. After black leather's worn, it turns that kind of that greenish hue. Like, I'll never forget it. Dude, he was cracking that fucking bag, right, with hooks. And you could feel the percussion like 10 feet away go through the floor into your body. And he was snapping that bag in half. Like the bag was going, like, bending. Whoosh, whoosh. It was incredible. Yeah. And I'll never forget. I remember sitting there thinking, my God, imagine that hitting you. Imagine that punch fucking hitting you. And that's when I really gained respect for fighters. I'm like, these dudes, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Have you seen that video of George Foreman hitting the heavy bag from like the 70s?
Dude,
that one's
I've seen that video.
Which video is that?
It's this video where George Foreman's like welting the bag with his trainer holding the bag. He's
welting him with body shots. I can find him for you.
Welting them with body shots, and there's just giant ass fucking dent in the body section of the heavy bag, and his trainer's
one of the heaviest punches, George Foreman. Dude, no joke, man. That dude could hit.
There's people saying that Wilder hits harder than Foreman.
No way. No fucking way.
No way. No way. Like, if you want to talk about probably one of the hardest hitters, talk about Ernie Shavers and George Foreman. They're fucking animals.
I agree.
Ernie Shavers is probably one of the heaviest hitters. And that's pretty much anybody who's ever spotted him, from Larry Holmes. They all said it. They all said Shavers was he's another guy who kind of took into boxing later in life too, but he just had such immense power.
These guys must be as strong as an ox, man.
Dude, they were like they were insanely strong. If you like look
Yeah.
at footage of them training back in the day, or like in their prime, they're like you wouldn't dare go near those guys or say the wrong thing to them because they'd fucking lay you out within seconds.
I heard George Foreman used to work on the farm, and he used to carry around steers on his back.
Yeah,
Just
dude was a
moving
big
around
dude.
and
He was a unit.
Yeah, he was angry too. Always had a chip on his shoulder. Always had a chip on his shoulder till he found God, and then he changed his personality. But he was a very angry man. He admitted it. He was just angry all the time. Like Shavers, I met him once back in the day, years ago.
Oh wow.
And then when you find out their backstories, you say like this certain, like when I hear there's some black people today, whatever, they'll use racism as a means to an end, right? They just racist, like dude, you never, like Wilder himself admitted, growing up in Alabama, in the heart of the South, never experienced racism through high school at no time in his life. So that's why you can tell a lot of that shit's coaxed now with the shit when he starts talking about it. Whereas Ernie Shavers legitimately had an excuse to hate white people, at least I would think. I mean, his father had to take off up north because the Ku Klux Klan came to his house because there was something to do about was something about a money deal. Of course, the Klan showed up and they had to take off from that. You know what I mean? Looking for his father and shit. So I'm like, wow, that's like, wow. I remember, put it this way, when I was a little kid, I remember driving down through South Carolina, right, going to Florida, and we drove down, and on the side of the road when we entered South Carolina, there was a sign, welcome to such and such county, and it was members of the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan welcomes you to Bruntonsboro County.
Jesus.
Dude, it was so I was like, yeah, man, things were different back then. I was okay, and that was it was one of the last strongholds, but that was all gone by the '70s, thank God. Toothless rednecks.
That's why when you see like champions like Inoue nowadays, they're like very rare to come by. Like you don't see champions like that a whole lot anymore.
Yeah, it was fucking. Yeah, it was different world back then. Different world. And the thing is too, like, and that's another thing too, man. I remember when I was going down to Florida. Like again, I was a little kid, and I was told because remember the Klan hated three types of people: Jewish, blacks, and Catholics. And since I was a Catholic, like, don't let anybody know you're in a Catholic, dude. The Klan don't like you. And I remember thinking, fuck them, but
right to enter a private road.
Yeah, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Who's that?
we can hear.
That's
Am I loud? What's up, dude?
What's up? I can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
You sound a bit echoey.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and is that my boy from you're calling from Australia? The other guy?
Yeah.
Or New Zealand? Okay. Yeah, because he sounds. I'm having a hard time hearing you too, bud. I don't know if you can turn your volume up.
I'm from New Zealand, yeah.
New Zealand, okay.
Yeah, you sound low to me too for some reason, but I think it's just you on your end. I have a new mic, but I guess it's not working. Whatever.
Fine, dude.
Can you? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So are you currently in New Zealand?
Yep. Born and
Oh,
bred.
shit, beautiful country, man. One of the most beautiful countries in the world, I think.
I haven't been.
Yep. And then from there until mid-January, I'm heading down south to probably one of the nicest places in the world. I dare I say it.
Really? What's it like there, if you don't mind me asking?
It's pretty quiet. It's the weather is temperate. It gets probably 0 degrees Celsius in the winter and then up to around 35 degrees in the summer, so it's not too crazy.
Kind of like the northeast of, the northwest of the United States. You don't get a ton of snow, right, except in the mountains, right?
Yeah, usually it's in the mountains. Sometimes we get snow in the lowlands, but probably like once a year in the winter, and it usually like hangs around for a day and then it melts. But some years it can be there for a couple of weeks, like a really heavy snow, but we haven't had one of those in probably at least 5 years, more than that, maybe 7 or 8.
New Zealand, I always think of there's two things about New Zealand. You guys got those flightless birds, those green flightless birds that run around. Oh no, like brownish green. They run around and shit, but they're being, I guess, being wiped out by an invasive species. Like, is it rats or cats killing them? I know there's been a problem. You're losing.
We have a lot of flightless birds. You're probably thinking about kiwis, which is a classic.
Yeah, the kiwis, which I don't know if I'm right on this, but I believe I read somewhere that they're like brilliant. They can get into anything. Like they'll break into fucking restaurants and open up containers and shit to get into like butter and shit.
Yeah, you're talking about Kias.
Yeah, okay.
Kias, they can fly, but apparently they have the IQ of a dolphin as a bird, and they're the real cute.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, they break into a restaurant.
I think I saw one of those birds out here in California, but I was like on the part of like Chinatown. And man, like those things were like fucking weird, man. I never saw a bird like that, but they were like let loose in the parts of Chinatown. I wonder if it was the same bird, because yeah, it was green, pretty small, kind of like a size of a small dog. I mean, kind of puffy, kind of fat. I don't know.
We only have Kias in New Zealand. They're endemic to New Zealand. Nowhere else in the
Really?
world.
Man, I saw a bird like that just around in Chinatown, dude. That shit was weird, man. I didn't know what the fuck that thing was.
The Chinese are probably going to eat it, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's just they don't. They do. The Chinese have no respect for fucking shit. No respect for. They're just endangered species. No, endangered species. They fucking. I mean, the rhinos. The reason why the rhino population is always under threat. The only reason those things are killed is for the horn, because it's it's more expensive than cocaine. They use it for fertility. Oh, big time, dude. A rhino horn, they sell it by the gram in China for huge money. Huge money. Like one horn could be worth $250,000.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're feeding like.
It'll give you a fucking boner for a fucking year. Jimmy, fucking, I was listening to you talking about like your amateur, or were you pro bodybuilding, or what's the deal?
No, I didn't. I never got into went into that because, well, a couple of my friends, I hate to call him my friend now. We had a big falling out, fucking little backstabbing weasel. But Craig Torres, you can look him up online. He became an IFBB signed by the pro. Another kid too, was a kid from Lowell who became a pro bodybuilder. He was another backstabbing weasel. Not with me, but I seen him fuck other people over. No, because. It's such a narcissistic sport. It really is. It's like no other sport. You are so, like, you can't go on vacations. Everything has to be planned out around your food, your intake. You have to travel to places that have gyms. And yeah, one of the reasons I always went to Ruba, because Ruba had good gyms, you know. So, but like if I went to Europe, I went to France, I had to make sure I stayed in places that had gyms. And I'm like, what am I doing? Like, what the fuck am I doing? So yeah, it was. But I mean, yeah, I could have. I mean, I got to the point where I could have easily, I believe, especially my weight class, won my division in the New England's. But
yeah, bodybuilding is hard.
Like Lee Priest, he's from New Zealand. No, he's from Australia. Lee Priest, he was one of the biggest bodybuilders per height. I mean, he was 5'4", and he stepped on the scales at 303 pounds.
Damn. 5'4".
5'4", 300 pounds. Yep.
What?
Oh shit.
That's crazy.
Yep. He was fucking. The time I was with him for about 9 hours total that Saturday afternoon. He ate 3 dozen donuts on top of other meals. He would just sit there and chow down a dozen donuts. Well, he was just trying to get as much calories in as possible. He was trying to get in 5,000 to 7,000 calories a day, which is almost impossible if you're trying to eat clean. That's like, you're talking pounds of chicken, pounds of fucking red meat. You know, you're talking tons of, like, 10 sweet potatoes, 3 dozen eggs.
Yeah.
Like, it's just...
Yeah, it's true,
he was
right?
taking
Yeah.
a lot of GH. Also, I'll be honest, I got to watch what I say because we're on YouTube, but the homosexuality was rampant like around bodybuilding back in the day. Yes, not the bodybuilders themselves, but put it this way, Joe Weider, the original Weider magazine, you know, the fucking Joe Weider, his wife Betty. Wife was a front. She was a beard. He was gay as a fucking they come, Joe Weider. And what the rumor was, like Lee Priest said it. Lee Priest said, I lived in my car when I was out in Los Angeles because I would refuse. Because most of those guys, like he said a few of the guys by name. I could say their names, but I don't want to. One of them's dead. I just don't want to defame them. But they told me his names, and they would pose naked. They would show up to hotels and pose naked, and for gay men would pay them a lot of money. That's how a lot of those guys got their way. But my thing is this: somebody paid for Arnold Schwarzenegger's calf implants when he came here when he was a teenager. So I'm just curious, what did he do to get the money for that?
Yeah. Never even knew
It should
about
be an
that.
automatic disqualify. Yeah, he had. Oh yeah, look at his. You find all the old pictures of my Schwarzenegger when he was 15 and 16. He would take full body shots, but he'd be in water up to his knee.
Yeah, Jimmy, sorry about that, man. I got a call. I got in between, but like, yeah, you're talking about Arnold. So you saw the Arnold docu or whatever that was on fucking Netflix or whatever?
No, I didn't catch that.
It's really good, man. It's really fucking good. Like, the one thing it blows my mind is that how did this guy from Austria become this popular? His life is like a lottery ticket. It is like legitimately a fucking lottery ticket. Like everything that he's gone through, to a certain degree, it did divulge that he put in a lot of work. That's no question. But his
very driven, very driven guy.
But he had a huge business acumen that I didn't know about, that no one knew about. Like he was a millionaire before he even got into the movies, because he started buying property very early in, I guess in California and shit like that. And he was renting out properties back then in the late 60s or 70s or whatever. But in comparison, Stallone did a recent docu on himself on Netflix as well, but comparatively, I think it's shit. Like it's just, it's something to watch. I think you'd enjoy it. Most of the guys that follow pro boxing and on BDA and whatnot, those docus are interesting to watch, man. It's just like, but I was just wondering if you ever cross paths with like Ferrigno and Arnold and fucking. And those dudes.
Arnold twice. The first time was in Aruba. He was there with his business manager, a little short, fat Jew dude with all the gold. The guy was the biggest fucking, like, cliche. He looked just like a little Jewish dude, but yeah. Which is weird because I went to Aruba 2 times in a row. Strange story. Both times there was a celebrity on the island, which kind of sucks sometimes, depends on who it is, because it's not a very big island. Like Tom Cruise was there. Right?
Oh shit!
Tom Cruise was there, but dude, when he walked the beach, like they'd have protecting, bodyguards up on the top of the bluff, wouldn't let anybody go down the beach. Like, oh fuck yourself, people were arguing, but nobody could go near him. But it was weird. He was always with when he was dining, whether it was walking on the beach, with his, cliche, quotes in the air, finger quotes, male secretary. His personal assistant. Come on, you're taking fucking, after dinner walks on the beach together. It just was.
This is the late 80s or the 90s.
No, this was the 90s. It was 1997, and because he was married to Nicole Kidman, I believe. At the time. She wasn't on the island with them then. I mean, that's as far as I got to him, because like there's one restaurant in Aruba called El Gaucho's. It was a steakhouse, famous steakhouse there. It's just unbelievable tenderloin. It cooked all day and melt in your mouth. It was just delicious. But I would eat there at least 3 or 4 times for every week I was in Aruba. And I remember we went to go, and they pushed our reservations back like an hour. I'm like, what's going on? Tom Cruise was in there. And, of course, he had to buy out the whole section of the restaurant out because you don't want to eat with anybody. Like, what a douchebag. Whereas, jackass. Whereas when Schwarzenegger was there in El Gaucho's, right in the middle of the dining room, smoking cigars around everybody.
Yeah, he's a people man. That's what I dig about him, man. He's a people man. Like, the one thing, I bumped into Sly out here, and he's not a big dude, man. He is not tall.
He wears 5'9".
No, he's shorter than that, buddy. I'm
is he
only
really?
fucking 5'7". I'm only 5'7". He has to be maximum 5'8".
Oh, okay. That wouldn't surprise me.
No,
I mean,
no, legit.
Dustin Hoffman, 5'5", Al Pacino, 5'5", Brad
Yeah,
Pitt.
yeah.
He's
No,
considered tall. He's like 5'10".
But if you see, I think that they caught him even on some images of Stallone. He wears really thick-soled boots with like either lifts or something, but the soles themselves are like, you could see that they're like 2 or 3 inches thick.
Specials.
Yeah, no, legit, Jimmy. He's wearing fucking platforms for a dude, but I mean, but he tries to blend it into and like you could see it in the Expendables, and I forget which other movie. Like, and so, but me and my buddy, we walked by him, and he kind of had his bodyguard to come to the edge of the fucking the street, what's it called, the walkway or whatever, so that we couldn't walk on the same walkway. So some of these guys, they have this superiority complex. It's like, buddy, we're not gonna fucking attack you, bro. If at all, we're gonna like try to be like, yo, what's up, man? What's up, Brock? What's going on, man? You know, like that type of shit. But some of these guys, I was like, but Arnold,
it's a notice me. It's a notice me tactic.
Yeah,
I want my privacy, so I'm going to interrupt everybody's life around me to get my privacy, which in turns make people, try to see you even more. Who is it? Tom Cruise? And like, don't make a spectacle of it. And they do. They tend to make a spectacle. Whereas it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, his business manager, and another dude sitting at the table in the middle of the restaurant. That was the first time I ever met him. And I walked by. I didn't even see him at first. So I said, hey, what do you guys train? And I'm like, oh, shit, Arnold Schwarzenegger, what's up, buddy? And I was with my buddy Scotty Hagan, who was a Teenage USA, and Mr. New England, so he was jacked. Oh, wicked nice guy. Wicked cool dude.
Well, but
Wicked
not only
cool.
that, because you'd see other, like, you guys as bodybuilders and whatever, and he knew what, like, he went through, and the kind of that kind of relativity in the context of, like, what you guys going through and whatnot. And be like, yo, man, I respect that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I've been there, done that type shit. So that guy's, Arnold's like on point. What's funny to me is like his illegitimate kid. He looks more like him than his own kid with Maria Shriver. It's funny.
Maria Shriver, yeah.
No.
That's funny. The one he had with the maid.
Yeah, the nanny kid. Yeah, the nanny kid, he looks more like fucking Arnold.
Busted too, man. She was busted looking. It was funny. He complimented my wife. He was like, "Oh, is that your girl?" I said, "Yes, my wife. We just how long you been married?" I said, 6 months ago, because we went on a honeymoon and we liked it so much. We went back 6 months later with 2 other couples, and so 6 of us. But yeah, that's what.
Yo, man,
nice.
Full disclosure, Arnold's a horn dog, man. I mean, like, my buddy used to do bodyguarding for a major strip club, like a high-end strip club, and Arnold came this one time. Man, the stories that he told me, man. Yeah, Arnold's a horn dog, man. He's a solid horn dog. But like, I gotta respect him for that, man. The good old Sperminator. He ain't letting down, man.
Sperminator.
Yeah, and he asked, "Is that your wife?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Nice."
No, he wasn't holding back, man. He was having some strippers, like, I think they're easily went to the VIP lounge or whatever, and he heard him because like he had his other bodyguards standing outside the thing, so he won't get people walk by or whatever. But you'd hear him, you're like, do it, yeah, get down, get
out.
It was fucking amazing, dude.
Yeah, I remember when he first did Conan the Barbarian. It was his first movie. I remember, wow, he's doing movies now. And of course, that role, he have about 5 lines in the whole movie. They knew, and then he had to develop more practice at it. Then he went on to become the biggest name in Hollywood. He was by far he was the biggest in the 90s. From probably 88 to 98, he was probably the biggest fucking name in Hollywood. He was getting 20 million a movie and shit.
No, Jimmy, like that era, like there will not be action heroes of that era. Like gone are fucking Bruce Willis, gone are Stallone, gone are Arnold. Like now that era, it's gone, man. I don't think. I mean, The Rock could have been a major action star, and fucking this fucker, what's his name, Jason Momoa. But
Jason Momoa.
But not really, man. They don't have the, you know, the panache, man, that fucking Arnold and Stallone had when they were fucking battling out for the 80s glory, man, you know.
And plus CG is completely, as far in my opinion, has just ruined movies. I can't stand that shit. This green screen and everything. It's because it just doesn't look real. It's just so things that go against physics. I can't even fuck out of here with that garbage.
Well,
But,
that's the same thing with you know, bitches putting their fucking filter on their fucking phone. You don't even know if you're going on a date with a real fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, man, that shit's all fucked up.
Yeah, it all is. Even music. As far as I'm concerned, music sucks nowadays. Yeah, when's the last good rock ballad? Like a good, like you remember that song by Evanescence? Pick me up. With that, save me. When it was the girl, she's falling from the building. They just announced. I was in the car yesterday. He said 20 years ago today this came out, and I was like, Jesus Christ, it's been that long, huh?
Oh shit! Some dude saying like Stallone had a lot of dudes.
Oh, really? I see. I never met Stallone like that. I don't know him. The few actors I met, like I bumped into, like in Atlantic City, in an elevator, Al Pacino. He smelled funky. And another actor, I'll tell you, everybody who's ever met him will tell you he smelled funky. And actually, I was told by another famous actor that trope is true. John Malkovich, I'm sure you guys heard of him, right?
I met John Malkovich 3 times. He was a really nice dude. I'll tell you this, man, chain smoker to the nth degree, bro. And he's
a Cambridge boy. He lives right here in Cambridge.
Yeah,
25 minutes from me.
Oh, Jimmy, if you bump into him at a coffee shop, you'll see him doing a quadruple shot of fucking espresso with carrying around two boxes of Marleys. He don't fuck around. He in the morning, back-to-back smokes and fucking quadruple shot of espresso. This guy is like serious.
But you know what actor? I was told by him and somebody else, and people who've met him say, yeah, he has a wicked fucking funk smell to him. Christopher Walken's. Isn't that weird? Yeah, just a funky, smelly. Him and another dude who stunk supposedly was that fucking fake CIA karate guy.
Seagal.
Seagal, yeah. Richie!
Yeah.
Who's Richie?
They look like they stink. They're like, honestly, like, I'm not surprised. Like,
yeah, but
for sure.
Walken is amazing, though. He's a fucking legend, man.
Walken's okay.
He's a great actor. Great actor. Fucking Dog Day Afternoon. That was not Dog Day Afternoon, Deer Hunter. The fucking they put the gun to the head.
Deer Hunter was amazing. King in New York was the shit, man. King in New York was the shit.
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes, Lawrence Fishburne. Wesley Snipes, Lawrence Fishburne, Steve Buscemi, fucking that stupid fucking ginger, fucking David Caruso, and Walken.
Destroyed his career. Absolutely destroyed his career. He had the biggest hit on NBC when he did Hill Street Blues, and then he quit after one season to become a movie star, and that didn't work out.
Oh no, he's every industry has one hit wonders, man. And I just remember him as that chump from fucking First Blood. You know, I knew there was something about that guy.
I knew there was something about him, man. A Green Beret? Are you kidding me? That's Art Holt. I was hungry when you were still knocking on your mother's teeth.
Yeah. Yeah. Brian Dennehy, man. Yeah, that was a good. That was probably the best Rambo, man. First Blood was the
without a doubt.
Was the best Rambo.
Without a doubt, that was Arnold Stallone's best acting too. I would say,
Jimmy. I would say between that and fucking Copland, he did a good job in Copland.
Yes, he did do a good job in Copland. Yeah.
You know, he put on like 30 or 40 pounds just for the role.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the best was when De Niro
1998 or 97 that came out.
Yeah, the best was when De Niro leaned into him. He goes, He goes, "You had your chance. You had your fucking chance, and you fucked it up.
You blew it. You blew it." He was saying,
You deaf fuck.
You fucking deaf fuck. What you understand?"
What's up, boys?
Is that Pete? All right.
Yeah, what up? What up?
Pete's voice. Yeah, Pete has a fucking man. He has a memory like a fucking steel trap when it comes to movie lines. He's always pulling them out.
Yeah, but that
he was great
me every time, man. De Niro, he knows when De Niro turns it on, man. Oh fuck.
Yeah, you deaf fuck. He called him a deaf fuck. You know what's so fucked up about De Niro? People who know him, or if you talk to people, no personality. Personality of a parking meter. Like completely vanilla, bland, boring ass personality. Like most actors, he's just always playing a role. You know, they get
why he's so good.
Yeah, he just does. He just develops these fucking
empty
roles.
vessels.
You think, yeah, exactly. Then you see like Taxi Driver, and he talking to me, and then when you meet him, he's like, "Wow, what the fuck." But
well, you get probably legendary status in these roles, like, and people worship it, and then you become like that level of fucking, I don't know, obscurity in the context of like, how do you relate to someone of that because everyone's like worshiping these guys, right, nonstop, right? But you can be good about it. Like Arnold's good about it, right? As you said, Tom Cruise is trying to hide his homosexuality, so he wants to keep the beach and the whole restaurant to himself and whatnot, and fucking weirdos. But like some guys are like solid. Like I met buddy Mickey Rourke after he got nominated for The Wrestler, which was a great film. But talk about, that's a career that tanked. Like that fucker could have been the next Marlon Brando. But
after 9.5 weeks, Greenwich Village too. Pope of Greenwich Village was good.
Oh, and A Prayer for the Dying, which was underrated,
the Irish movie.
Yeah, he played the Irish hitman.
Yeah, they played the Westies. They were playing the Westies. Yep.
And no one remembered that Liam Neeson was in it with a nobody role. Liam Neeson was in that fucking movie with the nobody role, man.
Yep. Who else also played one of his best roles in that? The guy from The Professional, the cop. Gary
Oldman? No, Gary Oldman wasn't in. He wasn't in Prayer for the Dying, man.
Yeah, he was the brother with the long hair.
No, you're thinking of that one with Sean Penn, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's the movie I'm thinking of. Sorry, that's the movie I was thinking of. Yeah, what's the name of that?
Prayer for the Dying was when he was. I think it was in fucking Ireland. I don't know, but like.
Okay.
That was under the radar movie, but like no. Yeah, you're thinking of the Sean Penn and Gary Oldman fucking when they were in
Hell's Kitchen, New York.
Yeah, in Hell's Kitchen or some shit like that.
And Coonan, one of their guys, started getting in with the Italian mob, and they thought they were going in there. And he goes, "Listen, if I'm not out in 5 minutes, come in blazing." Remember, he come out of the restaurant with all the mobsters, and all of a sudden there was they all had to turn around because they're about to run in with their guns. That was all based off of true stories. He was playing. Gary Oldman was playing Glenn Featherstone, a real character in real life, was a fucking psycho Vietnam vet who was a straight killer for the Westies.
Hey, on the note of
State of Grace.
State of Grace. There you go, my brother. Fucking Pete with the fucking memory.
Yeah, State of Grace. That's the one, man. That's the fucking one.
And I'm sorry, I just cut somebody off. Somebody was just about to say something too. Was just saying something. I cut you off.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I was gonna link the IRA film theme to. I wonder if any of you seen The Boxer with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Of course. Yeah.
I think that's one of his low-key best roles. And as far as like fight choreography, I would say it's one of the best. Like he really trained very well for that.
Fabulous actor. I think one of the best in his generation.
How would you rate that to There Will Be Blood?
In terms of like a movie,
I think quality, like Daniel Day-Lewis, like what? How would you rate that compared to There Will Be Blood?
Man. Probably There Will Be Blood is superior. That's probably his magnum opus. But as kind of a young Daniel Day-Lewis, there was like this energy to it that you don't see in other films.
I know this was kind of a fucking, kind of a almost a rom-com with it, not really like a romance thing, but man, fucking Last of the Mohicans was a great fucking movie. He was awesome in that as the Indian.
Great score
movie.
too.
Yeah,
Very,
great music, great fuck. They filmed that up in the fucking Catskills.
Yeah,
up in New York, in the Appalachians. Beautiful country.
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the country, absolutely. But it's a terrible book, though. If anyone's ever read the Cooper novel, it's just unreadable.
Seriously, Jimmy, like I'm curious. When how old were you when you were like kind of competing in bodybuilding and whatnot?
Well, I started at 19 and I lifted serious probably right to 39 for like 20 years. I was pretty damn serious about it. There was a time in the 90s, like for instance, I missed a workout day, and so like the year to that day, the next year, because I kept a journal, I went to the gym twice to make up for it. Like fanatical, yeah, I was fanatical. Yeah. It encompasses every part of your life, and it cost me relationships, cost me jobs, cost me my marriage, really.
So curiously, are you in your?
I was
are
a
you
fucking dog?
Curiously, are you in your late 50s?
Yep. Well, I'm in my mid 50s now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So did you follow a lot of like those earlier true blaxploitation films as well?
The what?
What?
The kind of earlier blaxploitation films. Blaxploitation films. Can you hear me?
What does that mean?
The fuck is that?
Yeah, I can. What does that mean? Like what movie? Like
there's certain
movie.
like okay, like for example, Report to the Commissioner with Yaphet Kotto, or Across 110th Street with that. Across 110th Street with Anthony Quinn and Yaphet Kotto.
Hey, I just put that.
What the fuck? Yo, what is blaxploitation movie mean? What does that mean? I'm not cracking on you. I'm just saying.
You guys are talking about like really good high quality fucking acting and shit. Some of those films were like fucking like breakthrough films, man. Of that kind of early 70s type shit.
All right, but what is blaxploitation film? How would you describe it?
It's like mocking the idea of like black people being dumb and stuff. It's like a counter movement to how Hollywood portrayed blacks before the war. But yeah, I know. I just put a photo or like a movie poster in the chat of the name of a film. I'm not going to say here unless I'm going to change it. I think some people would enjoy the title of this film.
I can't figure out how to fucking change this. I can't even work Discord now because they changed the interface. But
you can just swipe down from the screen, and that will. I don't know if you're on your phone.
Well, we seem to have a pretty good size. We have a pretty good size people here now. So so let's kick this on the box, and so Butcher doesn't get too angry. We were just waiting for people to show up. So we got these big fights tomorrow, big card coming up. Let me start with Pete. I'm just curious, what card you looking forward to, and are you even interested in tomorrow night's fight?
I mean, when does Shakur fight next? Because I can't miss that. I don't mind. I don't mind tomorrow's card. I mean, it's for fucking. Excuse me. I'm getting sick, bro. For $40, fuck.
Before we move on, just real quick.
That fucking card's pretty stacked for $40.
Are you getting?
I'm interested to see it just because.
I gotta pay $60.
Go ahead.
I got the subscription.
Why? Because you're not the zone.
Well, I have the zone, but it's still $59.
Is it? Oh, I didn't know it was that. So yeah, whatever, 59, whatever. But like,
all right.
For $60, I mean, it's only because of the time. They're not doing us any favors. They're not doing it to be nice. It's only the time slot to making it that cheap. But
Yeah, but for
cold
60
coming on
or
or something?
40, it's
You sound like
solid
you're
fucking stock, man.
Holy shit.
Yo, for 60 bucks, it's a
I just-
solid card, man.
Who's got a
Apparently,
cold?
Bogut is on the card too. He's fighting Vlada Klitschko or something. This guy who fought James Toney. I don't know if he went to prison or retired, but he doesn't show up till 2018 after 2004. And I think someone stopped. Oh no, sorry, no. Hergovich already fought that guy. He's fighting. He's fighting some white tall guy. I don't know if he's any good.
Tamori.
Yeah.
He's not any good. He got knocked out by David Hay in 1 round.
Oh yeah. He got knocked out by David Hay. Yeah, exactly. That's the dated reference I was thinking of.
Yeah, so he's not that good really. So if Hergovich doesn't knock him out within a couple of rounds, there's a problem.
That's what I was gonna say, because Hergovich, since his dad died, has not been the same fighter, or maybe he's never been that fighter. So this will kind of answer that at least. Not much else.
Hergovich has been pretty mediocre throughout his entire career. There's been no bolstering in regards to his career, man.
Yeah, he looked like a solid technical fighter at first, I guess.
He does.
That was it.
He's too flat-footed. Sorry to interrupt. He's too flat-footed though. Like I watched him a bit, and he plods.
Yeah, I think he can't really transition between moving and punching. A lot of fighters have this problem, like Munguia especially.
You're right.
Yep.
I don't know if it's the Kiwi.
Tell her when to hit the leg.
I don't know if it's the Kiwi Croatian thing, but you guys know L Dog? He fucking before. I think when Hergovich came out of the fucking womb, L Dog knew about him. He was talking. You gotta see this heavyweight.
Wait, are you telling me
Hergovich? And I'm like, huh?
L Dog is Croatian?
Yeah, I mean he's a New Zealander, but I think he's that's his descent. You know what I'm saying? That's his background.
Yeah.
So he's
I thought he was like a super white supremacist.
No, he's a good guy, but he the point is, I thought he was. I halfway thought he was trolling. I'm like, shut the fuck up about this Hergovich. I never even heard of the guy, and he's like, I'm telling you, man, this guy, man, he's gonna kill everybody. He's still on him. I mean, I bet you still is a fan of him. He's hyped on him.
Well, in Hergovich's defense, he did take some big shots. Okay. I think there was no rematch, right? So just one fight. So he stood up to that.
He didn't look good against Zhang.
He didn't look good, no.
Zhang won that fight, man, hands down, bro.
He scored it, but I couldn't find one. I don't think YouTube has one.
But yeah, I guess there's nothing that really sticks out from the card because they're all kind of soft touches. I think Parker Wilder is the most interesting fight because either Parker will get sparked or Wilder will have no punch resistance.
I'm obsessed with that fight, man.
What do you think that ring rust with Wilder's going to play a huge fucking deal?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably.
What's his age now? What's Deontay's age?
38.
Is he 39? Yeah. Oh, is he 38? I thought he was 39.
Probably is 39. The thing about him is that even when he was fighting regularly, he looked rusty. He always looks rusty.
Yeah. Fighter to begin with, so.
Yeah.
So it may be the same guy who's always been there because he's a limited skill set. But he's coming out
between Parker and Wilder.
So Wilder's 38
years,
and Parker.
Yeah, he just turned 38, October 22nd.
Okay. Parker's only 31.
Yeah, but Parker's a light touch, man. For a heavyweight, I mean, yeah, he's a light touch, man.
Light in the ass, plus he fucking can't punch, man.
Bro, I mean,
I heard the show earlier in the week, and honestly, I know the upset anything's possible, but these are just showcase fights for the whole card, really. But they're showcase fights for AJ and Wilder.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That fight should have happened like 4 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, also with Wallin, I looked at his record. He's been fighting absolutely nobody. He had a points decision like 2 fights ago. Like, this guy couldn't get a fight at all after Fury. That was the worst thing that happened in his career. He's been completely avoided.
Yeah.
So you guys are coming to we're coming to the conclusion that this entire thing is going to be just like midday television versus like last Saturday, which was a banger of a fucking night for boxing.
Pretty much, yeah.
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 When is
The only thing is, it's the heavyweights. The heavyweights, anything can. That's kind of like the big equalizer, you know. Even though a guy like Parker is light in the ass, and Wallin is just, to me, his style is just ugly as shit.
I think Inoue is fighting New Year's Eve.
That's the 26th. I just looked it up.
26th, yeah.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Oh, Inoue
Who's fighting New Year's Eve?
No, he's fighting Inoue against Paulus, yeah.
That's probably gonna be a good fight.
December 26th. That'll be like early morning shit from Japan, right?
Yes.
I love those morning fights. Usually the main card from Japan's around 7, 8 a.m. And it's pretty dope. You wake up, you have some coffee, you watch some fighting, you get your dopamine going at the beginning of the day.
Do a sake bomb.
Nice.
I'm gonna grow my hair out to a bowl haircut for that fight. And
Got a message
Inoue.
from Usyk.
So then we're 4 days away from Tapalis Inoue too. That's the fight I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, we're just.
Me too.
Honestly, anytime Inoue fights, I'd be down watching fight bums. Like, just I'd watch it. I pay to watch the sparring, to be honest.
Yeah, the guy doesn't disappoint. What I mainly like about him is that he seems just to get better. He's like that type of dude where he's just like constantly getting better, sharper. Like, it's just that's what I love about that guy. There's no fucking excuses, no bullshit, no nothing, no fucking my hand hurts, my this and that. He just goes in there and kills motherfuckers. That's, you know.
Well, yeah, because like I think him and like what a lot of people will kind of like agree in the context of the top pound for pound would be Terrence and fucking and Inoue, and but these guys are generational, like gifted, like birthrighted fucking boxers. These fuckers, I mean, they work at it like workhorses, but there's something about, you know, God-gifted talent. These two fuckers have that shit. That, you know, it's just different, man. It's just different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you see.
Without the God-gifted skills, like that's what it seems like. My impression has always been that the guy's always trying to get better. You know.
It's the competition, the level of competition he fights. I mean, who in boxing, anybody even comes close to finding the caliber fighter he's fighting? I mean, this is going to be his 24th fight, and out of the 24 fight, 21 of them have been against current or ex-world champions. He became world champion on his 6th professional fight.
Yeah, Inoue is kind of what Loma could have been. But, you know,
and out of his 19, he's had 19. He's been involved in 19 world champion fights. He's 18. It was 18. So he was 18-0 with 17 knockouts. The only one he didn't have a knockout was the first one when he got his eye socket broken. That was the only one he didn't stop.
Oh, with Donaire, that was a banger of a fucking fight, man.
That was incredible.
The first fight that I really went nuts on him was the Rodriguez fight, because I got interested in that one because Rodriguez's father trains him, and he pushed Inoue's father at the press conference in Japan.
Oh yeah. No, that was a high disrespect, man. That was a high disrespect, man.
Yeah, Inoue was furious.
Oh yeah, he leveled him, man. He fucking leveled his face.
Yeah. But he just stood in the middle of the ring with him and traded body shots and just like destroyed this guy's liver too. Like he's never fought so recklessly outside of that fight. But I first heard of him when he destroyed Omar Narvaez, and I couldn't believe that. He dismantled him 2 rounds.
He was the underdog in that fight.
Yeah,
he was
Narvaez
a 2-1 underdog.
He only had like 2 losses. 50 fights. Inoue had like 11 or something. I mean, to just destroy a future Hall of Famer is nothing.
I think that was his. I think that was Inoue's 6th professional fight.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No. You're right. It was his. I think it was his 9th.
Still, I mean, like the disparity in experience. He was also like 22, something like that, right? 21.
Yep, exactly. That's what got his name, like really, amongst hardcores, people talking about him. But if you go back and you watch the Fulton fight, the one move is when he catches the he hides the right hand behind his jab, right? He kept sticking to the body, was doing levels, and he stuck the jab and he followed it with that right hand that he hid, caught Fulton on the button. Fulton, his glove, I believe, did touch the canvas, so he would have been as a down fighter, but he kept himself from going down. I'm sure as he did that, he was proud of himself. I didn't even go down. And before he even spun out of it, Inoue was flying through the air.
With that left
caught him right on. With that left hook.
Him with
he
a
made
forearm.
Contact with him. His feet weren't even on the ground. They were literally in the air when he hit him.
He hit him with a forearm like Roy Jones at the Kawasaki. That was the how much impact that left hook had. It wasn't even his fist. But that 1-2 he landed was like one of the cleanest I've ever seen. He threw that straight from like a Philly guard, and there was no fat on either punch. Like I watched that slow motion so many times. It's just direct force transfer. It looks like a textbook image.
Yeah.
Obviously, out of the southpaw stance, but that shit reminds me of Pacquiao when he does that 1-2. Like that jab's not even trying to make contact. It's just to blind you. I think just puts it in your face and then wham.
What's scary about Inoue is if you go back to his fight with the Australian kid, was it Maloney? Yeah, Maloney. Jason. Maloney was tagging him with the jab, but Fulton's jab did nothing. And that kind of makes me think that he was actually workshopping stuff against Maloney. He was like a world-class fighter. Like, I don't think he was trying the whole time. He was just trying to set up the right hook, the right hand over the top of his jab. He was just trying to time it all night long. And he could have got rid of him earlier.
And Fulton also made it personal with some of the things he said. I mean, he should have never started with that wraps. And I don't know if he was in on it because when his trainer was saying it, remember the face Fulton gave, like, what the hell are you talking? Because he said,
that was his trainer. Jimmy, that was his trainer. That was his trainer. That was Raheem or whatever. He brought that shit out. But boys, would you say it's interesting to say, like, the natural fucking aggression that fucking is inside certain fighters? Like, he's like, and that's why Mike Tyson's kind of like spotted him out, is because he had that kind of aggression when he was like at his peak, right? I'm thinking Inoue has that shit, It's kind of like there's this internal aggression in this fucker that you could just, at a drop of a dime, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to mention this. Him and Crawford have like this, like, latent confidence that you can tell, like, even when they're calm. Like, there's just intensity to them, and they could just release their energy on like a drop of a dime.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. I think I try to look at, you will never know because we're not in the ring, but the psychology of certain fighters, like, they just have that kind of, that aggression that they can turn on like a switch. It's
He's
like
a predator. Like, he knows that you're prey. He's a predator. Like, he sees you as prey. Same as Golovkin. Like, it's just his role,
No, like, for example, Subriel Matias is, I think, because he's such a fucking banger of a fucking puncher. Same with Inoue, but I think they test sometimes their opponent, saying, "Yo, let me feel what you got, bro. Like, how hard can you fucking tap my ass? You know what I'm saying? Pause, but like tap my fucking chin." And be like, get this shit on, right? And then be like, oh, that's all you got? And then be like, okay, now it's on. That type of shit?
Pacquiao said that. He said that he liked to feel his opponent's power, and he would let them hit him before he started.
Yeah, and I think it's risky. Yeah, it's fucking risky as fuck. But if you have that kind of that kind of confidence and saying like, I'm this type of fucking fighter. Let me see what you fucking got, right? It's interesting that you brought up Pacquiao to that of Inoue, but I think Inoue, he's like leagues above fucking Pacquiao, man. Pacquiao trained hard as fuck to be where he was at and reach his accomplishment, and his accomplishments are fucking great. But don't get me wrong, but I think Inoue, he's leagues above Pacquiao.
He's more technically sound, but Pacquiao's timing was legendary. The way he would snatch someone's jab away was very special. His foot entries always put him in danger. He would always intentionally put himself in danger to score a punch that you couldn't see coming. That's why his power is so devastating, because he always took advantage when the guy was most vulnerable.
So how would you how would you conclude the Manuel Marquez knockout?
Well, with the Marquez fight, I think he was being extremely aggressive. If he wanted to outbox Marquez, I felt like he could have easily, but he just chose to make the fight more dangerous, and that's kind of what I was alluding to.
He was beating the shit out of Marquez when Marquez knocked him out. You know what I'm saying?
Marquez
he was going in for he was diving in for the kill, and he just like ran full speed into that punch. Like, that's about the only way you're gonna knock out an Asian to the head. Sorry.
It should be noted that Pacquiao really won the rematch, but Marquez didn't. Like immediately after getting knocked out.
That was a great fight. Even though Pacquiao lost, that was a great fight. But all four of those fights are great. But that changes the way that's got to get in your subconscious, man. To be beating the shit out of a guy and then the last thing you remember is going for the kill shot, and then you just get fucking smoked like that. I've never seen him go in as aggressive after that, since that fight.
It imprints in your nervous system, Pete. You can see that guys, they want to pull the trigger, but the aggressiveness is just not there. The once was. You saw with Pacquiao's career, he would get frustrated. You know that tick he would do where he would hit himself in the head when he felt like he was screwing up? He started doing that way more after that fight against Bradley, these guys that couldn't hold his jockstrap.
Yeah, boys, actually, my cousin and I, we came to that conclusion that after that fight, and a lot of fighters, if they get knocked out to that degree, they never are the same afterwards, man. There's something that it fucks them up psychologically. You know what I mean?
I don't mean physically, it rattled his brain and all this bullshit. I'm saying just subconsciously, your body is going to subconsciously protect itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So, your instinct is to go in there and go against Broner. His instinct is to go in there and go for the finish, or against anybody, Algieri, Rios, any of those fights that were post Marquez, he just never really. I just don't think it was in his programming to fucking dive in like that anymore, which was what gave him all the knockouts.
Remember
that probably was frustrating to him.
Remember when he hit that slip counter on Mayweather, rocked him back to the ropes, and just let him off? I think that's a good example of what you're talking about. The instinct that wasn't there to finish.
Yeah, they become kind of shock fighters, man. Afterwards, man, you know what I mean? Why put it on risk? Because you know what the fuck could happen. That type of shit.
I don't think it's intentional like that.
No, totally involuntary. Just totally involuntary. In the back of his mind, you're a human being, dude. I mean, he went from not dominating Marquez, but he was beating it. Do you see Marquez's face after that fight? I mean, his face was fucked up. His face looked like he got hit by a fucking baseball bat. His lips were all swollen up and shit. His nose was bleeding out of both nostrils. Because he was doing good against Pacquiao in that fight, but at the time when Pacquiao got knocked out, he had Marquez doubled over. He had him doubled over and then to the side, and he was just diving in for a left hand and just bam, perfect punch. Dude, it smashed his whole. It hit him right square in the fucking mouth. It just caved his face in. His jaw probably both buttons tripped off.
Yeah, Marquez landed that punch earlier, although he looped it on Pacquiao. I think they
When he
traded
knocked him down?
Yeah, in the fourth round, he
Yeah.
knocked him down. I think Pacquiao might have knocked him down the round after. I don't remember, but yeah, I think he looped it and then he threw it straight when Pacquiao dove in.
I was so shocked when Pacquiao got knocked down. When Marquez punched him and knocked him down, I was like, holy shit. Did he just drop him? Whoa.
So I guess if we're going through memory lane, we're all agreed that the card would be kind of just mild entertainment. But yesterday I rewatched Klitschko Joshua. That was a banger of a fight, man. Like I was still on the edge of my seat. That was one of those fights where any punch could have just ended it from either guy. We haven't seen a heavyweight matchup since, and honestly, it's like unique even in heavyweight history. There are few fights that are that exciting, like these two gigantic titans, chiseled, one's black, one's white. There's this contrast. It's like a visual fair that I don't know. And Klitschko was doing a lot of very subtle things. He was pulling Joshua's lead hand down before hitting him with the right. He caught him with the right a couple of times, but the one that set up a knockdown, what he did was he just touched Joshua's lead hand, which instinctively forced him to slip to the outside, and that's how Klitschko lined him up perfectly from the shoulder. In fact, he overshot a bit. He landed like right at the top of the cheekbone, as opposed to aiming it down a little bit. Kind of reminds me of how Golovkin caught Canelo in the 10th. Had he just lowered his punch a little bit, it would have been right on the chin. But that was
he almost
great.
knocked Klitschko's fucking head off with that uppercut, dude.
Yeah, Klitschko took that image, the still image of his neck getting stretched.
Bam!
Fucking
Just
incredible.
Crushed. Like he was hitting a fucking baseball or something.
All the veins in his neck. That was set up beautifully too. He ducked under him and he just threw that uppercut with this fury. But after that,
that
fight,
shit hurt, dude.
After that,
imagine getting hit with a heavyweight uppercut like that. Oh.
Yeah, man, I can't believe he took that.
Ouch.
Same with remember Vitali? He took that uppercut from Lennox. How the fuck did he take that shot? Like that would have killed me. that would actually.
AJ's a strong kid. You could tell he's a strong motherfucker. That shit probably hurt.
For sure.
Whoa.
Where do you boys think AJ is head wise? I think he's in momentum from the Hellenius fucking knockout. Yeah, for sure. But do you think he's like kind of healing from the Usyk back-to-back kind of losses and shit?
Yeah, I still think
he's fine.
He was still affected from that loss from Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, that was the inception, man. That was when it was like on his face, like fully, like what the fuck, that type of shit.
I was actually going to touch on this. After the Klitschko fight, he gave this interview where he told his trainer Rob McCracken that he never wanted to have a fight like that again. Like he felt like he had to go to hell to get that victory. And I think that kind of indicates who he was. Because before that fight, he had like 50 or 60 just fights in general, amateur and professional combined. He was very green. He had never been really hurt badly. Although as an amateur, he was stopped by this 5'10", 69-inch reach heavyweight. I forget his name, but this guy had the same reach as Pacquiao, and he stopped Joshua in the amateurs.
Didn't start training, picked up boxing until 18 years old. That's why it's not instinctive to him. That's why there's times you can look at him and you can tell he's thinking in there. He's not reacting.
Exactly. And he gets frozen.
It's not under repetition. I mean, think about it. He fought for a world title, right? The world championship, I think on his 63rd fight he ever had.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. He only had 48 amateur fights, albeit he did well in the amateurs. I think did he win gold for England or silver?
He won gold, but what happened was initially it was ruled a draw, and it was in London, and they overturned it and gave it to him. So, kind of suspect.
Yeah, but boys, you'd have to agree that like there's something about him, that instinctiveness of like all boxers. Jimmy, you have to attest to this. Is that like all fighters have to have that instinctual kind of like, when you're gonna snap, you just snap. There's no thinking about it. and I think he's overthinking a lot of his shots now because of
especially when he changes trainers all the time. You can see him because he's adopting a different style, which is terrible.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. That's not good for any fighter. I don't give a shit.
Especially when you don't even have a developed style. You know what I mean? He doesn't even have his own core style. Because you could have a core style that you can always resort to, but he's malleable to the degree where people are manipulating his style, and you can tell he's like going back to resort to what he was taught before, and he like almost stopping in his attack to make sure, okay, I gotta hold my hands up right. It's like, stop trying to look good in there, dude. Use what you got. Your best attributes is your strength, speed, and athleticism. Stop looking robotic and in there thinking. Get in there and get in a fight, dude.
Honestly, the only time, Jimmy, I think he's over processing a lot of what he's being told.
Exactly. Of course, it's exactly what he's doing. In boxing,
I think he's the second best heavyweight. I think he's the second best heavyweight in boxing.
Behind Usyk?
Yeah. I just think that what he has to tell himself is that, or what he's basically come to the realization is that, dude, okay, you lost to this guy twice. He beat you, and that's it. Now, what are you going to do now? You're going to fucking, how far are you going to carry this? You have other fights that are not Usyk. He'll fight Usyk again, but I'm just saying, like, he's pretty, I think he gets I think his personality is a little bit like aloof. So I think he gets a little bit of a, probably cocky, but he probably gets a little bit of a misunderstanding because people think he's all rattled and shit, dude. He's after he lost to Ruiz, he was like gracious about it. You know what I mean? He just understood that he made a mistake and got caught. Contrast that with Wilder. It's like, holy shit. Talk about delusion.
Right. But like
that's an unstable. Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think he's on shaky grounds and being rattled, but I just think that as Jimmy was concluding, like, and what you even agreed to, that with all these different trainers, like telling them, they're giving him their fucking 2 cents or 10 cents or whatever the fuck it is, and him being like tentative. You know what I'm saying? He's tentative. He's not sure, and then he's overthinking like his playbook. Well, versus just fucking throwing the fucking punch. You know what I mean?
He's got the same. He's got the same situation that Wilder does. You know how JD's is technically Wilder's trainer, but in reality, they switch around from Breland to whoever. You know, now to what's his name, the heavyweight Mac, right? Isn't that his name? His trainer now, Wilder's trainer.
Malik
Scott. Malik Scott. Yeah. So technically, though, his whole career, that guy JD's has been his quote unquote trainer. I don't know if it's a handler or a manager, whatever you want to call it. But Joshua's got the same thing. He's got the same situation. There's a trainer that he's had his whole entire career, who then brings in other trainers and is probably, honestly, the architect behind all this swapping of trainers. And when you get a guy like that, who's kind of like attached to you, or you're attached to them, those guys point a lot of fingers. You know what I mean? They point it's everybody but them, right? Like, I'm sure, think about it. This whole time with Deontay Wilder, through all the fucking drama, losses, robberies, whatever he thinks is going on, he's never once questioned JD's, you know? He's never like once, oh, it was Breland, you know? Fuck Breland. Get fucking Khalil, I say Khalil Mack, but get Malik Scott in here. And so I think Joshua had the same thing. Like, dude, the second Usyk fight was a huge improvement. The second Usyk fight, you fought as good of a fight as you possibly could have fought in that fight. So why fucking ship off Robert Garcia? It's not his fucking fault. All he did was improve you.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're swapping trainers like that left and right, what you're being taught gets mixed up. And so when on fight night, everything that you've learned is all jarbled together, which is why you see him so hesitant.
Yes, see, the thing is, he's getting mixed messages, but the common message in this whole thing, I don't think it's Anthony Joshua. I think it's this guy, whoever his trainer is. I can't remember the guy's name. you wouldn't even. I mean, he's just been with him, latched onto him since the beginning. I'm saying that like I'm not saying he's nefarious, but when shit hits the fan, those type of guys, they got a lot of fingers to point. You know, they'll tell him, "Oh, look, champ, it was just a bad fit." You know, it's just. So let me get this straight. So you're gonna bring Robert Garcia on. You're not gonna go to California. You're gonna make him try to come to you. Commute back and forth. He's going to improve you, not even a full camp. He's going to improve you probably twofold. He fought twice as good in the second fight as he did in the first fight. The game plan was fucking perfect. It was spot on. I don't care if he lost or not. He fought a great fight. And now you're going to cut him loose. And then actually go to Derek James. You're actually going to go to him to Texas and spar your fucking head off with this guy? Stupid, man.
I found some information out, guys, about that particular subject, Pete. I was told that it wasn't even his decision. It wasn't like that. It was mutual. Garcia didn't want to train him again.
Yeah, because Garcia talked about it. He can't pick. You got to go to him, dude. You got to take your. Dude, what do you think? You're going to go to California? You're going to be staying in a shithole? You think you're going to be staying in a fucking Motel 6? Go rent you a nice house in California, right? Rent you a nice fucking house close to the Robert Garcia's gym. Arrange the sparring. I don't want to hear that. I mean, you can get sparring partners. There's enough money in these fights to where this guy can pay for a training camp. You can get a nice fucking house, get whatever he wants to do, get his doctors over there. No problems, buddy. Quit being so fucking arrogant about it. But see, the thing is, and Garcia's saying, "Look, I don't want to do this shit telephonically. I can't come to the UK because I got responsibilities here." So he probably rather not be associated with that.
You're 100% right. The whole location, having to go to England, was not ideal for Garcia, but it was also the way Joshua handled the camp. It became like celebrities would show up, and he would literally stop to talk to the celebrities in the middle of training. Shit like that. And it was like, whoa, what are you doing? Then it was other trainers show up. And
other trainers. He's got a right-hand man, like a JD's type of trainer.
Yes, not just him. On top of him, he had other people they talked to. That's what Garcia said. I'd be in a room sometimes before trainers in there. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? So Garcia says he's a nice kid, but to like your points and shit, dude, it wasn't a fit. And like you said, people say, well, where's he going to stay? Because Garcia's kind of, on Oxnard. Get out of here,
Come on, dude.
The money. Get the money, dude. You know how many fucking gorgeous homes are within fucking within a half an hour drive from that gym? Please, don't hand me that shit.
Closer, probably. It's fucking beautiful out there. You can get whatever he fucking wants to do out there. And
he's got the money to fly fucking the best sparring in from all over the world.
That's what somebody brought up, that they couldn't get sparring out there. Dude, you can't get sparring out there if you're fucking third on the card. It's a problem. All right? If you're fucking Jared Anderson, maybe you can't get his... But if you're Anthony Joshua, yeah, you can get whoever you want out there. Bring them all out there. I thought he fought a great second fight in that Usyk fight. Like, I thought that was props on Robert Garcia for that game plan. Because he came up with that game plan. Don't get that twisted. That was a great game plan. Yeah. But he's got that buffer guy, that JD's type of dude, who's kind of like latched onto him. And that, those kind of guys are the first guys to point fingers when shit goes wrong, because they don't want to get jettisoned. You get it? I don't know the guy's name, but anyway, he's got like a trainer who he's had from day one, just his guy. And
McCracken,
that guy's playing. Who?
McCracken, is that his name?
Probably. I'll go with McCracken. So yeah, McCracken. So it's like McCracken's playing musical chairs now, right? So when a guy like McCracken, when something happens and there's a loss, he's immediately ready to cut Robert Garcia loose. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it was his fault. Because, God forbid, they look in the fucking mirror, That's just my take on it. I think Josh will be all right. He just needs to He really needs to get back with Robert Garcia. That's bullshit. That's a fucking great fight. I think AJ will beat Fury's ass.
And McCracken, it was McCracken, but that was his first trainer. That's the one he left. He was with McCracken, I think, most his whole career. I'm not talking about the guy. He has one guy that he started out in the amateurs with. He's still in his corner.
Guy.
That's his JDs. Yes.
That's it. That's
McCracken. McCracken was another dude. That was the guy, like the big trainer, big trainer name that has been with them since, at least a champion, And
I remember. Yeah. I know Robert McCracken's. Yeah, I know McCracken's name. So it ain't him. The guy that his JDs is just like JDs, where you don't know who the fuck he is except for AJ. That's the only time you ever see the guy. I'm not saying he's a bad trainer. I'm not saying none of that, but been with him since the amateurs. That's his fucking trusted guy. He makes all these training decisions. And those kind of guys are problematic only because not when shit's going right. When shit's going right, everything's that I love this guy. And I still love this guy. But when shit goes wrong, self-preservation kicks in, and those type of JDs type of guys, they tend to go for the self-preservation, and then
they start pouring fingers.
Shit talk everybody else. Yeah, it was Garcia or it was McCracken or okay, man. So it's kind of like you just got to have a talk with that kind of guy and be like, look, dude, I think Garcia. After thinking about it, I fought a great fight in that second Usyk fight, even though I lost, and I was pissed, and I had my heart set on it. I still can't deny that I was twice as good of a fighter in the second fight as I was in the first fight. I mean, the game plan was way fucking better.
And Pete, to that point, my whole life I always went by the principle is this: everybody hangs around a bunch of dudes, growing up. And my thing was this: the first person who came to me, dude, man, what the fuck? You pissed at so and so, and the way he was talking to you, or just trying to come to you. My thing is this: if you don't notice it, but someone else is offended on your behalf, somebody in your crowd, they got an angle. You know what I mean? And I always thought that someone would come to me so the JDs would be the first person. If you didn't think Garcia was the problem, but all of a sudden he starts saying he is, that'd make me question him. Like, why? I didn't find nothing about Garcia. If you noticed that, then why didn't you say that before the fight? Like, there's so many things, but people can manipulate people, and that's what ended up happening because this is to change a trainer after you lose, you fire McCracken. You first lost to Usyk. Then you go to Garcia. You look better, much better than the first fight, and I think probably the best I've seen him in a while. Get rid of him. Go to Derek James. And in your last performance, you could so tell that you were being taught it wasn't natural to him. Because people were saying, I saw a lot on Twitter, like, why did he look robotic? Why did he look robotic? Because you're thinking about every move you do before you do it. You're in there, thinking too much. Okay, remember, keep your hand up. Dude, keep your hand up. Because he had him kind of more of a high, closer guard. He was holding his elbows in a little more. And he was delivering his punches, trying to throw them too straight. Joshua's always had kind of a hook on his shots. I felt he was trying to throw his punches too straight. And what ended up happening, he kicked that guy into rounds he didn't need to be in.
Right.
He could have got that guy out of there in 2 or 3 rounds if he just went in there and beat the fucking dude up. You know what I'm saying? Who was it that he fought? Who was that guy?
Yeah, some no-name dude.
Wasn't it the same dude that, what's his name, fought recently? Was he the American kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, that American, the black kid, right? He could take a beating kind of thing, but he was just, kind of a contender type. But he could have got him out of there. But he was trying to fucking do what Derek James taught him to do. And people who know Joshua, people who say he's always the type of guy who wants to please his coach. So he's that type of dude. Even with all the money, some people, those are the type of fighters who never really listen to their coaches. For instance, one of the exact opposite of that would be Chris Colbert. Not to change the subject, but the way he talked to his coach in that fight last week. Yeah, all right. Calm down. Like, who the fuck tells their trainer to calm down? Like, holy fuck!
Like Ryan Garcia never even looking at his trainer when he comes back to the corner.
I know.
He wouldn't even look. Who is that trainer? Wait a minute. Who was Garcia's trainer in his last fight? Who is this? Who is the new guy? It's who's Ryan Garcia's trainer that they brought in? It's not Joe Goosen anymore. Oh, it was Derek James.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Derek James. When fucking Ryan Garcia came back to the corner the first half of the fight and he wouldn't sit down on his stool, he wasn't using the stool. He's fucking walking around while Derek James is trying to give him instruction. He's like looking around, looking over top of him, looking around him.
Not just walking around, dude. Know what he was doing? Go back and watch it, bro. He was, but watch his eyes. He was looking up at the widescreen, dude. He was watching his playbacks.
Like my fucking 17-year-old nephew.
Dude, I'd be like, sit the fuck down, dude. What are you doing? You can watch the fight when you get home. Like he's fucking
he's like a kid on his phone
hair and shit. Yeah, he's checking his hair. Like, dude, what the fuck? That kid's listen, I would run from that fucking kid. Run from him. I wouldn't want nothing to do with training him. What a disaster.
He's got gorgeous hair, Jimmy. What are you talking about?
He does. Hey, no, he does. Hey, listen, he does have luxurious hair. No doubt about it. He's got a nice set of hair. No, I mean, listen, the kid's got fucking, dude, you know what I mean? And that's the thing, too. Like, I'm at that age now. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I don't care what people say. He's a good-looking kid. You know what I mean? There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's got like fucking actor, fucking, high cheekbones and shit. Doesn't mean I want to suck dick. So I always hate that shit when if a guy says,
what do you mean good-looking?
A guy can tell if another dude is ugly. When another dude isn't, you know what I mean? Humans, we can tell what's ugly, what's not. So, but it's that whole thing when you say, "Oh yeah, no, he's a good looking guy." Oh, okay, wow, Jimmy's getting his cheek slapped. Like, you know what I mean? I've seen that shit. The fucking people are fucked up.
When I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, "Oh, fuck that." So,
but you know what I'm saying? So listen, you can tell, but he knows that. And you go to his Instagram, it's like Twink Central, bro.
No, like, Jimmy, like he's in boxing for the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? This fucker, he has too much this Instagram fucking social media fucking this blah 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 that now boxing has become his side gig. You know what I mean?
He's already got his eyes on future projects. Listen, he was in that fucking he was in a commercial and shit, and like he's gonna be doing movies and shit, guaranteed.
Well, fine, but like
knows that shit.
Well, forget Ryan Garcia. I mean, the coaches. You guys were talking about coaches, right? I think both Derek James and Robert Garcia are great coaches, both of them. I think because of what Errol Spence and those guys, they didn't take care of themselves. They didn't take care. I mean, it's not his fault that they didn't take care of themselves, bro. They didn't do the right shit. They were on drugs. They were partying. They were, they got into car accidents. Derek James situation I'm talking about. But Robert is a great coach.
Yeah, dude. Listen, a good trainer, dude. You quit. When you get your fighters drinking like that. Like, dude, I can't even begin to tell you, dude. Ouchie McGinnis was my amateur trainer. And if he would have fucking heard I was drinking, dude, he would have kicked me so hard in my ass, right? He would have been the same way, dude, even with $1 million on the line, because you've known this guy. He's a reflection of you. Did you see the way Spence looked? Listen, Spence ain't stupid. He knows it was the alcohol and fucking coke. It's the reason why he went on a podcast and drilled the point home. I was drinking and everything. Like right after the accident, I was still drinking and everything, like getting wasted. And then you see the Instagram, that's going to lie, baby. Dude, that motherfucker was like, that's like alcohol poisoning drunk. He's a professional athlete.
I know, but
his trainer knows that. Like, what are you doing, kid?
That's a talented dude you have. What else can you do? He is a talent. It's not like Errol Spence wasn't a talent. He was a talent.
All right, okay. But let me ask you, honestly, did that look like a talent that night in there against fucking Crawford?
No, it didn't, because
there's a clear definition, though.
And why is that? You guys saw. I'm telling you, you guys just saw what. Listen, I was in a bodybuilding, part of bodybuilding, to get very in tune, almost medically, with like what helps and what hurts the human body. Nothing destroys muscle tissue like alcohol. It affects your fucking balance. It affects your equilibrium. I'm talking about like, if you're drinking heavy, and he was drinking heavy, he's getting fucked up all the time. Like, that's crazy. And you saw his feet were getting clogged behind and shit. That was all alcohol, bro. Without a doubt, his body, he couldn't take the body shots. And Derek James had to have known that, unless he's stupid and he's never, covered that in his training days. Like, your fighter can't let your fighter drink.
The way I look at it is with Derek James, are you paying me? I'm training you. I don't care what you do with your fucking life. I can tell you what to do, what not to do, but you're not going to listen to me. You're paying me.
Those trainers, but those trainers are never successful. You think you can talk to Stewart like that? You think Stewart's guys up at the Kronk gym, you think Hitman or anybody would have talked to him like that? He'd have slapped him across the fucking mouth. It's a different thing, man. You got to respect and love your trainer in kind of a weird way. He's supposed to be looking out for you. You know what I mean? Like, it's a strange relationship. You know what I mean? If you're close with your trainer, like, that's a father-son relationship with a lot of people. Like, you know what? I talk a lot of shit about Davis, but he's fucking... Listen, Calvin Ford, I think, is a knucklehead, but he does good things for kids. But I'm saying he's just not... That's why they need other people, but he's loyal to him. Because of... He took him under as a kid. He'll never... Like, he said it. He said, like, I'll never leave him. So I like that, and that's the kind of, but that's what my point is, dude. You knew he was getting that shit faced, and he should have went public with that. I would have went public. All right, you're not going to stop drinking? Well, I'm going to let him know, dude, because you're going to look so bad. Because guys, how do you think he looked sparring? How do you guys think he honestly looked sparring? You know what I mean? They knew what was going on. Did Derek James seem surprised that night?
Jimmy, there's a thing, though.
Did you think he looked surprised that night after the fight, Derek James, the press conference?
No, not really. He never looks surprised. He has like that stone cold face, though. Win or lose, he's the same.
He wasn't surprised. He knew. I mean, you got a kid in Crawford who don't drink. It has only gotten better at his craft. Has always put that first and foremost. That's what elite world athletes, whether the sport. You know what I mean? You think fucking the quarterback for the Chiefs is going out hitting fucking blasting, blowing rails and shit?
You know, I have no problem.
Jimmy, I'm being speculative. Hold on, guys. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. How much time was there between the like Spence being ejected from his fucking Ferrari and the Crawford Spence showdown?
2 years.
Okay, between that time, what I'm saying to you is that this guy survived the fucking being ejected from a Ferrari, okay, landing on his fucking face on the fucking pavement.
Bro, but he didn't land on his face. He landed on his shoulder and hip. He had minor contusions to his head. I read the whole report. Minor contusions to his head, scraped his teeth. Listen, no neurological damage. They did MRIs, nothing. He wasn't even concussed.
Okay, so then probably that's why he got the green light to fight, right?
Of course.
But what I'm saying,
just as I had damage from before.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, boys, is Jimmy, hold up. Yep. He definitely created a dependency on painkillers. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, right? I'm not giving him a scapegoat. I'm saying no, 1,000%. You have to be a level. If you're a fucking professional athlete, a fighter, you have to be on point. Like, no problem. But he's always been having a dependency issue. You know what I'm saying?
I heard the same thing, but not by a reputable source, so I never repeated that because I heard it on Twitter from somebody who claims to know him or he lives in that area. They said he's been hooked on pain pills for a while. That's not unusual, you know. Fucking in boxing, it just really isn't. I mean, it's a painful sport, but it's the alcohol, dude. Heroin won't even kill you, dude. If you don't run out of money, you can shoot heroin until the day you die, and that won't fucking kill you. It won't do half the harm that alcohol does.
No,
it's just because it's legal. Yeah, so it's like the wet brain and all this. My point being, dude, that was just Derek James knew that. He looked terrible. And I didn't mean to jump on you about the accident. Let me tell you why I sounded like hyped up about that. I see that on Twitter, people trying to excuse, the car accident. Dude, he didn't have a head injury. He was released within 72 hours.
Okay, so then...
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying. So, yeah, dude, he takes more damage to the dome in sparring than he would have got from that car. Because you know why? He was hammered. He was so fucking drunk. He was limp when he left the car.
Well,
So that's
let me,
people usually tighten all up and get all fucking their body.
Yo, Jimmy, I got one thing to say, man. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong to having fun. You know, what are you living for, bro? Like, yeah, at one point in time you're gonna. But if you do it every day,
you're saying that at your age, bro. Listen, you have a finite time. When you look back, that's 7 years you were world champion, right? When you're in your 50s, even in your 40s, you're like, that was a blink of an eye. And you're like, poof, it's over quick. If you can't have the discipline that every other world-class athlete has, Tom Brady never was going out and getting so fucking, you know how much damage he did to his liver? Just as an athlete, how much, it would have taken a week for his body to heal just to recuperate muscle tissue, regrowth, when he was that fucking drunk.
Jimmy, what I was trying to say, sorry to cut you off. What I mean is, like, he was doing it every day. It's one thing to do it one day and not to do it, you know.
Oh, okay, exactly.
Yeah, but he's doing it every day. That's a whole different story, bro. Like, he's fucking himself up. I mean, that explains it. Yeah, that's different, bro.
Go to YouTube right now. Anyone listening, go to YouTube, punch in Spence at such and such fight. Or Spence that scene at fights, or YouTube people walking up to him, yo, Champ, what do you think? Every fucking time, slurring his words, can't focus on the dude, like fucking wasted, fucking hammered. You see him drinking when he was at when Crawford fought Porter. You know what I mean? Marched right out of there, though. Didn't want to be going to the ring after he got stopped. So my point being, dude, you can't, every time, wasn't even hiding it. And again, to his credit, he came right out and said it. Oh man, I was drinking way too much, and I was drinking a lot in there, and I was drinking in everything. He kept repeating that, and he always made sure he said in everything. Pronunciation, heavy on the everything.
The funny thing is, he was the better.
What's that?
Do you think he has shame for his behavior?
Of course, all addicts do, or people can't control their shit, or knew that that's self-inflicted. Every man's gonna have shame. Man is driven by his insecurities. It just depends on what level. And you have insecurities when you lie. You have insecurities when you know you did that to yourself. Listen, he was a shell of his. You go back and you look at him when he fought Brooke. His just quick fiber, the quick twitch. He doesn't see shit coming, and he can't get out of the way in time. And then when he gets hit, it was completely off. His equal balance was off. And those are all. You go into alcohol. That's like one of the first things you say damage. To alcohol, equilibrium. Your frontal lobe gets all fucking goofy. That's why drunks are always falling, even when they're sober. You always see drunks tripping and shit. They get skinny legs and falling all over the place because equilibrium's trash from the booze. So now put that in. If you drink as a young man, in your 20s, 30s, and you're a carpenter, you might be able to get away with it. Working on a truck, a mechanic, you might be able to get away with it. You might be in a bad mood and everybody's stinking and shit.
Jimmy, you know what the funny thing is?
Like Crawford.
Jimmy, you know what the funny thing is? When they first started, Crawford and Errol Spence, he was the better talent between the two. Errol was the better talent between the two. And he let himself go so bad that he ended up looking like that when they finally faced each other.
I would disagree with that, man.
He was the best player on his baseball team, too. I just want to add that, Little League. He was the best player on his team, best player on the basketball team, just a great all-around athlete. You know what I mean? He's not so much a fighter, which I think he does. He's a tough kid. He's got he's got big balls. He didn't want to quit, right? But he's an athlete who kind of went into boxing. He wasn't like a fighter who became a boxer.
Well, fine. He's a good athlete, but boys, like I don't think he was ever as good as Terrence Crawford. You say
he was, bro. I mean, look at the Olympics. Man. He went further in the Olympics than Crawford did, bro. They're about the same age.
I'm not talking about different. Like different thing, but what I'm saying is Terrence, he always had a little bit, if not a lot, over Spence, but people didn't get to see that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they froze that motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying?
That's what happened. They took too long.
Yeah, man.
Both of them weren't at their best, and they only have themselves to blame for that.
Yeah, but cop this, boys. Cop this. If you guys watch the pre-fight press conference, you can see it in Errol's face, man. He was like, this shit's gonna go bad. he knew it before getting in the
He
motherfucking ring.
knew it.
And you know what?
Exactly.
You know what? And you know what? But you know what I still like about Errol Spence though. He's got more dog than Terrence does. I don't care what anyone you guys say. That guy got dropped multiple times, got up, didn't give a fuck. He was still. He wanted to fight.
Now listen, we never seen Crawford take a beating like that, right? Listen, so yes, he got up every time. Props to that kid. That's fucking no joke. He was taking a beating. Listen, Crawford is as I say in the same breath, as you ever seen Spence look that bad? On the flip side, have you ever seen Crawford look that good? Crawford couldn't miss. He had a 60% connect ratio with his power punches. When have you ever seen a fight at that level?
Hurting
With
Spence,
60%.
Everything he was landing.
I believe though.
He got knocked down by a jab.
Errol Spence. You know, the thing with Errol Spence is, yeah, he was with the alcohol, he had that problem and all that kind of stuff. But the one thing I still consider is a huge issue was he was dehydrated in 147. He should have never been in 147 at a certain point in his career.
Well,
He should
it's
have left
not
that division.
dehydrated. It's not. It's the words.
Dude. You can make the same.
No,
Yeah,
Bud
he's gonna be. Now listen, you keep saying dehydrated. I want to tell you, in future, it's emaciated. Dehydrated means you're completely dried out. When you're emaciated, means you're eating so much muscle. Yeah, you're emaciated.
Yeah, emaciated. That's what I meant.
Yeah, dehydrated. Yeah, dehydrated means you were like all sucked out of fluids.
I'll keep that word in mind. Emaciated. Yeah. So he was emaciated.
Emaciated.
Emaciated. Yeah.
Emaciated.
Don't ever copy. Listen, brother. Don't ever copy me, kid. I'm half a retard. I'm gonna fucking. I'll say the word, but most of the time I'll
look it up before I start using it.
Yeah. No,
for now I'm gonna call it dehydrated.
My guy just said it right. Absolutely.
Emaciated. Emaciated.
Emaciated.
And that's a big issue, bro.
Like that.
That's why, like a guy like Devinchenko was able to hurt Golovkin to the body, because that guy, Golovkin's been in 160 for so long. I could see that, bro. Like someone like Eubank going down in weight so much was able to get hurt by Liam Smith. I mean, these things, you got to all consider that shit. That's why Tank's wins don't mean shit to me. They don't mean squat. Even if they beat Ryan, if he beat Barrios, it don't mean squat. You got a guy that was impaired, and you beat him that way.
And I want to add, too, it doesn't mean Spence ain't a good guy.
No, Spence is
First off, yeah, he could be he could probably be a fucking great guy. I like his personality. I like his personal life. I like how he loves animals. He's always hanging out with his horses and shit. He's just a partier, right? That doesn't make him a bad guy. I'm just saying this is why I picked him not only to lose, but by knockout. I was like, yeah, no, Crawford's going to knock him out. And people were like, get fucking angry with me over that, and like they're taking it personal. Like, dude, what the fuck? You braving this kid's here and fucking washing out his drawers? Fuck, man. No, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about people in the panel. People call in. We fucking, casual stop Spence. He's never been even down before. I'm like, yep, because they didn't understand what was going on. Listen, I wasn't like the only voice in this. Steve Kim was talking about it all along too. Every time I see him, he's drunk. That's all I gotta say.
That's crazy, bro. Every time.
Damn. That fight against Ugas against Spence, where Spence got hurt. A 10-8 round. A 10-8 round because he basically, he went on to knock Ugas out in the next round, but he got hurt. I don't care what anyone says. He got hurt that round, and he didn't do anything to it.
He didn't fight back. He was against the ropes.
Yo, how old are you, bro? Like, cause you sound like a kid.
Wow,
Every time I hear you. Like, how old are you? Like,
I'm 20.
You're 20?
Yeah.
Man, you got the softest voice ever. I swear.
Gypsy's feeling kind of away, man. Nice.
Softest voice
Gypsy's
ever,
ready to say,
bro.
read me a book tonight when I get tired.
Yeah.
Take this shit to a private chat. Private voice chat somewhere else.
I'm good, bro. I'm not gonna get it.
That's him. That's like Mr. BDA. Like this dude is. I mean, hey, props to him. Fucking, his diction is always spot on. The kid's vocabulary is fucking crazy. I almost every fucking show he'll say another word that I'm like, God damn, I have to look it up. He's a
BDA got like
impressive. He's perfect. He
vocabulary.
can do radio. he could do professional talkovers. Like, nah, he's got great diction.
Is
I'm always
Oh,
jealous for him.
who the fuck is talking about like soft talking?
No,
Are you guys
it's
talking about like penitentiary fucking lullabies? What's going on here, man?
If I told you guys that BDA is black, would you believe me?
Yeah, I believe it.
that?
Probably. Then you'd be Dominican.
No, he's
then.
not, bro.
that.
Fucking he's not black, bro.
You know the problem with Spence is, man? How old is Errol Spence?
34.
Yeah.
I think he's 30.
You can't give a guy in his late 20s and early 30s a bunch of money and a bunch of free time because that can go really wrong really fast, you know. That can really go.
Great point.
Which, yeah, I mean, I've been there, kind of. And
I feel like I hope
you were an elite athlete. You played college ball, dude. That's about as elite as you're gonna get. So you could speak to the worst thing a fucking baller could do is go and get fucking wrecked during the week, right?
Yeah, the athletics part of it makes you feel like you're a fucking Terminator.
Unless you're
Which
Dennis
you pretty much are. You're pretty indestructible, as you can see from that accident, from just shaking off that accident.
Unless
I've wrecked a lot of cars myself. Never a Ferrari, never gotten ejected, but I fucking fucked up myself a lot. But in other words, you are pretty much bomb-proof. But if you couple that with a bunch of spare time and then like millions of dollars, that's when it can get like, okay, I'm getting fucked up every day on drugs and alcohol pretty quick. You know?
Unless you're Dennis Rodman. If you're Dennis Rodman,
Listen to him talk.
you can do that. Have you seen Dennis Rodman?
Listen to him talk. He sounds like he's fucking ate up.
I know he is, bro. Like he's a retard. It sounds like a retard to me. But at the same time,
After his career, though. After his career, not during. After. That's the point.
talking about.
You got a bunch of time, a bunch of free time, and a bunch of money. You see what he did with it. The problem with boxing is these guys fucking fight once a year.
Yeah, but cop this, man. You said a bunch of free time and a bunch of money, right? But along with that, and man, birds of a feather flock together, right? So it's his fucking entourage, man. It's his fucking entourage, right? So if he's spending his free time with a bunch of like fucking losers that just want to get fucking blasted every fucking night, that's what's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Dude. If you work for 3 months of the year, get paid 10 years worth of your salary, right? Let's just keep it even. Let's just round it, like to make it nice and smooth. Let's just say you're a $50,000 a year guy. Let's just say you work for 3 months and I hand you 150 grand. And then tell you come back in 9 months. Okay, now you got a bunch of money. You got a bunch of free time. And who the hell you think you're going to be hanging out with?
Yeah, a bunch of losers, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
right?
yeah, a bunch of other guys ain't got nothing to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right? But whereas what I'm saying, okay, I know people, like some people are going to get fucking vexed at me doing this Terrence Bud comparison, but Terrence, he's even though his only flaw is he doesn't know how to put a condom on, and he's just dropping babies out like mad fire. But he's super smart, man. He's super fucking smart. He's buying shitloads of property all over the fucking place, whether it be like Omaha, whether it be like fucking Colorado, where the big who the fuck knows. He's dropping like good fucking investments. He's smart, man. He's fucking smart.
You know what? Mike Tyson talking about addiction. When we talk the most addictive personality ever, Mike Tyson. You know what? He stopped smoking weed at whatever I was at age 12 or some shit like that. I don't know. And he found a new addiction, pussy. Because he needed to take his boxing career seriously. It's on the podcast. He says it straight up. This is not me making shit up. And then he got back. I don't know what he said. He got back to smoking weed at 98 or some shit like that. I don't know, somewhere around that area. But I don't know how much I can believe that because he found, besides pussy, he was doing other shit. You know, coke on the side, all kinds of stuff. So that's the most addictive guy.
It's ironic you say that because that's what ended up him up in jail. You know.
No, what put him to jail was a bitch that he accused him of rape that he actually wasn't guilty of. He didn't rape anybody, and she did the same thing to a boyfriend she had before meeting Mike Tyson.
I didn't know.
So that bitch was a problem, and that's what Mike Tyson ended up encountering, and he ended up in jail for like 3 years, 2 years? I don't even know. I forgot.
Like 3?
Possibly three. I'm not sure. He might have got out earlier because for good behavior.
I think he was down for 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what it says. Tyson was convicted of rape and sentenced to 6 years in prison, although he was released on parole after 3 years.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's why I heard that shit. Like, he was off after 3. And I'm a huge Mike Tyson fan, so huge. I think he's one of the best. He could have been the best if he didn't fucking fuck his body up. The best. Resume-wise. But realistically, everybody knows that if you put him prime against anyone, he's whooping him. Unless you're talking about my boy Tyson Fury, I know you guys are going to hate on it. Unless you're talking about my boy Tyson Fury, the guy who took his name. Unless you're talking about that guy. Because of the reach he has. Because of that annoying reach he has. And movement he has. Give him problems. But that's the only guy that I could see. Mike Tyson, prime, at his best with Customato, by his side, on his corner, losing to. Everyone else he starches. Too fast, powerful. I don't know.
Hey man,
where was
maybe ridicule.
Okay, I just want to know.
I told you he carried him, bro. I told you he carried him. Watch that fight again. He carried him. Watch how he fights Wallin in the pocket. Does he throw any kind of punches in the pocket? None. It doesn't exist. It don't exist. He doesn't throw anything in the pocket. There's a left hook, right hook he throws. Wasn't around. Didn't exist in that fight. I'm telling you, carried him. He made it look like he was fucking having trouble. And the only round that he got peppered, where he got all them bruises on his face, is the 8th round. The 8th round is where he got it.
Why did he get knocked down? And why couldn't he knock him out?
He got knocked down.
And why?
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
Why did he deliberately elbow him? So like,
the elbow. I don't think it was deliberate. They keep saying it's deliberate. Everybody keeps saying I don't think it's deliberate. There's two angles where you look at
punches like that. He's thrown no punches like that.
If it was deliberate, bro, a guy that does that once, he's gonna repeat it again. It's not gonna be one time. It's not gonna be a one-time thing. Just look at Andre Ward.
He's a clean boxer, though, dude. He's cheated multiple times.
He's cheated in the sense of the gloves extension fighting Wilder. The first
I'm not
fight.
even talking about the glove gate thing. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, then what cheat that he done? Oh, drug wise?
Well,
the drugs that he got caught with? That drug shit, bro. Like But let me tell you something. You know why that drug shit came about? It's because Klitschko in his side couldn't. You think Klitschko's clean? Fuck no,
I think everyone's on something. That's what I think.
Yeah, but the reason behind that was because he was so embarrassed of what he did to him. He had to find a way out. He had to find something. Oh, see, he was cheating. He embarrassed that dude, man. 12 rounds of embarrassment. He can never, like, Tyson Fury is his worst. I mean, in boxing, that's his worst enemy, bro. He embarrassed the shit out of him. That's what he did to that dude.
So,
and yet the only way to get out of that shit.
Or not. I don't know if you've seen this fight or not, but it's on YouTube. Right.
Which one?
His fight against Christian Hammer, right? The referee noticed something up with his glove, right? And so he sent him back to the corner, and so they took it from there. So, but there's clear footage of the ref telling him to go back to his corner to do something. I don't remember exactly what.
I know what it is. It's not in the corner. I think that's the fight where his glove, the thumb, the thumb was cut. The strap that goes from the thumb to the rest of the glove was cut.
Yeah.
But that's like, it's a thing because you can probably eye gouge you could probably. It's not that easy to still eye gouge, but you know you have to actually think about doing that to actually catch the guy. So, but it's not a major thing because they got it fixed. They put they switched gloves. I think that's what they did.
But the thing is, it was still there, so it still raises questions.
You're a cheater, bro. I mean, you know, what do you expect? They're Jippos, bro. They got some cheating vibes. They do have that shit. But for real, like his talent and what he's capable of doing, I'm telling you right now, there's not a single heavyweight with his size, his movement, how his reflexes, his timing. And keep in mind, this man has been fucked up on coke. He's weighed like 300 to 400 pounds. You know what I mean? At one point in time.
Yeah.
All this shit, and he came back, and he dominated. Let's not kid ourselves. He dominated whoever he fought.
Right.
Dylan White was who? Dylan White was a contender. It wasn't like Dylan White wasn't a mandatory. Forget about Wilder. He was a mandatory in. He was a top dog in I think two world championship organizations. I forget the WBC and something else. I think Povetkin was the other one.
Okay, let me ask you this, Gypsy. Do you think that fucking Fury is on decline? Gypsy, let me ask you this. Do you think Fury is on decline or no?
Yeah.
I think there is a level of decline. But what we saw in that Francis Ngannou fight wasn't a real fight. I think there is a level of decline.
What was it then? What was it?
It was a carrying, bro. It was carrying. It was staged. 10-round fight, bro. It was a 10 rounds.
Tell me what that was.
No, look,
He ducked Usyk for that fight. He cherry picked this fight. And I'll tell you why. There's thousands of other people he could have fought that are legitimate boxers. Is Francis Ngannou a legitimate boxer? No, he's an MMA fighter.
Wilder, honestly, he
ducked an MMA fighter. And you know what happened? He got knocked down by an MMA fighter in a boxing match.
We're gonna revisit that statement. We're gonna revisit that
now because you can't defend that. You can't defend that.
We're gonna revisit that statement when it's a rematch.
Mockery. That's what made it a mockery, and that's what gave Tyson a bad rep since because he ducked Usyk and then he performed.
Something, bro. Wait a minute before you finish talk. Tell me something. How many motherfuckers put a KO on Fury? Tell me how much money was on Fury to KO an MMA fighter?
That doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, I was voting for Fury to
bro.
KO. That doesn't tell me anything though. You know, I was.
You voted. You voted, but how many motherfuckers put money on that?
I voted because Francis Ngannou belongs nowhere in boxing.
You think boxing bookies are fucking stupid? You think they're dumb? How many people were on there, bro? Oh my god, bro! Just like Mayweather and Conor McGregor. The reason why Mayweather kind of he got out of that shit. He was able to do. He was able to knock him out.
Am I talking about Conor McGregor or?
No. Listen to me. You listen to me too. I'm talking about the bookies and why the shit happened the way it did. Why it was staged. Why he wasn't knocking out Francis. I'm explaining it to you.
So
why? Because he made Conor. Yeah, it was
fixed. You just admitted it was fixed. Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say this entire time.
No, hold up. Gypsy, you have to understand that. I'm glad you brought up fucking McGregor and fucking Floyd. Tyson Fury fucking adorizes fucking Floyd. Why? Because at the tail end of Floyd's career, what he did was, as you said, cherry pick. But cherry picking is what? Is decisive selection of your opponent. Why? Based upon your thought that opponent has certain weaknesses that have been exposed.
Yes.
That certain weaknesses have been exposed. So that's why Tyson Fury, I know you rocking with him, my guy. I know clearly because your thing has Gypsy, whatever thing on it. I clearly know that you're rocking with him, but you have to understand, Tyson Fury, he selects upon the basis of knowing that there's some weaknesses exposed about that opponent. Because Usyk has not really shown, other than a huge size differential between Tyson Fury and Usyk, that's why he was completely tentative for the past while until now. The Saudis, Turkey, Al Sheikh, whatnot, have poured in millions and millions to fucking, satisfy his fucking hunger. Do you understand?
Okay, brother, I got you, bro. I got you. I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say the money is what's getting Fury in with Usyk. Well, let me tell you, when was the last time we had Undisputed? 24 years ago, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm not giving Tyson the fucking glory to say, yeah, it's all you, bro. I'm not saying giving Tyson that, thank you, Tyson Fury, for accepting this. Nah, bro, it's his fucking job, man, to get in there.
Oh, no, of course.
He should have done this fucking 3 years ago, bro.
But
I agree, man.
One point
I agree
would
with
just
that
like
shit.
to bring up is that the fact that after the Chisora fight, right, he said he was going to retire, right? So
he did that. You know why he did that?
He wanted $500 million.
Because people already. Bro, people were already thinking that he's gonna beat Usyk. He wants to make this fight. He wants people like you to believe that Usyk has a chance of beating him, and then where that can cause a lot of pay-per-view buys, which makes it goes 50-50, because before that Ngannou fight, I'm gonna tell you something. Majority of people had Fury winning that shit.
Dude,
now things have changed. What? I'm talking about general. I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm talking about general, because that's what they're looking at. Now, how is it? Now a lot of people are saying 70%, or I don't know, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, are saying that Usyk is going to take it. Now this is a seller. This is a seller.
Okay, so let me ask you.
We're not talking about
what you're saying is
what he's shown, what he's not shown. What Usyk showed you greatness. He got hit, even though he got hit on the belt, and that's illegal. That was dude. It's still a fucking shot to the body, not on the nuts. It was not a nut shot.
What you're painting to me.
You just fucking ducked the entire thing. What are you talking about?
Look at Beterbiev. Look at Beterbiev.
What are you talking about, huh? Because you just completely ignored everyone adding you for the last 2 hours. I've been here. I have been here.
Shut the fuck
I have
up,
been
you little
here,
faggot.
Olaf. Where the fuck have you been?
Pussy.
Where have you been?
What's going on here?
Where have you been? Where have you been? Where
Where's
were
your
you last
mom
night?
been?
Where are
Sitting on
you?
my dick.
Where were
Shut
you?
the fuck up.
Huh? Yeah, where were you?
Shut
No,
the
seriously,
fuck
where
up.
were you?
You're 14 years old. I'll smack the shit out of you, dude.
Yeah, bro. You guys gotta calm this down. Okay, one at a time.
Who? You? You think I'm gonna believe
I'm outta
anything that comes out of your mouth? You're the fucking last thing on my mind. Not even in my mind. You're a fucking just a breeze in the wind, dude. I don't give a fuck about
Let's
you.
time out. Let's time out.
Let's
Let's
get that fucking clear, dude.
Yo,
Let's get
Gypsy.
that completely
Gypsy.
fucking clear.
Yo, Gypsy, here it is. What you're trying to paint is you saying that fucking Tyson Fury kind of he went down with Ngannou.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you went down. He went down with Ngannou.
Don't
Was a
fucking-
planned thing. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. But in a sense, bro, it's not like Francis couldn't have dropped Fury. He could have. That guy's quick hooks. He could have done it. But I'm gonna tell you something. It ain't because. It's not like, as I said again, it's not like he couldn't have dropped him. And there was a flash knockdown. His legs were off balance. That's why he got dropped first and foremost. And that's a different story. Let's forget about that shit. It's not
what you're saying is
it's not like how Wilder dropped him. Wilder was power, straight up power. Wilder was just power that dropped him. You see him hitting in the head. You see that body ripple like all the way to his waist. That was that. But that was more of a. He got dropped because of his footing. But this, why he didn't finish him? Why? You want my opinion? I'm just telling you straight up. I'm not saying anything different. He didn't stop him like he would against, let's say, Wilder. Is because there's a shit ton of money. First of all, that what's his name?
He's building. He's building.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, he's building it. He got $100 million off of that bullshit Francis Ngannou fight, and he's gonna get another $100 million with Usyk fight. The guy had, dude. The guy. There's no reason. There's a reason why they call him gypsies. They know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah,
And his
giving
brother,
away too much credit.
he's playing a game, bro.
Way too
Yeah,
much
he is
credit.
playing a game. It's about the money, dude. It's about the money.
Because they fucking they pave you. They fucking tell you they'll pave your
That's
driveway
the
and
only
they
reason he's taking this fight.
spill a bucket of fucking black tie over it.
Yeah, bro. Like
No,
they're
don't get it
fucking
twisted.
geniuses.
This is all about the money for Fury. Like, this is all about the money.
Yeah, no, listen, and
that
you know
guy-
what? Everybody can have their opinion and shit, man. But you just can't like act like it's like for a fact. Like, nobody knows for a fact, but I can tell you certain things that definitely look factful. Was how fat Tyson Fury and out of shape he was, which tells me this. I think he just laid down on that fight. I think he didn't take it serious at all. I think that out of what human nature, you go by what you see, and every MMA guy against the boxer has been getting embarrassed, sparked out. Against YouTubers, they're getting sparked out. I don't think Fury took this dude serious. And one of the reasons he tried through the elbows, because I think he was sucking wind. He wanted to get the fuck out of there. And it was because of his actual, believe it or not, how good of a boxer he is. He was able to fucking go the distance by just using his jab and keeping him away, even though his legs must have felt like fucking like fucking boat anchors, because he just didn't take it serious. And if they fought again, and Fury had the same camp he had with
he stops them, bro.
I think he'd put it on him, or at least give him it'd be a pretty much one-sided boxing lesson.
Jimmy,
I don't think he took
he's
him
gonna
serious.
stop him.
Because but the reason why I don't think he did it on purpose, make that fight low that way, is because you saw what happened. You saw the response was massive. Like he stayed off social media for how long? He knew it was fast and it was vicious, and he did irreparable damage to his legacy with that, beyond a shadow of a doubt. He'll most likely be remembered as much for that as anything else he accomplishes in boxing, for that performance. That's how bad it was. Because you can't, no matter what, the optics of the optics. This guy never had a boxing match, even an amateur one. And you're touting yourself as someone who can beat Ali. And the dude put you
As
down.
I said again, Jimmy.
That's why you can say he didn't take it serious. But he wouldn't. Well, you are cutting you off.
I agree. Yeah, I'm saying sorry.
Talk for fucking 5 minutes, bro.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying this is. And my fucking theory doesn't do harm to so much to his personality or fucking or his reputation by saying he threw a fight and did all that shit on purpose. It's like. That's just beyond fucking scabby if he would have done that. I mean, just to carry that, why? It was a fight that he knew he could make a lot of money on, that he didn't have to, was very little risk for a very huge reward. And then even that felt the shit. Did you see the fucking pay-per-view numbers? They were horrific. They missed by like orders of magnitude of their prediction.
It was the guaranteed money. It was the guaranteed money that he was caring about. He didn't care about that pay-per-view numbers.
I don't even know did they ever announce what his guaranteed money was?
He said it once. He opened his mouth. I'm pretty sure it was not intentional.
It's what he paid
Usyk's
taxes
a fucking
on.
duck, Jimmy. He's one that ducked the fight last year in 2021.
Then break it down. Break down the contract. Then break it down.
He
ducked it
in December.
Tell me exactly what happened. If you know so much, tell me exactly what happened.
He was offered the fight on December 5th, 2022, and he turned it down. For a career high payday.
That's it.
By offering though, no, I mean,
tell us.
was it a contract offer? No, I'm just asking.
Come on, man.
What are you saying, Jimmy?
I know you know more than that.
I'm gonna call me a faggot.
No, I'm talking to Night Murph. He keeps interrupting you.
Oh, having a hard time hearing you guys. I just heard that. I'm like, wow, what the fuck? Am I being that bad of a jerk right now? No, but listen, my thing with Fury, though, man, he gets caught in so many lies. He does. He gets caught in a lot of lies. Yeah. Listen, he's entertaining as fuck. He just lies. He does. He is entertaining and shit. I think he's funny. He's got personality for days. It's the reason they made a fucking sitcom. And it was relatively popular, too, on Netflix. Or one of the sites, of his family and shit. Because
it was the number one show in the world on Netflix for like a month.
Listen, there's you can't deny this fucking dude doesn't have personality for days. I have an issue with the fact that you were a heavyweight champion of the world for 3 years.
Jimmy, I think
I'm sure there's something going on there, dude. The drugs, that tells you, especially cocaine. That almost guarantees it because bipolar is manic. You have highs and you have lows.
Jimmy, I can tell you right now
out of the lows.
that nobody would ever give a fuck about watching Usyk on Netflix. Like if they try to get Usyk his own television show,
they might in Russia and Ukraine.
Relevant?
But I'm just saying it's a different, completely different culture and shit. No, and by personality wise, yes, Tyson does have that. But my issue with him was his lack of defenses. Remember, he was the world champion for 2 years. I mean, like it was written out. Steve Kim wrote it out. The number of days and years and the number of
Jimmy, you forgot COVID-19.
It was 2. He had 2 in all those fucking years, man. That's crazy. One was with an MMA guy.
You forgot COVID-19.
There was no title defense. It affected the whole sport. People were fighting in empty arenas. That's remember Crawford and fucking.
It prevented that fight from with Wilder, the third one that he was obliged to do, to happen quicker than it should have. Than it did.
That third fight was. Listen, I'll tell you right now, my opinion. If you look at the judge who passed that, or gave Wilder's team a win there. Listen, Bob Arum had money on it that he wasn't going to get that fight because he invested into the fucking Joshua. They had posters made. They sunk all kinds of money into that unification. They thought they were fighting Joshua. And because that's how much law and precedent, there was no reason he should have had to fight that third fight. If you look at the letter of the law, he had X amount of days to reply, and he didn't get it within. They gave him an extension, and Wilder missed it again. So by the letter of the law, he shouldn't have been able to get that third fight. I personally think it was Fury's mouth. Remember the Jewish shit he said in England? I don't know if you guys remember that back in 2015. He was prodding on ground over there in England. Like they were roasting him in the papers.
Because he was calling out the Jews and the homosexuals.
But my point being, I think in the Jewish judge is also an activist on the board of the Jewish Anti-Defamation League of America or some shit. Come on.
Anyway, you know what happened?
Jimmy, real quick, millions. Yeah. I'll be back in like 45 minutes, and if this little faggot here wants to debate me, I'll debate him.
Shut the fuck up! I was gonna debate you hours ago. Where were you hours ago then?
Bitch, I got a fucking life. I can't stop at the drop of a dime to debate you, dude.
I told you when I was gonna be free. Where the fuck were you? I told you yesterday. Where the fuck were you? I told you today. Where the fuck were you? Blah 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, you fucking pussy. You ducked me. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace, you fucking pussy. You're a disgrace.
You're an anime watching fucking
fucking disgrace.
You are. You're a fucking femboy.
You're a disgrace to the United States. You are a disgrace. You're a horrible person, and you're a horrible.
All right, guys.
Ain't nothing. Get underneath my skin. I can tell you that much.
Guys, hold on for a second.
That much. I can tell you that much. That all you do is a punk ass bitch online. Pussy.
Are you done?
Honestly, Jimmy, I don't really get a room, man. I love to hear him. Like, I'm just gonna sound like a retard, even like debating with somebody like this, man. He sounds like he's 14 years old. He's got no bass in his voice at all, man. Like he's a kid, bro. I'm not gonna debate this guy, honestly. I was really gonna debate him until I just heard him go off like that.
Okay, man. Then you be the big boy. Then no, then you be the big boy about that.
Get your fucking ass out of here, then.
What the fuck was that?
Bro, just leave, man. Let me. That will shut him up. But just leave, bro. Get out of here. At least do that.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on. I have no idea. I put the phone down for 5 minutes. What happened,
bro?
How did that escalate to that? Did that happen tonight? Start tonight, guy?
Yeah. The night shift dude, whatever his name is.
Would they leave?
I don't know. You guys definitely need to work it out in the room, man. You know.
Did you hear him just rage like that, bro? That was ridiculous.
Did he leave after? Did he hang up?
No, I'm right here.
Oh yeah, guys. No, listen, man.
He probably had an asthma attack, dude. He's probably
but listen. Let me tell you guys. Listen, hey, can I suggest something? First off, BDA is going to be upset because I even said it. I fucked up. YouTube channels with 500,000 subscribers have been yanked for dropping the F word. That sounds like rabbit. Yeah. So please, he's allowing us to use his platform right now. Do not use language that could jeopardize all his years of hard work. I'm just asking that. Please don't use that word. And let's not, I'm just saying, I understand, hey, getting heated, shit happens. At the end of the day, guys, this is fucking boxing. It don't affect shit. It don't affect what you want for money.
He sounds like a brat, bro.
It don't, man.
I mean,
let's get back to boxing, man. You guys, hey, all you guys want to be like boxing intellectuals. Let's keep it to the intellectual shit. All right.
I was about to say this is one of the best Fridays. Everybody's been wicked cool about not stepping over each other. Everybody's been doing their talking. No, it's.
I mean, I got trouble. Let me ask you boys this. Let me ask you boys this. Are you any of you guys interested in the Bivol fucking match tomorrow? What's up?
No, I'm not. I just want to see him stop.
Yeah, who cares about Bivol, bro?
Yeah,
but add to that, man. Then you can't just make a blanket statement. Come on, add to it. Give some explanation.
I'll be back in a half hour to debate this guy Nightmare if he wants to debate Jimmy.
You were supposed to
debate don't do that, bro.
You were supposed to debate hours ago, dude.
Look, you hear? He doesn't want to do it.
Yesterday.
Dude, I have to ask you guys, bro. I can't
shut up, guys. Where were you, man?
Shut up, guys.
Where were you?
No more guessing.
If you want to debate, I'll be back in 30 minutes to debate
Where were you? You forfeit.
Okay, I'll be back in 30 minutes to debate you.
That's just the way it goes, man. You're done.
He said, I just got a text. He said he's going to pull the stream. If you guys
you gotta stop, man. You guys gotta stop this, man. This is annoying. It's really annoying.
Keep it intellectual, man. You guys either that or exchange each other's addresses.
I'm not trying to step on people's shit. I'm just saying, I just was repeating what I got. So we gotta skip. But listen, let's get back to boxing. Have a good conversations. Bivol, my thing on this, I'm just being honest, and I'm a huge Bivol fan. He needs to stop. He needs to stop somebody for his own career, for his own people. You want to get that fight for Beterbiev more talked about? You got to get people talking about you. And the only way you're going to do that. Listen, I can tell you honestly, the person that put the poo-poo on that was Bob Arum. It was Bob Arum who kept poo-poo on that. No, listen, that's a fact, man. Like Steve Kim and Bob Arum.
Better be punk Bivol. That's a fact.
All right, okay, whatever. They can punk each other, whatever. I'm saying this. Steve Kim talks to Bob Arum on the regular. Like, they're good friends. They go out to fucking breakfast and dinner and shit all the time. My point being, he's straight. Listen, and he doesn't normally, but he won't pull punches. If he says something's Bob's fault, he'll write it, and he writes in his stories. And he said it for whatever reason. I think that was his word, terminology. Bob keeps throwing cold water on that fight, a fight that the fans want to see, and I think that's how he wrote it. It was Bob, whether it was because it was Saudi, but first he said Bivol didn't have any name recognition. And then I believe he even said he was boring when asked about it.
The money wasn't there, Jimmy.
Dude. So, like,
Jimmy,
we need to stop the cat for Bivol.
But guys,
the reason behind it. I'm going to listen. When Bob Arum's telling that to Steve, and it's being written, and nobody's coming out. It's like not like people aren't coming out. That's not true. That didn't happen. When nobody's pushing back against the people involved, like
no, but Jimmy,
come out and say that was
Jimmy, most likely it's the money, right? So Arum's not going. Arum's going to be tight. His ass is going to be tighter than a duck's butt, man, because he knows he can't fucking promote that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? He'll be like, who in the U.S. of fucking A wants to watch two dudes like mash it out? Even though
but that'd be a fight in Russia. Huge fight in Russia.
Both times the fight got declined because of money issues. Before Bivol fought Canelo and after he fought Canelo.
Yeah, because the money was always the issue. Now the money's there. They're gonna make the fight happen. Hopefully, and hopefully, Bivol doesn't duck, because I do see fear in that man's eyes. Bivol's scared of Beterbiev, bro. I don't care if it's 40 years old or 42-year-old Beterbiev.
So let's see this. The Saudis are putting the money together.
I don't give a fuck if it's Rolly Romano. You're not seeing fear in a boxer's eyes. Nobody's stepping in the ring is fear in any man.
I don't know.
You would be surprised.
face to face.
You'd be surprised. Jimmy, let me. Beterbiev is 40 years old. I'm not even making a prediction right now because I study the fucking tape on both of them right now, see how they're moving. But you got to understand, Bivol's lost 6 rounds as a professional. Not 6 fights. 6 rounds.
I know, yes.
Yeah, and his legacy is looking bad right now.
Yeah, right. That's irrelevant. Yeah, no, that's irrelevant. I'm talking.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's relevant.
What does that have to do with him fighting Beterbiev?
His legacy's looking bad right now because the number 1 and number 2 guys, they're not fighting, and the guy that's the biggest threat, he's 39 years old.
And the guy representing Bivol is a knucklehead. And I'll tell you another thing. I can't put a name to this, but I heard Bob doesn't like him. They have an issue. I guess this guy's a wicked dick. And I'll tell you right now, I think he's a dick on what he did. The biggest win of his career, beating Canelo. If you don't have a fight within 6 months from that, keeping the gravy train, your name going, of course. He sabotaged his own career. I'll be the first one to say that. Or his legacy, if not his fucking trajectory of his career. 100% agreed. I'll bash that fucking move 100 times. I'm just saying, his mind, Bivol is that confident in his abilities. He doesn't feel Beterbiev about getting knocked out. It's not that. He's not feeling anybody.
Jimmy, give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec, guys. You know why I say he has fear? Because it's not because of any other reason besides one thing: the power, and the Beterbiev also has actually 2 things. He has close enough boxing skills that matches up with Bivol. Even though he doesn't show it, he does have it. I've seen it. He does have that shit, and Bivol knows that.
Excellently trained. He's got great fundamentals, but he's glacially slow.
He chooses to be that, bro. Like,
oh, dude, you don't choose to be glacially slow your whole career.
No.
He's got like
walks on his opponents.
No, but he doesn't have fast legs. His speed has always been his. If there's a drawback,
when he wants to be, is bro, Jimmy. Trust me. When he wants to be, when he has a threat, a guy that can hit as hard and damage him.
Explain that to me. And I'm not being a jerk. Explain to me, like when you say something that a fighter has never done his whole career. Explain why he's holding that back. I just don't understand it.
Explain to me why someone who's 5'7.5" is your best win.
What?
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's talk about Canelo. I know what he meant. Yeah.
But why are you bringing up these things like you're saying them like you're hurting my feelings?
That's not me.
I want to see the fight. Bivol's side needs to stop stalling. Is all I'm saying.
I mean, they are stalling, bro.
I'm the first one to shit on how Bivol's handled his career. I'm just saying, with being honest, pragmatic. I don't give a fuck.
I am being honest.
No, and I'm saying just about all this shit. Like when it comes to these motherfuckers, I don't give a fuck about any of them. They fucking.
Jimmy, did you see how
something happened to them tomorrow? I wouldn't give a shit. I love the sport. And I'm saying, pragmatically speaking, about them fighting each other, not about all the nuances.
Forget about that. Forget about what he said. Forget about that 5'7" shit he said.
He doesn't have fast feet.
Jimmy, I got it. Forget about the 5'10" comment. That's not what we're trying to get at. I'm telling you, when he wants to, just look at the Joe Smith fight. Joe Smith, he was moving. But when he chooses, majority of the guys that he fought, he
met him in the middle of the ring, and he went punch for punch like an idiot. And he went. Joe Smith
didn't land his thing on him, though. Joe Smith didn't land his thing on him. He didn't land his shit on him.
No,
I know, but he's not. Smith is not he's not a school fighter, dude. He's just Joe Smith.
If we rewind, Smith was having success with the jab.
But if you go back and watch Super Show, you'll see Smith fought like a street fighter. The way he threw his punches, he threw them in a crab style, and you see Beterbiev, bang, bang, bang. Quickest fucking route is a straight line. He just fucking bang, 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 bang. And fucking had him on goofy fucking square feet. And I picked him to knock him out early. I think I picked Beterbiev to knock him out by the 6th round, which is early. I don't usually call him that early. But he did it even fucking faster. No, listen, Joe Smith's a tough dude. Great story. All the props to him. But
Jimmy, what are you doing a triangle theory? Yo, Jimmy, are you doing a triangle theory in the context of like what Bivol went against Joe Smith and then
Beterbiev? Listen, without a doubt, Beterbiev. Yes, if you wanted to say there's a common opponent. That's how Bivol. That's why I said going into this fight, he needs to stop this dude. These 12-round decisions, on top of the idiot fucking move of not fighting anybody after the Canelo win, is destroying him. It's not going to get people juiced up for his name. And listen, and what Bob means by that is Bob's like, dude, do something to get your name up there so we can bring more money for this promotion. And I also heard that dealing with Russians, if you're like top ranked, dealing with the Russians is brutal. Like if you want to have a fucking card over there, they're brutal to deal with. Like brutal.
Boys, I gotta head out. I wish I could stay. I gotta head out, bro.
I wish you could stay too, bro. Yeah, well,
Jimmy, I don't think Dimitri. Jimmy, Dimitri Bivol is not a fucking knockout artist. All right, we all know that. Come on, man.
No, but Jimmy's right though. He does have power when he sits on his punches.
All I can say before I leave is Beterbiev is gonna knock him off, and it's the issue is gonna be the left of Beterbiev, left hook, one of the best hooks, the left hooks that he has in boxing, one of the best, like probably top 4.
Before you go, my guy, before you go, so you're saying 2024. Before you go, my guy, you say 2024 Saudi Arabia, fucking Turkey Al Sheikh putting it up for Beterbiev Bivol undisputed.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
I'd love to see that because I'll tell you right now, pound for pound, I would say Beterbiev is him and Inoue, 2 opposite ends of the spectrum, but pound for pound, obviously, probably the two hottest punches in boxes.
March.
Everybody who even like people who've held pads for him, and he was down at the gym with Steve trains at. Guys down there held pads for him. They were like, "Dude, you need to like fucking wrap your hands to hold pads for this guy." They said his punches were just gorilla strength punches. So, of course, he absolutely has the power to fucking knock Bivol's head clean off his shoulders. Nobody's going to survive a barrage on the button from Beterbiev. I don't care who you are. If he gets you against the ropes, Jimmy,
Dimitri's not going to stand in front of. Dimitri's not going to stand in front of.
That's exactly. That would be his whole game. He'd have to do that for 12 rounds. That's the key. Right? The older he gets, the harder it's going to be.
Jimmy, he did the dance with Canelo. He showed his fucking in and out, like pause, like really fucking his efficiency, right? But the thing is how is he gonna stop from Beterbiev cutting the ring off? You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to be consistently moving.
Angle out to his fucking Beterbiev is an orthodox, so yeah, you'd have to just keep angling out to his left.
Well,
which he naturally goes to, but he would have to do it at range and not get caught into a trap.
That's like, what I'm saying, man. So
read his rhythm. You have to read his rhythm, try to figure him out. You don't let him get into a rhythm. First off, I used the wrong terminology. If you allow Beterbiev to get into a rhythm, if he's in his rhythm and he's pushing the pace of the fight, you're going out. No questions asked. You're going to make him uncomfortable. By uncomfortable, not letting him get his feet set. Stick and before he even gets a chance to set his feet because his power is driven from his feet up. He just does it right and he throws it hard, but he has to have his feet right for that. So you cannot allow him to set up, and that's a hard ask for someone to do that for 12 rounds.
No, his ring generalship is gonna have to be on the next level, man. For against Beterbiev, there's no fucking way.
I've been calling for that fight for 5 years, bro. For 5 years, I've been like, what the fuck, man? That's the fight. Steve Kim, same thing. That's the fight in light heavyweight.
Yeah, but
Jimmy, footwork against the fucking monstrous power of Beterbiev. And they're both fundamentally sound.
All the boys here know, man, money talks, bullshit walks. If both parties weren't getting paid, because his fucking handler that you're saying is like doing Bivol's handler was on the Boxing Voice. He was on there, and they're talking about this shit. And he said like clearly both parties were not getting the money they wanted. You know what I'm saying? They were just like, so now that the Saudis are fucking, they're anteing up for all the fucking fights that we want to see. Yep. So hopefully, yeah, man. Hopefully 2024 is going to be as explosive as it was. And I got to, before the year chimes out, I got to hand it to this year, man. This year's been a pretty banger of a year for boxing, man.
Maybe 39 though.
Yeah, exactly. That's he's fighting against Father Time too. That's always sucks. But in the same token, I want to say the same reason that people use, like you see the idiots on Twitter and shit who talk about that loss for Canelo as a stain on his fucking legacy. When I look at it, the complete opposite. I look at it, that motherfucker went up and fought Bivol. Everybody knows he's got the best spacing with his legs. Like, that was all wrong for Canelo. For the fact that the kid started at 140, who's fucking barely 5'8", and went up and fought fucking Bivol and gave him a fight. And Bivol, like he said, he couldn't lift his hands above his head for a fucking week. That's how fucking sore his arms were. That's how hard Canelo punches. So I look at that as like fucking, that was a dare to be great moment and somebody tried. You see the difference? Someone going up in a weight class they had no business in, but actually fucking trying, even calling him into the ropes. Come on, here I am, step in. The little guy saying, come on, step in. When do you see that? Listen, it's all good for me with Canelo. I picked him to lose that fight going in just for the size and style, but I said from the get-go, I'm shocked. I'm just like, wow, that's fucking, and he gave him a fight. He gave him a fucking fight. Absolutely no doubt about it. So it's the more to his Canelo's greatness, then I look at that fight as as some kind of bad thing by all senses of word.
Yo, getting back to Bivol, do you think Mirage's fucking boyfriend, David Benavidez, is gonna dance with fucking Bivol? There ain't no fucking way, right?
He has a style advantage, but I don't think he's gonna operate high enough at that style for the advantage to be a problem.
Agreed, 100% agreed.
Yeah, I don't even think Benavidez has the balls to fucking do the dance with fucking Bivol, man. No.
Well, he doesn't have the balls to fight Beterbiev. He was actually ranked at 175. Remember when he missed weight?
Oh, true that. Yeah, true that.
There was a picture of him. It's just been circulated. I saw recently of him fighting Andrade, right? You got Andrade's kind of against the ropes, and it's the perfect angle, the size disparity on that night. How much he inflated overnight. How much fucking he rehydrated. That dude was like a cruiserweight in there. He had to be in his mid fucking 90s, like 193 probably.
Yeah.
He's huge. He's fucking huge.
At least.
You know what I mean? So
beats Bivol, bruh.
And I just like
who said that?
My thing is this: I think
Morrell beats Canelo and Benavidez, bro.
I don't think he beats Benavidez.
I think Benavidez has got the balls to fight anybody. I think he doesn't sweat anybody. The kid's a true fighter.
He doesn't want to give him the fight.
He doesn't want to. Listen, he's not going to do anything to jeopardize that Canelo matchup. I'm just saying, I don't think he's going to be matched against anybody. Also, did you guys hear? I'll throw this out there because I don't know if you guys heard about it or not yet. Oh, you guys going to have a fucking laugh at this one. The name being floated around for, who's the kid at welterweight signed with Showtime? What's his name? The kid everybody wants. What's his name to fight now? A kid from Philadelphia having a brain fart.
Boots.
Thank you, brother. Boots.
Oh, Jerron.
Boots. They're talking about Jerron Boots Ennis. Now he's world champion too, mind you. So he's got the IBF belt. He's the world champion, welterweight world champion. They're saying the name being floated around, Robert Guerrero. That's the name being floated around. And if what's his name tweets it out, it's got fucking juice. Because I heard it from somebody different, and then hours later, Rick Glacier tweeted it out. So clearly, it's being said at levels at somewhere that it has beef. So can you imagine how much of a fucking how that would be? Just like really? So clearly, things aren't going to change. They might be changing the fucking wood. The stickers on the window from Showtime PBC to Prime Video PBC. It's just still going to be the Protected Boxing Coalition. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And also, too, Davis, that kid who just won the other night, Saturday night, who stopped Chris Colbert. That's the name.
Venezuela.
Yep. That's the name it's either that or Cruz again. It's going to be one of those two. Either way, that pay-per-view don't sell. Because Davis.
For Tank?
Yep, for Tank. That's the name being thrown out there.
That's fucking bullshit. Nobody want to watch that shit.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I don't have confidence in that in Tank even taking that, man, because He saw that fucking punch that he lied on fucking Colbert. No, man, Tank's kind of like Tyson Fury. He wants an assured thing. He wants a guarantee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, listen, I agree. He wants everything as much as he can on his side, but unfortunately, that kid Venezuela, like, didn't he get starched before too? Didn't someone knock?
Yeah,
that
here he
kid out? I can't
lost. He lost against the guy.
Yeah, he got a robbery against Colbert, the first one. That's why they ran it back. But he got
Didn't he
knocked
lose
out
against the
by
guy
somebody.
that lost against Shakur, the Dominican dude? Didn't he lose against him?
Yes, and I believe he got knocked out by him too.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he got knocked the fuck out. He got
So
to
listen,
get back on this one, but
yeah, he got to get back on this one, but he got knocked on the other one. So, and hey, tough little kid comes forwards, willing to give it up. But what's going to happen? You're going to see a very similar thing to Romero. He's going to catch him. He's going to catch him coming in, and Tank's got that kind of power, and it's just going to fucking clean his clock. But he'll just wait. He'll throw his typical 20 punches around, keep pawing, keeping his paw out. I mean, he stiff arms guys too. He can do pretty much, the ref lets him do what he wants in there too. But yeah, he'll do that until he finally catches the kid jumping in. Because Tank does have quick feet. Not nowhere near as it used to be, but he'll dot to the side, throw an uppercut, and he'll clean his clock. And he'll be all over his boys. Will be saying how he's the most avoided fighter in the face of boxing, which just never ceases to amaze me. The level of fucking, you'd have a fucking IQ of a sea cucumber to think that dude's the face of boxing. But it's just crazy, man. We've been waiting. So that's why I given up on that kid. Like I said, he competes on the peripheral of the sport. He's not even a member. How do you count him as a fucking member of boxing? He doesn't even fight anybody. It's become a joke.
He's following. No, he ended up being a bunkmate at Floyd when Floyd fucking found him, and he said Floyd kind of showed him because I'm in it for the money and money alone, and that's it. That's what's selling Gervonta's thought process. He don't want legacy. He just wants as much money as he can get. He can go to jail and have as much money as he wants, and he'll be happy. That's it. You don't care about.
Like, if he was smart though, what creates money? Legacy and money almost goes hand in hand. You chase the legacy fights, that's when the big purses come.
Agreed, Jimmy. But for him, I think the risk. The risk factor.
I can tell you his guaranteed pay. So remember now he doesn't get paid on the back end money. They talk about the back. He gets guaranteed X amount of dollars, and then a percentage of the pay per view. The pay per view has to sell 500,000. That's like the industry standard. A fighter doesn't get nothing on the back end until it sells 500K, unless he has some kind of written into his contract he gets a certain slice. But nobody would do that because they're trying to recoup their money. So, because remember, 40% goes to the fucking Showtime right off the rip. So, he got 1.5 million. First for Santa Cruz, he got his first pay-per-view was guaranteed $1 million. Then it was 1.5, 2, and then 5 million guaranteed against Garcia. But that one, he got back end money. How much? I don't know. But if you do the math, in his guaranteed purses, he's made $11.5 million. That's what he's made in his guaranteed purses. And that's why, what's that?
Let's be real. Do you really think he's gonna get all of that back end money?
I'm sorry, what's that, brother? No, on the back end money would have been the Garcia fight. That's the only one that he would have made any back end money. So yeah, all
he's
that.
Not getting all of it.
Of course, no. Well, no. And the thing is, they're saying because I see his fans say he's worth $100 million, and I'm like, how do you figure? He's made $11.5 million. Yeah, dude, he's worth $100 million because that was in a Boxing 24 article. That they figured out he's worth about $100 million. His fans, pretty much regularly, the same ones who say he's the first of boxing.
Yeah, no, don't listen to that shit.
No, I know it's absolutely insane.
No, they're probably right. 100 mil bots, Thailand, dollars, because.
Right.
Exactly right.
The other thing about Tank is that guy needs to make more money though with all these fucking lawsuits and shit and all the trouble he's getting into. That girl that he beat up, she rescinded and took her fucking statement back and dropped the charges. Like, if we're blind to the fact that he fucking hit her and that was domestic abuse, he probably paid that bitch off too. The fuck?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
And do you think his woman? I don't give a fuck how crazy a bitch is. Right? How insane she is. No mother is going to take their own feces and stick it in their child's toothbrush. It's just not going to happen.
No.
It's just not going to happen. He did that. He fucking stuck his shit in his child's toothbrush, wrote some thing on the mirror. Oh, look what she did. It was so, I'm like, wow, dude, really? First off, the fact that this is the mother of your child, whatever, the one you sleep at night, you're putting that shit on social media? Like, that's your life? Imagine how chaotic your life are. You're posting that shit, pictures of fucking feces on your mirror. Like, the fuck, dude?
Okay, let's step away from, like, shit, baby shit. Any boys hear about, is Bill Haney, like, saying any more shit about Subriel? What's going on, man?
No, he got caught in that big lie, and then he tried to start another one with the $20 million offer to Tank when he got on the phone. There was a big offer to Tank, which he did turn down. I guess Hearns confirmed that it would have been more money than he's ever made. And he turned it straight down. Yeah, he's not taking that fucking fight. But Bill going on saying, $20 million. How do you turn down $20 million guaranteed? Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Nobody's guaranteeing him $20 million. If he was fighting Jesus Christ himself, they wouldn't guarantee him $20 million. Fuck out of here.
Hey, Jimmy, that's the new way that these guys are doing things. Like, it drives me crazy, but unfortunately, I don't think it's ever going to stop. Remember that they had that big lie about Lomachenko, how he ducked him, and then it's like, it's kind of like in politics, you know, and you know, I'm not saying I'm for or against, but you know, when like somebody like Trump keeps saying something and keeps repeating it, eventually the people will repeat it. So that's what happens with his fan base. So like he puts all these fake narratives, and they're all just trying to grab hype from each other and move traffic. But it's just that's all they're doing, because the dummies are going to believe it, just like the dummies who believe that Lomachenko ducked him.
But none of you guys have any confidence as much as I do that ever fucking Devin Haney's gonna step in the ring with Subriel Matias.
I don't think he would.
Exactly.
And listen, and that's my point. I was going to add to what my guy just said there. Not only is it serves two purposes. These bullshit fucking offers, right? When there was that thing, remember when he said he offered Shakur, and again, I'm not a Shakur fan for a number of reasons, putting his hands on women in public, the low blows, the fucking, right? But it is what this is. He was still represented by Bob. They both were at the time. And when Haney said, I'm going to give you a quarter of a fucking, which is $7 million guaranteed. So that means a quarter of the money being put up is, so think about this. You guys seen Devin Haney fight. He ain't going to fucking, he's not the most exciting guy. Shakur, my God, he'd make fucking blow the dead alive. So who the motherfucking God's green earth is going to fucking guarantee those two knuckleheads $32 million anything to fight? So that was an obvious lie, and the reason why they did it is because they didn't want to fight Shakur. And what you do is you manufacture a lie, and in the fact, like, you do that once and forget it. As far as I'm concerned, I can't trust anything coming out of your mouth. He pushed and promulgated that fucking lie, and it ran through LDBC land how he ducked Haney. Lomachenko ducked Haney on after he became champion, and like Bucho, and we have a whole timetable video shown with all the receipts, that the physical impossibility for that fight to even be discussed. Never mind the fact 6 months early it was still being discussed as a fucking, a contender. It's just so, it was laughable. Everybody in boxing was talking about Lomachenko Tio, and that's the fucking fight that Bob was trying to make, and Loma signed that 4 months after he won the belt. But anyways, so he not only does he that, so then so that was a lie, and by doing that, and all of a sudden you get Shakur's on the defense. You're like, wait a minute, we didn't get a contract. Bob Arum even went public and said there was no contract. That was fucking made up. If there's no money, where's that coming from? So anyways, but that got Shakur on the defensive. Then what does he do? He lies and says he sent a contract to Matisse, right? And he used some other fighters' representative's name, and he was all, yep, I talked to so-and-so, and so when they cleared him, like, so you talked to him? Yep, I talked to him. Oh, so you sent him absolutely. Dude, he doesn't even work with us. He doesn't represent us. Our fucking team is so-and-so and so. What are you talking about? Caught in another lie. Because the reason why he did that, because they had no intentions of fighting him. So to cut it off with the past, get control of the narrative, right? And someone who's done time in prison, he knows about that, man. You got the cell block talking a lie, they're not going to believe the truth. And it's the same mentality. He fucking jumped out with, we offered fucking Matisse money. His people turned it down. So also Matisse goes on public, on Twitter or whatever, and says, no, he never offered me. People may, oh, bullshit. So he knows that. So this is the lie there. And then he started with that $20 million thing to Tank to get everybody's attention off the fact that he just got caught in that lie with Matisse. Dude, he's a fucking weaselly motherfucker. I don't like the way he moves.
I come to the conclusion that Bill, what he's trying to do is he's trying to build a fan base for his son. Because he realized after the Loma fight, because people were booing the fuck out of him and after that fight. And he's saying, oh, my son doesn't really have a fan base. So I think he's trying to propagate through, as you're saying, these kind of like hearsay fucking factoid, whatever, non-factoid fucking stories to build a slight fan base for his son. Because now, okay, he has momentum now after the Regis fucking win. Yes. So he has to build on that. I'm not saying say bullshit all the time, but I guess kind of maybe it does because people are fucking stupid, right? So is that building him a fan base? That's my question. Is it really building him a fan base? Or
no, they're just trying to turn heel. They're just trying to turn heel.
Fight Thurman. Yeah, they want to fight Thurman next. Either Thurman or Mario Barrios. Those are the two names being thrown out. So imagine that. So look who he's choosing instead of fucking... And there's Matisse at 135. I'll fight your ass. He don't want no part of that dude. That fucking kid cracks. That motherfucker killed a dude 5 fights ago.
Yeah, he's a body.
Barrios is in a
body on his record.
Barrios is in a predicament too. I mean, probably in a good way because now he has options. Either they're going to feed him to Boots, or Devin's going to try to make a run at him because right now he's probably the lowest hanging fruit as far as title holders. So that's a belt. They're gonna try to grab it, but I think maybe Boots is to be the one that gets him next. So that's just my thing, man. It's such a mess, man. All these guys, the American fighters, man. These young Americans, man. They all drive me up the wall, man. Fucking Tio. Ryan, Tank, Shakur, they're all a bunch of divas, man.
Well, the management supposedly sent an offer. I don't know if the Twitter picture was real, but Matisse' team turned it down because Matisse had a hand injury.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, man? I don't think these negotiations are going to be open to public like that. Anytime they start posting stuff on social media about negotiations, I take it with a grain of salt. Whenever they go silent, that's when you know shit's happening.
It was on Matisse's side.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Because, we got the whole other side of the street, and who knows what's going to happen with the Prime and Amazon. So PBC's still shuffling their deck, so I don't know, man. I think Devin Haney it's a good win what he got, and what it was smart matchmaking. I think it's a little bit of a mirage because as we saw in the Lomachenko fight, nobody thought he won. He lost that fight. He got a gift. But the next fight, of course they picked. Huh?
Who, Teal? You thought Loma beat Teal?
No. I'm talking about Loma beat Devin. I'm talking about Loma beat Devin. But then, but in hindsight, look at how horrible Regis looked in his last fight. So, of course, they picked him. So, man, we really don't know, man. Of course, he looked good, but, I mean, Regis looked terrible. I mean, it's all about timing, man. It's really hard to gauge where he's at because it was Regis, and Regis was on the slide as we saw the fight before.
Oh, 1,000%. And I think that's why the choice was made directly, saying, okay, yeah, guaranteed. We can. This is our way to kind of put a stamp on Devin's kind of his heart as a fighter. I'm moving up to 140. Immediately, I'm going to go after a belt. But it's kind of like Regis was shit. He was looking like crap before. So yeah, man, why not?
Yeah, and that's all it is about timing. I mean, Canelo does it. Floyd did it. I mean, it's all about timing your opponents. When do you get them? What weight you get them? What age you get them? It's all about timing, man.
I just went to my Twitter feed. This is unbelievable. This is the type of shit why I can't stand fucking Twitter. It's such a toxic, for boxing and shit. But so I retweeted a tweet. And so what happens if you retweet a tweet? I don't know if any of you guys are on Twitter. Whoever writes something in on that tweet who follows you, right, it'll show up in your timeline. So basically some jackass tweeted that Lomachenko's the most overrated fighter in history, right? And this is the response. This is a Tank fan. I mean, just is insane. Listen to Rob wasn't the only one. Pretty much all white people. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Here we go. It was the first one was, I don't blame Loma. He wasn't aware the way white America is pushing him in engineering his career. Europeans aren't aware of white America's resentment towards black American athletes, especially boxers. They all say boxing is dead in America. And then they wrote, Bob wasn't the one, though. Pretty much all white people are going with it. They were trying to hurry up and make him undisputed, basically paint Jesus' face white. They wanted a great fighter so they could all say he was better than Pernell, Floyd, and Leonard. White people.
That's just crazy.
I used to none of that even makes sense. All I get out of that is fuck white people, white people.
Basically.
Pushed around boxing. You know what I mean? Using boxing as the platform.
Yeah, and those guys are the few, but it's crazy because on Twitter
they're the first ones that claim racism.
Yeah, they're the loudest.
Racism in boxing. Yeah. It's just insane.
But three out of my 4 girlfriends are white, so I do fuck white people. So it's all good.
But you know what I mean? It's like, it's just listen, it's just so fucking insane to look at the sport in that view. If my thing is this, what true white racist would even follow boxing, a sport where it wasn't for the Eastern Europeans and the Europeans, there'd be no white people pretty much in it. So even me growing up, all my favorite fighters were Mexican, Salvatore Sanchez. Like I used to walk around with a T-shirt of him when I was a little kid. He was like a god to me. Fucking Marvin Hagler. Like anybody but white. So it's just like I never even. It wasn't until Twitter came into this that I even looked at. It didn't matter to me, man. It just and it sucks because like you said, it's projection. That's all it is. Because if you read the things he's saying, Roma's the most overrated. He's got an engineered career. How is it engineered? Fastest fighter in history to fucking like Stephen Bregman Edwards, the trainer of J-Rock and a bunch of other guys, said it best in a tweet. He said, I hear the stupidest shit being said. He became a 3-division world champion faster than anyone in the history of the sport. He has fought 11 current or ex-world champions in his first 13 fights. Another first and never be to repeated in boxing. And you hear
even his last fight.
Insane.
Even his last fight, look how undersized he was. He beat Devin Haney.
Exactly. Haney, he had 36 hours to hydrate. So if the fact that he was 150 against Prograis, 158, that motherfucker was probably 160. And then Lomachenko was 143? It was nuts with those little T-Rex arms and he won that fight, no questions asked. And I would have said Haney won. I would say, Haney beat him because I don't give a fuck that much. I hate a robbery. It pisses me off. And then when I see a robbery of a guy who had 10 years, you had older than you, and what he had to do and how hard it was to be able to work his way inside, it's just nuts. It sickens me. And then to see that's the shit engineered. He's got 3 losses. That guy didn't say that, but that's the thing you hear all the time. It's just fucking nuts. But even it's good when
Jimmy, what's really disheartening about it, though, and what really drives me up the wall is that the fighters and guys like Bill Haney, they feed into that. And they know the narratives and they know what fuel they're flaming. And they buy into it. And it's like these guys are so sensitive. I remember when who was it? It was Shakur when after one of Bam's fights, he gave him props. All he did was give him props saying this southpaw has skills or whatever. And then they attacked him and they're like, oh, this guy, he's anti. Yeah, I'm like, what? I was like, you can't even give a Hispanic fighter that's the type of people that they're bowing down to. They don't want to get the heat from the LDBC for some reason. And that's why, I like guys who say, fuck, like Charlo, his name is in the mud right now, right? But he was always one of those guys that went against the grain. Like Mike Tyson doesn't play that shit. Like he goes against the grain. He goes against the code and talks shit about Floyd Mayweather. It's just
Mike Mike, listen, I just want to add that Mike was never that way. And they were trying to make him that way. When the Muslims had their hands on him, they were trying to make him against white America. And like he said, I saw him in the live stand. It's like it goes against every bit of my fiber because who saved me? It wasn't a black man. It wasn't a black family. It was a white family took me in. And for the first time in my life, gave kindness to me.
Yeah, and exactly.
You know
And
what I mean?
it was you could see Charlo cringe when he was on his show and he just kept pointing to the Benavidez in that interview. You could just see the cringe in Charlo in there. And that's what I like about guys like that. They don't care, man. And that's like when the interview when they said, "Hey Tyson, what do you think about Floyd saying he's better than Ali?" And it's like he's a scared little man. He can't even take his kids to school. He's hiding stuff from the people. He's scared.
Oh, yeah, motherfucker. He's the man of the people. The motherfucker, the way he said it with his voice, this is the man of the people. He has to have fucking bodyguards to take his kids to school.
Yeah, I mean that's why Tyson's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no, he's the balls.
But I don't know why some of these fighters and Bill Haney they fall into that stuff and they push those narratives, man. And it's and Leonard Edelby's like the cult leader, man. I mean, God, man, it drives me up the wall, man. That's why I try not to.
Oh, Leonard Edelby, oh my dude, you and I are on the same page. That motherfucker, dude. Clarissa Shields ran her mouth. She brought all this recent. Somebody sent me a bunch of tweets over the years of her. Some of the shit she said. She's a fucking abrasive, toxic, takes no accountability for any of the shit she does or says, and just relies, I'm the greatest of ever. All that. Anyway, she's gross, and fucking her personality is just bad. And what does Ellaby do? Tweets her. It's because they don't want to see a black woman succeed. Like, really, dude? And he got, to Twitter's credit and to credit to a lot of black people, man. I always I gave a like on every one of their tweets because they were like, man, that's bullshit. Fuck you bringing race into this, bro.
Jimmy, it's because Leonard Edelby, he was been like slicking up oil on up and down Floyd's chest for so long. He realized that you can't do that because Floyd ain't fighting no more. That Clarissa, she's shaped like a boy. So that's the closest thing that he has to getting his rocks off. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he tweeting her. You know what I mean?
I mean, and it's happening. It's happening to this day, man. I remember the Charlo thing that's been viral the last couple of days. Lou DiBella, he chimed in on it, and then they started attacking him because he said how it was wrong of him, and they pulled the race card on him. I'm like, come on, man, this guy, like all his fighters are black. How you gonna pull that on? It's insane, bro.
They attacked Lou Bella for speaking out against Charlo beating his woman, punching her in the face, bragging about
exactly. It's the O.J. Simpson effect, where no, he's innocent. You know what I mean? And we know why they say that. It's crazy, man, and it sucks that the big heads and even the Steven Espinosa, the weasel, the cuck dude himself, he fell right into that, man, and it's just. I don't know, man. I just hope they can move on. And I hate what they did to Bob's name. Like, Bob's like a Jewish weed smoking hippie, man. They try to paint him as a racist. It's crazy.
Yeah, that lawsuit by Crawford, that got dropped. He never pushed that thing forward.
Yo, so what the fuck is Steven Espinosa like? He's done. That's it. He came over.
Yep.
I mean,
he's an Ivy League graduate. He'll land on his feet, but I just hope he doesn't land in boxing. That's my only thing. I hope he just ends up in golf or something.
Yeah, but where is he gonna go for boxing? Like his avenues is shut. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I mean, Heyman does like his loyalists. Like Heyman does. If you're loyal to Heyman, and you saw the handful of people that he did take care of really well. With even we saw with the fight card with Berto and Guerrero, you know what I mean? He takes care of the select few that are super loyal to him. The other 230 fighters, they just fell off the wayside.
Yeah, well, he forgot where his alliances were supposed to be. They were supposed to be the Showtime, his employer, not fucking the PBC. And he kept allowing fucking Heyman to put any crap fight on there. And he didn't put his foot down, and he lost his shit. He was the president of Showtime Sports, so he was in charge of NFL, their longest running NFL show on cable history. There, he was in charge of that. They gave him he was in charge of all the sports, and now they don't even know what he's going to be going forward. He's already lost all his power.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it is Steven Espinosa, he was the backup plan. He wasn't even plan A. You know, if you have a couple of chicks lined up for the weekend, you're like, oh man, I like this girl better. So, I'm gonna see what's up with her, but I'm gonna keep this other one like, hey, we might hang out. That was Steven Espinosa, if you think about it, because when they got that hedge fund money, they tried to do the things with Fox and SC, all those other channels, and then they pulled everything off of Showtime. and then Showtime was getting scrapped for a while they were on all those regular channels. But then once all that dried up, they come back and there he is, like with open arms. Oh, hey guys, I missed you guys. It's crazy.
Yep, no, exactly. That was such a joke. And yeah, so I don't know what he's going to do going forward, but it ain't going to have anything to do with boxing. I guarantee you that. Guaranteed. He's out of the game. He'll tweet about it, but because I guess I don't even know who the fuck that what's his name signed with now, Ennis, because he was signed to Showtime. But
I saw pictures of him. He posted some pictures of himself sparring. Man, this kid looks heavy. He looks big. I mean, not heavy out of shape. He's just thick, And then when he was on the Mario Lopez and Steve Kim show, he even admitted, he's like, man, I get up there. He didn't give him a number, but he's like, when between fights, I get really up there. But he's like, I'm able to squeeze down. And even they asked him about it. They kind of pressed him like, hey, you're young, but as you get older, that's going to get tougher. So how long can you do it? And it's just sad what's happening to him, man. So I know Eddie reached out to him. Eddie was in his inbox. So I don't know why he doesn't take the bait on that one.
Yo, boys, what's the compass for Jesse Bam Rodriguez? What's the compass showing for him now, man?
Man, he's the goods, man. He's the goods. The only thing I know about him is, he's from my city. He's from down the street. I actually know his dad. Actually funny because I covered them when they were amateurs, when they were coming up, and they were just like little scrawny kids, But no, I don't know, man. I think the sky's the limit for him. I just hope they keep him busy. And that's the thing with him, because like I said before, he did get a little heavy between one fight before, and somebody did mention it to him.
Bro, man, I was worrying that he has that David Benavidez fat boy fucking gene, man. I was just like, how did Bam get like all chunky like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he looked chunky a little bit. He loves his wings. I know he loves his wings. His dad said his hot wings that are staying, but I think as long as he, I think he has a kid on the way now. So that was another thing that worried me, because I know a couple of girls from his gym, and they're like, man, this kid, when he was not a perv, but he was just like, he would crack jokes. He was like he had his hormones going. He was at that age, but so I was like, no, I'm kind of hope he settles down, because he's got all the talent in the world, man. I think he's grounded. His dad does a real good job at letting Robert Garcia do his thing, and when Robert Garcia's not there, he steps back in and kind of keeps them in line. So I'm excited about the kid, man. Eddie has something on his hands. He's one of those rare guys that transcends the small divisions, and like some of the guys in the past, like Carvajal, who could probably, I know in San Antonio he can now. I bet he'll fill up the AT&T Stadium now where the Spurs play.
Just the name alone, Bam Rodriguez. Could you come up with a better fucking name? Like, what a great name for a boxer.
Yeah, but Jimmy,
right?
you got the momentum. Jimmy, you got that momentum now, man. Because
oh yeah, listen, Bam, I've been hollering Bam for years, man.
Yo, but how many people were saying that was a 50-50 with fucking Sonny? You know what I'm saying? And he
a lot of people were. I was, to be honest with you, I was surprised how many fucking people were kind of like fucking on that train. Kind of like they were giving fucking Edwards all kinds. I didn't. I said I think I said I think it's gonna. I go to a full card, but I thought there was going to be times that it was going to look like he was going to get Edwards out of there. But by the end, his foundation and his fundamentals are going to shine through, and it worked out like that. He stopped him. I mean, he was stepping down even more on his punches. Like
Jimmy, was right here now if he wants to debate.
Fabulous boxer.
It was right for the odds to be that close, because Sonny, he had the movement, he had the speed, the elusiveness. Because the three things that worried me about Bam was he looked a little dried out before the weight. That's one thing.
Agreed.
The second thing was the broken jaw he's coming off of. I was like, man, I hope even his jaw looks a little different, looks a little bigger, And then the third thing was his last opponent was a mover, and he had trouble pinning him down, and he couldn't really get. And I think he was like over committing and following him around and not cutting off the ring and letting him out the back door like all night. So that's what worried me, because I'm like, Sonny has good footwork and he's fast, but I mean, this is, I mean, I guess the type of person he is or fighter he is he rises to the occasion. So they need to keep.
I was going to say, I think he's just human and young. I think he just didn't take that other kid serious. The kid, he was like a 15-1 underdog or something crazy, that last kid. And it's just hard to get up for somebody when somebody's saying, oh, this guy could beat you. It's a lot easier to get up. And then when you say the ignorant shit that dude said with his little fucking just trailer park trash beard. Looks like he was fucking. Oh my god, he looked like a fucking. I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie Burbs with Tom Cruise. I mean, a fuck comedy back in the day. It was a psycho family from like Scandinavia, whatever, living in they were killing people in the basement. But it was a comedy with Tom Hanks, and the son had this patched fur or a beard, like little spots everywhere. That's what it reminds me of. But no, he said some stupid ass shit about Bam.
Yeah, I mean, but he was a good villain. He was a good villain. I'll give him that.
Yeah, no, he was trying to sell that, Jimmy. Like he was trying to sell.
I know, but you could tell that was getting Bam pissed. It was like, Lord, okay. It's just like that. He's just the wrong type of dude, man. I don't know. Like, you don't want to get that kid. Give him any other reason to be more focused. I understand.
Look, you know what?
Shit,
in the lighter weight classes, we know it's the complete opposite of the heavyweight. In the context of saying, you know what, they rely on their speed, they rely on their feet. But the one thing that a lot of these guys don't have, which Inoue is showing he definitely has, is fucking power. And and that fucking
Well, the two things that
Bam has that power, right? So sorry guys, 1 second. Bam has that power. So I think Bam should have showed Sonny way earlier that look, I'm gonna decimate you with like body shots. He should have invested way more on body shots. I feel, but
he was definitely hurting the body because he kept pointing to his belt line. Like those things weren't fucking low. Maybe a couple might have been like borderline, but for the way he was reacting, it's because they were hurting him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That Sonny, he don't have no power. He don't have no power. So
Bam's face, dude. It looked like he just fucking went to a model shoot.
Yeah,
like, he had a mark on his face.
So the two things that I took away from that is that it's safe to say that Bam, he reminds me of Bud in a way where you can keep him in there with high level competition, fight after fight. Some guys you got to give him a couple gimmies here and there, but I don't want to see him drop down to his level of competition the way he did the fight before. And the second thing is he's also like Crawford, where he fights better angry. You know what I mean? So like he just put it on him. You know, I think it was He just wanted to punish him. You know.
What's the best thing? Or I think is just hilarious. If you look at that kid in his street clothes, right? You didn't know he was impressionable. You know how many dudes must look at him and think, "Oh, I'd smack that little dude around with his little glasses. He looks like a professor. You know what I mean? Like a preppy college kid. You know?" And it's like, yeah, dude, just piece your ass the fuck up. You know, and like, anyways, the same way, man. He posted a picture the other day. He was holding up like Gucci and all these bags on a shopping spree. It's almost effeminate. But it's a different culture over there.
He's a femboy.
Well, he wears that new hipster style. He has those big Spice Girl shoes. You know what I mean? And then he has the baggy pants. He's like a little hipster. That's what's funny about him. I like his character. He's not trying to be a gangster. He's not trying to be tough. He's just being himself. He's like a goofball.
Exactly.
You know, he was homeschooled, so he wasn't.
Boys,
you know, he's himself.
Yeah, boys, as long as Inoue keeps on fucking fighting the way he is, like mashing fucking competition up, he can walk in with a green purse that Gervonta Tank Davis gave to him. I will rock with him. I was like, as long as you knocking out,
dude,
as long as you knocking out your contemporaries, yo, man, my heart's, I'll rock with you. You know what I'm saying? But like, like Bam, he had that power, and I think Sonny, his only way of winning that shit was points. And nah, man, after he got cracked a couple of times, man, his face looked like not as bad as Spence, but his face was showing, man.
Well, the same motherfuckers who hate Lomachenko, of course, going to have an issue with Bam. So, of course, they're all on Twitter after the fight. Why doesn't he go up and fight fucking Inoue? That's only 7 pounds. It's like, dude, only 7 pounds when you barely weigh 120 pounds? Like, shut up. Like, why would you go up 2 weight classes to fight Inoue? That's stupid. But then you look at the source where it's coming from. It's just coming from people who want to see him lose.
Yeah,
Well,
it's those guys that are they're capping for Tank 2 thing. Oh yeah, Devin wants him to come up to full weight, and he's gonna blow up to 165 pounds, and that whole debate is just it's ongoing right now, and it's driving it's annoying to read.
I know, right? His fans want fucking Inoue to go up fucking. It's only 12 pounds, 122 to 135, but yet they don't want him. They don't want Davis to go from 135 to 140.
Yeah, and what I'm worried about is that we had a good year with. I mean, Showtime did put on a lot of fights, right? But what I'm worried about is they only did that because they knew the door was about to close. So they're like, we got to have something to show so we can sell ourselves to the next sucker. You know, so let's go ahead and like make these fights so we can have like a portfolio.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. All kidding aside, the people of Beancounters and Showtime and Paramount, they wouldn't have cared about the pay-per-view numbers. That wouldn't what they would have cared about was the fucking on cable ones, the shows that were just on cable. They look at it this way: we have 35 million subscribers. Of that, how many watch those fights? And he put on fights this year off pay-per-view that didn't even crack 200K at peak viewership. They were hitting around 118, dead last every Saturday night they were on in all the channels.
I mean,
that's what they look at.
I mean, UFC is a monster now, man, and that's who the casuals are all about. They gotta do. We gotta make all these fights because the UFC, they have a grip on the casual people. The people who don't really watch fight sports, all they talk about is UFC. So they got to do something.
Special announcement here, if people can hear me. Nightmurph and Olaf have been itching to go at it for a couple of days now, and they're both here now, and they're both requesting an impromptu kumite right on the spot, extemporaneous. So, Nightmurph and Olaf, we'll start off with Olaf. Olaf, what seems to be the issue here? Olaf, can you hear me?
No, this guy wants to debate me. That's all. He's been trying. He wanted to debate me months ago, and then kept ducking me until I brought it up the other day, and then. So I mean, here we are.
What's the issue? Break it down.
He's like pro Usyk, and then I like Fury. That's pretty much what it's about. He thinks Fury is. Go ahead.
Right. Well, I was going to say we can't have a debate where it's I like Fury and I like Josh. I mean, we need
He thinks that Usyk wasn't ducking the fight last year when there was evidence that he was, and Usyk himself admitted that he ducked it during the first press conference for their fight a few weeks ago.
All right. Let me ask Nightmurph. Nightmurph, is that the issue at hand?
Yes.
I can barely hear you, man. Could you?
Is this better?
Yeah. Is there a way you can boost your volume up?
Yeah.
And BDA, just so you know, you can look this up, right? Go on Google and look up the word Murph, MERF. Anybody who puts that in their screen name is a cat boy. Like that's something that cat boys put in their screen names. So
this shit reminds me of Judge Judy and BDA's the judge. You know, I'm trying to set y'all straight.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Nightmurph is fixing his audio because he sounded a little low.
Can you hear me now?
How am I sounding, fellas? How are the P's sounding? Are the plosives okay?
Yeah, you sound fine, but this guy, honestly,
you sound good.
Sounds like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
How about the siblings? How about the siblings?
Can you hear me now, Mr. BDA?
The siblings is okay?
Very
This is okay. Yeah, okay. I'm asking questions. People are laughing at me.
Yeah, this guy is a sissy, BDA.
Well, that's not the issue at hand. The issue is, did Usyk avoid Fury last year? Nightmare, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you a little better now. Okay, so we'll start out the kumite one-on-one corporate style, meaning you cannot interrupt, and let's keep the salty language to an appropriate minimum. All right?
Is this better or is this?
A little better. All right, let's start out with Olaf. Olaf, you state your case. You said Usyk was avoiding Tyson Fury. Break it down for us.
Yeah, last year after he fought Anthony Joshua, they offered that fight on December 5th that became the Derek Chisora fight. They offered it to both of them, AJ and Usyk. And Usyk said during the press conference a few weeks ago that they did offer it to him, and then in September he said that he would take the fight, and then he pulled out about 6 weeks before. So that's a duck. When Frank Warren asked Usyk during the press conference, he said, "Did we not offer you the fight last year?" Usyk and his manager said, "Yeah, you did." And they pulled out of it. That's what they said during the press conference. And the same thing with AJ. Everybody at the time, everybody was complaining about how, oh, it's too quick of a turnaround. But if AJ fights Wilder on March 9th, it's the same kind of turnaround. It's actually this is actually a quicker turnaround from December 23rd to March 9th than it would have been for Usyk, Joshua 2, and then to the December 5th date. So that's a dub.
Getting into the okay.
No, because this guy earlier in the server, he was also saying that AJ didn't duck last year, that same date. AJ and Usyk
said that, Olaf. I don't think I ever said that. I didn't.
All right, hold on. It'll be one at a time. So, Olaf, if you let us know when you're done, and then we'll let Nightmare reply.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, Nightmare, your turn.
Okay, so the contract I'm talking about is in 2022, last year, right? So the fight was supposed to be made for April 29th, right? The contract was added to both sides, right? So Fury wanted more money. He had a problem with it being a 50-50, right? Fury asked Usyk if a 70-30 is fine. Usyk said no, but he accepted the bluff anyway. So it was a 70-30, right? So then the contract is all finished, right? And then so there's a rematch clause on it. The rematch clause gets added, but that's until later. So since Usyk called Fury's bluff, right? Fury tried to add stipulations to the contract in favor of his side, so he would probably win the fight, right? So Usyk saw these stipulations, his manager saw the stipulations, and his promoter saw the stipulations. He pulled out because he thought he was being unjusted and being taken advantage of. So then he goes to fight Daniel Dubois, right? And so we know how that fight went down, the controversial low blow against Daniel Dubois, which was a low blow. Usyk had about 5 minutes to recover. The ref enforced those 5 minutes, even though Usyk, despite saying he wanted to fight sooner, right? So then he got up, knocked out Daniel Dubois. The rest is history. And so that's how the fight contract broke down.
All right, Olaf, you want to reply?
Yeah, he's talking about 2023. I mean, and here's the thing: like, what advantages was Tyson Fury trying to get against Usyk? Exactly.
I don't remember right.
I've never even heard anyone say that before until just now. And like I said in the server the other day, dude, 70-30 is completely reasonable for somebody like Usyk who doesn't draw anything at all.
But is it really though?
It is 100%, 100%. That is completely reasonable. And here's the thing: if you think Tyson Fury's ducking him, he didn't make any concessions at all for this fight against Usyk. Even Errol Spence, who was the A side against Crawford, made concessions to have that fight happen. He didn't make any concessions at all. Usyk got every single thing he wanted.
So
in this fight. So let me ask you this question.
So if it was such a big deal, right, and if Usyk got everything he wanted, why didn't Fury fight Usyk sooner?
They obviously had a plan to fight Ngannou before then, dude.
Yeah, but
it's pretty clear. They've been talking about that.
Hold up, that's what I'm saying. If Usyk is such an easy fight, why wouldn't Fury fight him earlier and get it over
why
with?
would he take however many millions of dollars he got to fight Francis Ngannou before he fought Usyk? He was already
that's the fight that people want to see. They didn't want to see.
He was already.
If we take a look at pay-per-view history, dude, the fight only did 56K. That's not bad. That is bad. That is a bad pay-per-view.
No, it's not. It makes complete sense. That makes complete sense from his point of view.
One at a time. Now you guys are starting to get.
Really, can you hear me? Clear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
you.
Clear? He's spreading false narratives. I don't know what is
hold on, Olaf. Butcher's talking. Hold on, Butcher, go ahead, man.
No, I'm just checking. Can you hear me? Because I bought some earphones. This is good. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I can hear you better than I ever have. Actually, you sound very loud.
So the other earphones I had were cheap as fuck or something. Anyways. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
All right. So Olaf, you go ahead, man.
No, I'm just saying. How is that a bad thing from Tyson Fury's perspective? If you're gonna fight Ngannou for tens of millions of dollars and then less than 4 months later fight Usyk, how is it a duck?
He fought Francis Ngannou instead of Usyk. That's
for tens of millions of dollars, and
yes,
then less.
Dude,
and then,
but dude,
less
listen
than
to
4
me.
months later, he's fighting This guy.
Olaf,
No,
you're
that's
not
not a
listening
duck,
to me,
dude.
dude.
It's not
You're
a duck,
listening.
bro.
It is.
I am listening.
It's a duck.
hold
So
on.
the challenge. So like what
Hold
I'm saying
on,
is
well, I gotta interject.
everybody's
Let
standards was
Nightmare,
holding Fury
let
to a high
Nightmare,
standard, right?
yeah, Nightmare.
Yeah.
You lay out your case why that it's a duck, and then we'll let Olaf reply why it's not a duck. But go ahead, Nightmare.
So, Why It's a Duck is the fight that everyone wanted to see. Everyone. It's been the fight that people have been clamoring to see since Usyk has been unified, right? Since he's got the belts from AJ, right? The only two people Fury has fought in 2023, right, is let me take is Derek Chisora and then Francis Ngannou, right? He could have fought Usyk sooner, right? Because Fury believes that he's an easy fight. Why didn't he fight him sooner? Because if he was such an easy fight, Fury wouldn't have a problem with Usyk. Instead, he chose to fight Francis Ngannou, a non-boxer and an MMA fighter, and a professional in a different sport. And in that fight, that is a very controversial fight because a lot of people thought Fury lost. He didn't look good. He didn't, and in my opinion, he didn't win that fight. He lost by a split decision, in my opinion, right?
What?
From the facts at the
How can you say split decision? Are you three different judges?
Hold on,
Do you have three different scorecards, bro?
Hold on, hey, Nightmare is still
lost
talking. You'll
in
get your
general,
chance.
okay? There you go. So before then, right, in that fight, Fury was knocked down, right? He didn't look great. And before you say, oh, it was an exhibition, it was for money purposes only. Yes, it was for money purposes only. But why would you duck an actual challenge? People are trying to see you fight. Like, so let's say, because people want to see Fury versus Usyk. That's the fight they want to see because it's two 50-50s. It's a 50-50 fight, right? Both are very skilled. Both are extremely skilled, right? And it's a fight people have been wanting to see because it's David versus Goliath, if you think about it. If you take a look at the Francis Ngannou fight, Fury got knocked down. He didn't look great, and he's been on the decline since. And if you take a look at Fury's resume, right, against the Otto Wallin fight, anybody can realize that fight should have been stopped because if you look at any other fight in history, the smallest amount of cuts have been stopped. Like, the fight has been stopped because of cuts, right? And they haven't even been that bad. That is not a goat. Okay, so 47 stitches. You tell me, does 47 stitches require the fight to be stopped? And
that only proves that.
And for the blood to be dripping down the face of Fury.
I have to interject because I want to get this done quickly. But now you guys talk about other fights. Like the argument was, and I think you made a Nightmare. If you think it's a dunk because he fought Ngannou instead of Usyk when he could have. Now, Olaf, it's your turn to reply to that.
If he would have waited like a year after the Francis Ngannou fight or longer, then you could probably argue that it was a duck. But it's less than 4 months after. It's 117 days from the time he fought Francis Ngannou until the time he fights Usyk. That's not a duck, dude. The Usyk fight was already agreed to by the time he fought Francis Ngannou. So I don't understand why you're saying that this is a fight he didn't want, or it doesn't make sense.
Because
one at a time.
Because historically.
Okay, and let me say something here. When you guys are done, please let us know. Just finish by saying that's my argument. That we will know. The other guy will know when you're done.
Okay. So, even if that fight was already planned, right? Fury's intention should have been to unify sooner, right? That because Fury said Usyk is an easy fight. Usyk said that he's an easy fight. Why didn't they fight sooner? Why didn't they unify sooner?
Because he got like $40 million.
Guys, you gotta wait for the other person to say I'm finished.
But you have to look at it.
He keeps rambling on though, bro.
I'm not rambling. I'm making my point.
I'll decide that. Go ahead, Nightmare.
So, if he was to fight Usyk, it should have already happened. The Francis Ngannou fight didn't make that much money, and if your concerns are money, Fury probably would have made more money with the Usyk fight. That's just a fact, right? Because look at the amount of pay-per-views Fury and Ngannou did. It did horrible numbers, right? It did horrible. Fury didn't look good. He didn't put on a good showcase.
Can I respond to this guy now?
I'm not finished. He didn't knock out Ngannou, and he looked horrible in that fight. In Usyk's fight, he looked good. He dominated that fight. He got hit with a low blow, and he went down, right? And he got up and continued and won the fight by knockout. So, if you can't say Fury...
Yo, can you put a time limit on this guy, man? hold on,
Olaf. Olaf, you're gonna get disqualified, man.
He's just rambling off every talking point that he's heard on Twitter, and then he just keeps going.
Okay, well, I mean, that's his. Then you get to shoot it down afterwards. But Nightmare, yeah. Let's try. Listen to everybody. To both guys. Try to be succinct. Try to be terse. Try to be concise.
Okay.
All right, please.
My concise argument is Fury ducked Usyk due to his another fight with Francis Ngannou that he cherry picked. If he didn't want to fight Usyk, he wouldn't have picked Ngannou. That is my argument.
Okay, Olaf, it's your time to reply.
Okay, bro, listen, but you're also, there's not $40 million or whatever it was that he made on the table for somebody like you. You're just a fan, bro. So you're not in that type of position where he's thinking about his financial future and what's good for him, dude. So taking the fight and getting tens of millions of dollars for that kind of fight and then turning around less than 4 months later and giving people the fight that they want to see is not a duck, dude. That's an extremely quick turnaround, especially today. So it doesn't. You have to wait less than 4 months to see the fight. Big deal, dude. Like what is the big deal? And also, it doesn't matter what kind of pay-per-view numbers that fight did against Ngannou, dude. That has no bearing. That has no bearing.
Why did he fight him?
Oh, wait, now he's interrupting me, dude.
Yeah, hold on, fellas. Hold on. Keep going, Olaf.
We already know these Saudi Arabians don't care what kind of money these fights generate, dude. It's literally just, these are all showcases to get their name out there for this fucking tourist thing that they're doing, bro. So, what you said about the kind of money the fight generated is completely irrelevant, dude. They don't care how much money this weekend makes. It's not about that at all.
So then, what is it about then, Olaf?
I just told you what it's about for them, dude. They're literally trying to get their fucking name out there for the Riyadh season thing.
But what is it for? What does it mean for a Fury?
Dude, he got paid $40 million.
Yeah, but dude, you do realize that collectively, even if he didn't take the Ngannou fight, he probably would have still had or more money in the bank. And if he did fight Usyk, he probably would have earned more money than the Ngannou fight. The Ngannou fight was a fight that didn't need to happen for Fury. And it was a 10 rounds. And
you just don't get it, bro. You don't get it.
I think I do. I think that Fury beat Usyk for Ngannou, and then Ngannou ended up winning.
I've already explained to you twice why it's not a duck, dude. 2 different times. If he would have waited 12 months to fight Ngannou, then or not to fucking Usyk, then you might be. And if you took a fight after Ngannou, that was Usyk, then if you fought someone else after Ngannou who wasn't Usyk, then you could say, yeah, it sounds like a duck. But he didn't do that at all. And dude, you're wasting your time, bro. Like this fight is going to be over in the first half of the fight. In the first 6 rounds, this fight will be over.
I mean, that's your opinion. Of course,
it's almost like empirically true, bro.
It's not a fact. Your opinion is a fact, right?
All right. Well, fellas, listen. I think you guys are going in circles now in regards to the duck thing. Let me get some other people here, and then I actually have to go. So it was a short kumite.
Well, who won this debate? BBA, what's your opinion?
Hold on. Hey, Olaf, let me finish, please. Olaf, let me finish, please. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna get to some people here so that they can chime in on what they thought about the both arguments, and then when I leave, you guys can keep going NHB style, no holds barred, like you were in the Discord earlier this week. But let me get to, I don't know if Rick Star or Southpaw Lefty, who's available here? Rick Star or Southpaw Lefty, who's still on the line? Rick Star or Southpaw, you guys there? No, okay. MKVI, are you there? MKVI.
Yes, hello.
Did you listen to the both arguments? And if so, who do you think made the most persuasive argument?
The problem I have with the money part is Tyson has said in the past that he's all about legacy, and he's made a lot of money from the Wilder fights. And so why is he suddenly so worried about making all this extra money from Ngannou?
Well, that's a question, but what I'm asking you is, who do you think made the more salient points within Olaf and Nightmare?
Honestly, I thought Nightmare did.
All right. Well, let's get Jimmy here. I was trying to keep Jimmy away from this because he's a regular panelist, and I know he's got thoughts on this as well. So I didn't really want to muddy the issues or muddy the waters. But we don't have Rick's or Southpaw available right now. So, Jimmy, who do you think made the most persuasive argument here? Or the more persuasive argument? I get Jimmy. I guess he's not there. Well, I'll give him 2 seconds because sometimes he thinks he's.
Can I ask you BDA?
We have a YouTube audience watching.
If you look in the comments, I mean, most people are saying that I won. They're saying that the less than 4 month turnaround just proves that it's not a duck. That's extremely quick. If you would have waited 12 months to fight him, or if you would have fought somebody after Ngannou, then you can say it's a duck. But that's not what happened.
8 count in the chat says Olaf won. I see Quentin says Olaf lost. We're going to have to do a poll here. But can I actually do a poll here? Hold on a second. Let's do a poll. I think I can do a poll. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, start a poll. Who won the Kumite? And I'm going to put Olaf first because he sounds whiter. And then Night Murph. All right. I've started the poll here. It should be activated. We'll give it about 2 minutes, all right, fellas? So in my time here is 6:47 Eastern time. At 6:49, I will be reading the results. Jimmy, are you there? Jimmy. See, people during the Kumite, people took advantage to go get a drink or something else. Rick Star, Southpaw Lefty, are you guys there? No? All right. Well, I'll tell you this, man. I can't give my opinion on this subject because I want to remain.
I was on mute. I'm here.
All right, but were you listening to the debate between Olaf and Night Murph?
Yeah. I respect both. I respect both arguments, but I think I side more with the argument that I don't know his name, but the one that Fury went out after the bag because you can't turn down that money.
That would be me.
Yeah. So I like both arguments, but I think I would side with that one.
No, he literally just said that it was my argument he supports, dude. He said that because Fury shouldn't have turned down the bag and he didn't. Night Murph, you don't even know what he's even saying. He's supporting my argument.
Clarify. So Satpo, so you're saying it's not a duck because the amount of money is just too difficult to repel.
Yeah, exactly. You guys forget this is a business before it's a sport. It's prize fighting. I mean, anybody would go after that quote unquote easy win for however millions that the Saudis were going to take. I mean, I don't like it. I blame the Saudis. I don't blame Fury. I blame the Saudis.
PDA.
Okay. Well, let me read. Well, it's been 2 minutes here, so I'm going to read the results of the poll. Hold on a second. I'm going to read the results of the poll. Do we have a drum kit here? No, we don't have a drum roll. We have a drum. Badum. Anyway, enough clarification. Who won the Kumite? Olaf and Night Murph. Olaf gets 38%. Night Murph gets 62%. So, according to the popular
because he literally
opinion,
this whole time he flooded the fucking votes with his own accounts, dude. He's got like 12 to 15 different.
Oh, come on!
No, man. No, you just lost. You just lost. I don't know what to tell you. You just lost.
We don't know that, man. Oh man, come on. We don't know. Hold on, Olaf. Do you have any proof for this? Do you have any evidence to present? I mean, if you want to go full on Trump and dispute the decision, you can. I mean, it's your right.
Right now.
All right. Well, listen, it's a Kumite. It was an impromptu one. It wasn't the most organized because it was at the last minute. But if you guys want to, we can have a rematch about another subject down the line.
Without using wilder excuses.
I mean, everybody in the fucking BDA comment section of this video said I won. The other panelists on here said I won. So I mean, it doesn't. Those votes don't reflect what people are saying in the comments and what the other guy on here said.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Because you're a troll who has a bunch of different accounts, bro.
I
voted
only on one. Do you want proof? I can show you proof.
And there's a bunch of Fury haters out there who they don't care how good.
Both of you guys put up a good debate.
Olaf. Like, I don't have control over that. I don't have control over what the people like. I don't. Like, I'm only using one account, dude. I gave my argument. I stated my points, and that's the people that voted for me. Thank you.
Even if my arguments were better, dude, they don't care. They just don't like Fury, and I really don't understand what the reason for it is.
I can't control people, man. I can't.
let me ask you,
You know that you
Olaf.
didn't really win because my argument was way more sound than
No,
yours.
I think I won.
Olaf.
No.
Let me ask you this, Olaf, because I think you said you've been going, you and Nightmare have been going back and forth for weeks now.
Yeah.
In your opinion, do you think Nightmare is a Fury hater?
Yes, he is.
I
All right,
don't
now
dislike
Nightmare.
Fury though. I just dislike his career choices and what he's done so far. That doesn't mean that I'm not gonna root for him in a fight that I would like him to see win. I sided with him for Ngannou. I thought he was gonna do better again in the Ngannou fight. I thought he was gonna knock out Ngannou. However, I did not foresee Fury looking that bad and getting knocked down by Ngannou. I thought he was going to win by a knockout because Ngannou has no place in the sport of boxing. He's an MMA fighter. Those are two different sports, dude. So that doesn't
It was
mean
a flash knockdown, bro. It was
okay,
it was
it was
flash
still a knockdown, dude. I still sided with Fury. That's
Usyk's knockdown was real, and he was down for 3 minutes.
It wasn't. The ref ruled it a low blow, man. So it wasn't a body shot. That's the letter
Hey,
of the
Nightmare,
law.
let me ask
That
you
is
now.
what the refs
Nightmare,
say.
I want to ask.
Yeah.
Nightmare, I want to ask you, because I asked Olaf whether he, if in his opinion, were you a Fury hater? Now, are you willing to give Olaf a rematch, or you want to keep it 1-0 and move on to bigger and better things?
I'm willing to move on.
All right. Well, Olaf, I guess you're gonna have to work your way up the rankings, man. Olaf, I guess you're gonna have to work your way back up to the rankings, get another shot because Nightmare wants to walk away with the.
Nah, it's cool, man. Like if you did a poll about like a fighter that's unpopular, like say like a Errol Spence or something, and even if the Errol Spence choice should win, your fan base is going to vote against Errol Spence no matter what. So I mean, the poll doesn't really mean a lot to me. The people in the chat. The people in the chat know that I won. The other guy on this panel knows that I won, so it doesn't really matter. I don't care what
So
the poll says.
we got Vasil Olafchenko here. He believes he is the rightful winner.
If I didn't like Fury, I wouldn't have been rooting for Fury in the Wilder fights. I really wouldn't have.
No, and that's what I don't get, man. BDA, you see how when Fury was fighting Wilder, all of these people liked Tyson Fury, and then all of a sudden, once that's done, like
dude,
he just gets shit on by these people.
Fury.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. You see in your server, there's all of these people like Bogdan and a bunch of other people in the server who didn't have an issue with Fury when he was fighting Wilder. But now that that's over, like they're saying, like he's saying crazy shit. Like he's just making shit up in your server, talking about Tyson Fury beats his wife, and with like just zero evidence at all.
What?
Listen, we got a lot of crazy. We got a lot of savages in the chat. I mean, that's why you got to love them and hate them at the same time, because these guys will not mince words and will tell it to you straight. And sometimes, once in a while, you'll get some people that say some outlandish things. That's the nature of the open line system here. And unfortunately, sometimes we can't always change it. Now, all right, so Nightmare saying
I beat Fury's wife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Listen, Olaf, I get what you're saying, dude. I get your points, but they just weren't enough to convince me either, man. But
all right, well, listen, we'll leave it at that for the moment. Or unless, and if you guys want to keep talking about it, you're certainly welcome to do
Just
so.
last thing, I'll leave it on just one more thing. I mean to cut you short, but I mean, it's cool not to convince you, but you're just completely from the perspective of a boxing fan. You don't care what these guys make. You don't care about their financial futures.
No, because I'm not their fan.
Or anything like
I'm not
that.
their friends. I don't know them. I don't know them.
You think a millionaire is broke?
I don't know Tyson Fury. I don't know Usyk
Yeah, and that's
either.
cool,
So I'm going to judge the situation based on what I know about the both fighters, not what I only know about one fighter.
Yeah, but if you're going to accuse somebody
if
of
I only go off of what I know about Fury, or if I go about the only thing I know about Usyk, then it's going to be really skewed. So I'm going off of what I know about both fighters, dude. And that's not a dig at you. That's just going off of what I know about both fighters. I'm not saying you didn't make a compelling argument, because you did, but it just wasn't enough to convince the people watching. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry.
An example of a duck.
You put up a good kumite. I'll give you that. You put up a good kumite.
Let me just give you an example of a duck, right? Hold on, wait. You've been going on. Give you an example of a duck. Like when AJ turned down the $50 million from Wilder, that's a duck. Right, that's a duck.
That is a duck. It did in fact duck AJ.
No, AJ ducked him for the $50 million.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't necessarily agree.
Let's say this in conclusion, guys. Like, when the Usyk fucking Fury fight is aimed to happen, if Tyson bows out, then it's a duck. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, he's not going to.
No, I'm asking Olaf.
Yeah, but he's not going to bow out of the fight, dude. Come on.
Right, I know the money's there, everything and whatnot. So, yeah, it's all good. It's all cool and again. Jimmy, was it you who said you'd beat fucking Tyson's wife?
No, I said, yeah, no, it was me. I was the one who beat his wife.
Like, beat her or beat the cheeks of his wife?
Oh, I do that too. I know that, but no, I tend to sneak up on chicks and just suck them when they're not looking. I'm a rotten human being. I'm just fucking busting stones, man.
All right, Jimmy.
A little levity
you got my
to it,
vote. No, you got my vote. Don't worry, baby. You got my vote. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I just right now. I mean, with Charlo too, like that fucking like. I wanted to touch on that. And is the Kumite over? Because is it over? I don't want to step on anybody's toes here. Is everything all set?
Okay, go sir.
But I wanted to ask now. Somebody was saying that Lou DiBella tweeted against what Charlo. I mean, again, now, and somebody said that people were going at him saying it's racist. That he was what exactly did he say about Charlo? I mean, Charlo. This isn't an opinion. Charlo's talking about it. It's on video. I mean, one of his good friends, clearly that he trusts, recorded him talking about how he knotted her eye up, shut her eye purple.
Real men don't do that, Jimmy. They don't.
So,
They don't.
Jimmy, wait. Jermel has he been officially charged for this crime?
Yes.
Okay, so then that's it. It's there's no.
Well, I know, but I'm asking, what did people say to DiBella? I'm curious, like, what were they angry at him about?
Jimmy,
what did he say?
I have a question.
And shit.
Real quick.
Yes.
So I've heard around the internet that that professional boxers can be charged with either assault with a deadly weapon or battery. Which one did Charlo get charged for exactly?
Assault. Yeah. The rumors of like your hands are registered. You know, you used to hear that as a boxer. No, but what it does do, I mean, judges take in nuances. They take in certain things. And if the DA says, "And Your Honor, this is someone who's for a living, like the way you know law, he practices punching things. I mean, that's what he does for a living, is punching things. And this man punched a woman in the face. It just doesn't look good, man. It's just not a good look, man.
He's not coming back from this, man. He's not coming back from this. After that Canelo fight, now this, and the way, and also the Charlos, they break down mentally, man. It's I don't know, man. Not looking good.
I agree. How does he come back from this?
What did this female look like, Jimmy?
It's the one who beat up prior to the Crawford Spence fight. Remember there was older Crawford Mall. His wife got beat up in the parking lot. His pseudo, it was the girl who was doing the beating
or whatever.
Yeah, it was Jamel's wife. Actually, was the one who was punching out Mall's wife. So the one who punched out Wall's wife, I guess, Mel, the younger one, is always saying how his wife's always talking about how she's tough. Because the story, as he says, is like, yeah, she's always talking, she's so hard, she's so hard, blah, blah, blah. And I shut her eye purple, and she called the police. She's just a regular, like a woman. Wait. So
this is the woman that he lives with?
Yes.
I mean, but they got a rocky. These guys are your typical, boxers with money, and they're playboys, man. I mean, they have toxic relationships. It's funny because they do the whole all access. Like they show them as family, man. Man, I personally, like I said with the last show, I personally know 2 girls that were fucking with the Charlos, man. It's like they're just like regular dudes, man. I mean, they're like the playboys. I ain't gonna hate on that, because if I had that money, I'd probably be the same way. But I'm just
I would party with those 2 motherfuckers if they got along, like even independently. I mean, with Maul fucking going to the mushroom dispensary, I'm down. Let's fucking hit it. Get some psychedelics on the road, man.
I felt bad one night because I was sitting next to, I don't know if it was Mel or Maul, and he asked me, he was in San Antonio. I was at a fight, and I was sitting on press row, and he's like, "Hey man, where's there to go on it was on a Tuesday. That's when PBC was putting on those horrible Tuesday shows with like fighters from the East Coast down in Texas, like all of a Mexican city. Like it didn't make any sense. But and it turns out, you know, he went to the, you know, he ended up going to the strip club. And remember, I don't know if it was that one, but remember they went to the strip club, and then, you know, when you go out of town, your debit card might not work if you don't call the bank first. So when they brought him the check, and he got pissed off because it didn't work, I think he assaulted the waitress. Y'all remember that story?
Yeah.
Who assaulted the waitress?
One of the Charlos. Yeah, it was one of the Charlos. But they're hotheads, man. I know one of them was on growth hormone when he was coming up.
I get it. I'm a hothead too myself, but I'm never gonna assault a woman, man.
Yeah, I mean, but these guys
not
think they're,
okay. You know what I
these
mean?
guys
Like,
are entitled. You know,
professional fighters, right? And it takes a certain level of restraint to not just go up to some random fucking dude on the street or hit your significant other, because you know that's illegal, number one, and it's primitive behavior, and it's not okay.
It's
Like,
it's
if you're
lack
gonna
of
hit
impulse control.
Exactly. If you're gonna hit someone in the ring where it's legal, not where it's not legal.
And then brag about it to dudes,
exactly.
man. Get
And then
caught
brag
bragging about it. And then calling her just a woman. She's just a regular woman. She called the police after I shut her eye purple.
Like, it doesn't matter when, like, yeah, anybody's gonna fucking do that. They're gonna call the police on you because, number one, you assaulted them. Number two, yeah, like, they're not gonna stand for that. If they know that, because I'm pretty sure she knew he was a professional boxer. If I knew that he was a professional boxer and he's gonna fucking hit me for no reason, yeah, I'm calling the cops on you. I don't give a shit if people call me a snitch. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm a boxer myself, but I'm not gonna go up to some random person or my significant other and beat them till their eye is blue.
Yeah,
That's just not
and the
something
thing is,
men do. Men don't do that.
They're not beloved. They're not beloved the way Floyd was. Remember when Floyd had his case, and they were like, the LDBC type rushing to defend his honor.
But like,
Charlos don't got that.
It's still
The
should
Charlos
be
don't got
defended
that.
though, dude. Like, it shouldn't be defended at all because it's just.
But I mean, come on. It's like I said before. I said it earlier. It's the O.J. Simpson effect. You know what I mean? They're innocent, and they're gonna give them passes because of one reason.
I guess, but still, it shouldn't be defended. It's not.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
It's crazy, man. Because I'll tell you right now, if I had a fucking friend who's a professional boxer and he's fucking telling me how he shut his wife's eyeball, like shut it, and then instead of saying, "Man, she got me so mad, dude, I fucking cracked, I feel like a fucking heel, dude, I shut her eye," he was like, then she called the police like a woman.
Yeah,
like, dude, you sound like a fool, dude. You're a professional boxer, man, and you're punching a fucking 135-pound woman in the face.
Well, these guys are party animals, and these girls let them get away with whatever they want because of the money, and so they feel like they can get away with it, and it backfired, you know.
Well, that's the key. It's the unaccountability. It's no accountability. They think they can get away with it. They've never been held to task.
Because I'm telling you, this guy's had side chicks, and I guarantee she's known about it. He's probably done some shit to her in the past, and he's gotten away with it. Because she's not gonna leave because he's
and dude, listen, I hear you. Of course, man, being a dog is being a dog and shit, right? But that's hell and gone from punching a woman in the face with a closed fist when you're a fucking, you know what I mean, world champion boxer.
Jimmy, can I just say something real quick?
Yes, sure.
So even you, Jimmy, you can account for this because being a boxer and like sparring someone that maybe like smaller than you or way less than you, right? You want to make sure they're okay. Like if you hit someone with a good shot, you want to make sure that they're okay because in sparring, they're not trying to kill you. They're not trying to murder you. They're not trying to hurt you, like actually hurt you. It's just practice. That's the name of the game. And even professional fighters can realize that. That's why you see professional fighters, if they're sparring heavy, they make sure the other dude's okay. And they make sure to tap him up, give him a hug, that they know that, like, you know, it was just a sparring match and not out of, like, hatred for the feeling of the other two, right? So that goes a long way, too. So, but when you do it out of anger towards someone, it's completely unnecessary and, like, should not happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is boxing, man. This is like that's the one thing. I see. I was in a position like Jimmy where I walked away from the sport. I was actually covering the sport, but I got so sick of it where I just said, "Fuck it, I don't even want to do it no more." And I had to get away from it. Now we come back, and this shit it's just toxic, man. I mean, when it gets things right, nothing's better. But this shit is like common. I mean, Like I'm disgusted this weekend about like Big Baby. He's on the card, and I'm like, man, how? See, there's no justice, there's no fairness in boxing. There's no, it's an unfair world. So that's the world we live in, man. You can't, what are you gonna do?
And I can tell you this: growing up where I grew up, like it's called the Fight City Lawson. Like everybody fought in the gloves, everybody boxed and shit. So if you got in a fight, people heard that you got in a fight. Like one of my friends, somebody I knew, it just happened, now and then. Kid, I fucking caught this kid one shot, and I remember this kid, Mike Dunn, God rest his soul, he's dead now. But he was talking about how he caught this kid up in Hampton Beach and blah 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 blah, and he was bragging on it, and he was pretty lit up. And Mickey was just heard enough of it. It's like, Mike, where's that kid work at Home Depot? Dude, you punched a fucking civilian in the face. Like, come on, man, relax, champ. And it was like, oh, like, it's not just that you punched the dude, right? Yeah, big deal, but you've been boxing your whole life. Like, you fight a dude who's never learned how to box, doesn't know how to fucking throw his hands, comes up against somebody who's been trained. It's almost not even fair. It really isn't. And so, like, I even felt guilty, but like, there's been times in my life I've punched men in the face and been like, oh man, I shouldn't have done that. Like, the dude folds like a launch. He's in the ground, a fetal position from one shot. You're like, God, Jesus Christ. And like, I felt guilty about that. I couldn't imagine closed fisting a woman in the face. Like, if you have to do it, and listen, if a woman's coming at you, though, and she's throwing hands, like, got her fist clenched, but even your wife, though, I just can't think, how do you love someone and punch them in the face? But I can't even punch my own brothers in the face because I know I got bony knuckles, too. Cut people. I couldn't look my father in the face knowing I punched one of his sons. You shouldn't close fist your family. But anyways, like, these motherfuckers just, it's crazy, man. Nah, it's just, you don't do it. You just don't fucking do it. You don't close fist a woman when you're a professional boxer. You can dope slap. But my point being, though, if a woman is a stranger, you're out, and she's coming at you with a fucking fist all clitch, and she's girl boss, and you know what? Then, yeah, give her equal rights, and throw some fucking lefts in there, too. Teach her, you want to be equal? Okay, I'll give you equal rights and some lefts, too. Everybody used to say that. Bitch comes at me, I'll give her equal rights, and I'll throw in some lefts, too. We still have our balls off, but I don't think he ever did it.
Yeah, if this is teaching me anything, man. If I'm gonna put it in the prenup, if I'm gonna marry some bitch, she's gonna be having to, like, put it down that she's gonna take 2 years of fucking boxing training. She's gonna be fucking wound up, and if we go at it, then it's all even. It's all even, Steven, baby. Yeah, right across the board. That's gonna be right in the prenup.
He was teaching her how to fight too. There was videos. He used to show videos of him having her hit the pads, and she did tune up his brother's wife. What a fucked up family, man. Like, one brother's wife's got his other fucking wife on a park lawn on the ground, fucking throwing haymakers at her. There you go.
Yeah, they've never got along.
Money don't buy class, man.
Hey, look, the only plus point in that is who needs television? Then you get all entertainment right at home, man, right in the living room, baby.
I hear you, man. I prefer my chaos outside my living room, and my docile should be docile. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want chaos. I don't know how people live like that. I guess I did when I was young. I had a few relationships were heated, but that's just chaotic.
Well, some people need it. They need that high of an argument.
Well, they crave chaos because you crave what you know. When you're a child, you grew up in a traumatic home. Your mother's a junkie, getting pulled away by the police, house raided. You're in foster care. God knows what happens here and there. That's all trauma. Your life is chaos. But what happens, man, that becomes home to you. That's what you know. You crave it as you get older. Like they crave, and there's bitches out there that want chaos. They thrive in the chaos. Those are very toxic women and men.
Well, the thing is, when it relates to boxing, I think you're seeing a lot of boxers like with CTE, the same way you're seeing these NFL players when they go out and do something crazy, like the ones who were, I forgot which NFL player that killed his wife or was beating up his wife. Like they all had this crazy trauma from just the headshots. So that could be it too. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just either way, it's all around wrong, man. But it's just crazy, man. It's just like one big soap opera, man. Boxing, there's never a dull moment.
But to get caught bragging about it on fucking tape, dude, that means somebody was recording him.
Yeah.
Clearly, you don't say that unless you're in a crowd of people that you feel secure with. So that means somebody that he trusted.
Even then, man, It's
Well,
not okay.
these guys make bad decisions.
Well, yeah,
with
it's
women.
okay, but it shows you what he thinks of their character, that they would have been cool with it. Maybe one of them wasn't cool with it. It was like, you piece of shit, I'm going to put you on blast. But goes to show you Charlo really didn't know the kid that good.
Well, it's like Spence's wife, you know, like these guys, they or even Tank, they surround themselves with the wrong people, man. And this is what happens. You know, it's just like a ticky time bomb when you're around people like that you can't trust.
Well, you know what? I think they tried. Can I tell you my theory on that Spence's girlfriend putting him on blast on there, showing him that drunk? I honestly think she did that on purpose to him. I think it's been an issue with his family. I think it's been an issue with his friends. I think they probably tell him, dude, what are you doing drinking this bad? Why are you getting this drunk, man? You're a professional fighter. Maybe she was trying to put it on blast to get people talking. The problem was so many of his fans, oh, it was fake. It was drugs. That wasn't alcohol. That was probably like benzos. Like that's an excuse.
I think it was leaked.
Benzo.
I think it was probably leaked because if you think about it, these girls, they know if they get divorced, they're gonna have to try to get what they can get. And she caught him cheating, and he's another party boy. He's always been that way. But you know, so she's gonna have something on him. Maybe she didn't intend for it to get out, but somehow, you know, it got leaked. You know, maybe she had it just in her back pocket.
That was on her Instagram account. She fucking sent that out.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she put that out herself, dude. She posted that.
She's fine as hell, man. But I mean, that's he got her for the looks, man. I don't know if she's all there.
Instagram bimbo, but I don't know. But then again, who knows her intentions? Was she doing it because she was just angry that he cheated, or was she doing it to try to make him? Because sometimes, like Mel Gibson, for instance, said that's what got him to. Was it Mel Gibson that actor got him to? Oh no. He's an asshole. I can't stand this dude. But the older the guy from Red October, a good actor, but I can't stand his personality in private life. But that guy from Red October, the actor there, one of the 5 brothers. Oh, fuck. The one who just shot and killed a woman in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, Baldwin.
Baldwin, yes. It was after they recorded him drunk berating his daughter. Like he was fucking rubber, I'm fucking useless piece of shit. Like, and they recorded him and they released it publicly, and it humiliated him to such a degree he supposedly quit drinking. Was that their intentions? Were they trying to help him? I don't know.
But see, that's what these boxers, these athletes, anybody with anything, even us normal folks, you know, you got to be careful, man, because these days everybody's recording everything. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't even want to get in a street fight no more because I'm like, man, if this guy lands a lucky shot on me, I'm gonna go viral. You know what I mean? Like it's just crazy because everything is recorded. So it's a crazy time we live in where you're not safe anywhere from anything. Somebody can be hacking your freaking doorbell. They could be hacking your cameras in your house. Like it's crazy. Like everything's being recorded.
Dude, I think about that all the time now. I'm so glad, man. Yeah, old people the whole life. Oh, it was better to grow up in my time. I couldn't even imagine growing up. I think about the things I did as a kid, how much trouble I would have got in, because everybody walks around with HD TV cameras in their hand now. Like anything pops off in public, what does everybody do? All you see is people pop the phone out, start recording it. You know how many things I did in my fucking youth? If somebody would record it.
But it's funny because that we're talking about that technology right now. As we're speaking, I ordered this thing on Amazon where I can digitally download like you had to have the cameras where you have to wind them up, and then you have the disposable ones, and you would have to take them in and get them to develop. You didn't even know what the pictures look like. So I got something like that where I'm uploading everything right now while I'm doing this. But yeah, man, it's a crazy time, and everybody says, "Oh, I'm never gonna get microchipped." Remember that argument? Now, what's our microchip? Cell phone.
Exactly. They just used they used some dude, what he said, just to prove when your cell phone's off, it's still recording everything you're saying.
Yeah.
And they showed that in a court.
Yeah, it's tracking you, and you could be, I'm going to talk about toasters. I'm just saying it 3 times because next time I go scrolling through my social media, I'm going to see some.
Trying to sell you a toaster.
Yeah, I'm going to see toasters being sold. You know what I mean?
Dude, that happens. Listen, when people first start talking about that, it sounds like everything, right? But dude, I've heard that too many times now from too many people. Like, dude, I was just talking about golf clubs, and all of a sudden, a golf club ad for golf clubs show up on my feed.
Yeah, well, the
of course,
creepy thing is
Google,
sometimes I'll be
Google will
thinking
say,
about
well,
something.
it's because of algorithms. We kind of figure out what you're thinking by your past purchases, what you've recently looked up. Bullshit.
Oh
Bullshit.
fuck!
I
No
think
way.
you're listening.
So that's why I'm getting those advertisements about like Trojan condoms every time I'm mashing one of my girls. Yeah,
Probably, right?
that makes sense now, man. That makes sense. But they don't know about like me asking for like toothpaste after I have to eat the munching the carpet down below. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. Technology is crazy, man, and it's just gonna get worse. We're setting ourselves up to get wiped out, man. I'm telling you, like the way we're setting everything up electronically, our banking, our info, our documents, man, we're sitting ducks.
Well, dude, it's so funny. I was having a conversation the other day with my buddy. We're talking about like how like hookers have no souls, and it's the worst time of year to kill them in the winter because the ground's frozen, and it's like fuck. It's such a pain in the ass to dispose of. Dude, next time I get on, gas powered augers that's fucking split frozen ground. I'm like fucking fascinating. I'm just fucking kidding.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's crazy world, man.
Busting balls.
But see,
Yo, boys,
that's
what time is the card starting tomorrow, man?
Oh yeah, what time's it starting, man? I gotta know.
The zone. Where's it being held?
What? There's a fight going on?
Yeah, between Charlo and his fucking girl. But like, aside from that, man.
Yeah, what time is that? So, where is it being held?
Oh yeah, I gotta put my alarm on, man. I'm going out with the bitches tonight. Well, one of the bitches tonight. So like,
about the are you talking about the fight tomorrow?
It's probably gonna be. Is it late or early?
Mid-afternoon?
Are you guys talking about the Saudi Arabia card tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so the zone should have the prelims on their channel, and then I think it's going to be held in the afternoon. I know the prelims either start in, I want to say like 11 to 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Okay, so the main cards will be starting, say, at around 2?
Somewhere around there.
I want to give a shout out to just jumped into. I don't know. Did Butch ever read any super chats or anything?
No.
No. Okay. Well, shout out to Frankie Science for reestablishing his membership program. Shout out to him. He says, "Cheers to the BDA family. I think Otto Wallin is gonna pummel and upset AJ. Looking forward to Big Baby versus Daniel Dubois." And then he says, "Wilder knockout the 6th round. Maybe Joseph Parker." All right, shout out to Frankie Sands for that. Shout out to that guy for his contribution with the super chat. He says, "Is the Saudi card ass or not?" Well, I don't know. By ass, does he mean good ass or bad ass? That's I don't know if that's a pejorative term, but I'm gonna say it's a good card. It's not the best card, but it's solid just based on volume. So shout out to that guy, and shout out to High and Low Sports Zentrum for his contribution as well. He says, "BDA, the home of boxing." Well, shout out to you, High Low. Thank you for your contribution. Thanks to everyone who contributed, and I'll let you guys get back to it.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm worried about because with some of these UK cards, or the overseas cards, I'll tune in. I'm like, oh man, this is the fucking prelims. I want to just see the main card. I'm just wondering when the main card starts.
Well, is there any good cards on the prelim?
I mean, they always show the prelims, but another thing that's gonna drive me nuts is the Saudis are gonna have a fucking halftime show before the fight, so you gotta factor that in. It's gonna take forever to get that thing started. So that's the only thing is getting the hang of these new Saudi cards. I think it's gonna be the way of the future, man. These Saudis they want boxing,
Right.
But I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm worried about because now. Okay, the Saudis are putting up all this money. Now we might have fighters that are stalling fights all over again just because they're waiting. They're waiting for the for the fights. I was hoping like Canelo would retire so we can have a hard reset. But now we're having the Saudis kind of back everything up back again because everybody wants to get that dollar.
Well, something's got to happen. There's got to have to be some kind of reset.
Yeah, I mean,
sport can't continue the way it is. That's for damn sure.
And Michael Montero did a good piece about, he's saying that how boxing can rebound the way he compared it to the music industry, where when music and Napster and all that stuff, how we used to get ripped off when we had to buy CDs, and then Napster came, and then it kind of reset when it came back to the iPhones and how now you got to pay for music again. But I mean, I don't think that's a good parallel, man, because everybody listens to music. And music is like, there's not one person that does not listen to music. With boxing, it's niche. So who knows, man? Who knows? It might just turn into the X Games.
I just can't believe that. It's just not a good sign when the fucking Olympics, the U.S. isn't going to have an Olympic fucking boxing anymore. The Olympics is getting rid of boxing. How is that?
Is that a for sure thing? Is that a for sure thing?
Yep.
Oh, damn. See, that was a good launching pad for fighters. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, that's horrible.
Ever, dude. I remember watching fucking Olympic boxing. That was the only thing in the Summer Olympics you watch. It was like the 17, 20 million people were tuning in for those fucking fights. Never mind, like in the graduating class with Pernell Whitaker, fucking Evander Holyfield. I mean, these guys in the 84 team was one of the best fucking amateur teams ever.
I mean, what was the reasoning?
Gold.
Well, what's the reasoning? What was the reasoning behind it? Because it's still I know that the corruption is pretty bad with Olympic boxing, but I don't understand how. I mean, when you got swimming, you got like freaking how many different styles of swimming do you have? Like that's why Michael Phelps is winning like 12 gold medals in one Olympics, because you have the backstroke, the breaststroke, the side swim, and it's like
those type of sports are finite. I mean, they're going forever because they're college sports. College will always have them, so it'll always be So it's just a basic Olympics. It's just you can do this where they don't have a pro like swimming league or diving league, so they just do that in the Olympics. But boxing isn't in college or anything, and it's just I don't know if it's because the amateur scene in America is a joke compared to what it used to be. If it wasn't for the Southwest region and Mexican Americans, the sport would be pretty much on fucking life support in America.
Well, I think it's because of our success, and as far as America, the better that we have it, because back in when you had the Great Depression, when boxers were coming out of America like crazy, it was hard times living. It was hard living. Now, man, these kids growing up, they got it so good, man. I mean, we got an obesity problem with these kids in high school.
We have
and it's
social
like we got it so good.
now. Yeah, they didn't have that back then. People talk about like immigration. Well, it was all right when fucking hundreds of thousands of Irish came across on the shore. Yeah, but you know the difference is? Those Irish would have been left dead in the street. It didn't work. You died. Nobody cared. Nobody helped you. Nobody was meeting you with a cell phone and giving you $2,200 a month. Kicking veterans out of veteran homes to put illegals in there. So like, it's when I hate that when they try to compare it to past immigration, or even worse, they would step off the boat and hit a fucking rifle in a uniform. Go fight the Civil War, earn your fucking citizenship, son. You know what I mean? Like things are a little different, but yeah, nobody cared. But the thing is, like you said, it's social services now. Even our true poor, even the poor in this country have widescreen TVs, AC. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Even
you're not going to starve like in the Great Depression when people were
exactly. This motherfucker's starving in the streets. You watch Gangs in New York. Remember when they said, "Oh my God, is that man dead?" Probably. And the cop goes, "Probably."
Yeah.
Because the guy who picks up the dead bodies hasn't made his trip through the neighborhood yet.
I mean, there's got to be a hard reset. I mean, because the sport is so good. When boxing gets it right, there's nothing better. And I hate these comparisons, and I hear from guys that I like where the UFC we get Crawford and Spence every weekend. No, I mean with boxers to get a high level fighter like Crawford it's like comparing it to a diamond. It's so hard to get. It's so hard to just make somebody like that. But with the UFC, their guys are elite in their own levels, but they're like gold where it's a little more abundant. You know what I mean? But with top level professional boxers, that's so hard to make. You know what I mean? Stars have to align, man. It's just, but I don't know. It just might be to where America, we're not going to be, it's going to be mainstream in every other country but here. It'd be like soccer,
That's crazy.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. I lived through my heyday was in the 90s, early 2000s, even some of the late.
That was some of the best boxing ever. 70s, 80s, and 90s for the list generation. Then in the 20s, 30s, and 40s in the old days. The three top decades. The 2-3 top decades. Yeah. 20s,
even
30s,
like
40s, and then 70s, 80s, and 90s.
yeah, we had the trilogy with Gotti Ward, the trilogy with Barrera Morales. Man, these instead of having trilogies, these guys are just waiting and waiting to we're just gonna wait as long as we can, and then we're just gonna make one fight for a whole bunch of money. So it's just I don't know, man. It's just weird.
It was a combination of shit, dude. One of the worst things to happen to the sport was the Protectio. The Americans bought into the Floyd Mayweather not having a loss. A loss meant everything. Like back in the day, a fighter didn't want to lose, but it wasn't by no means career-ending. What was important is how you performed. Did you put in a good fight? Did you hold yourself respectable? Did you lose a decision? Oh well, you lose fights, man. Boxing, it's a sport. You lose some, you win some. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he wasn't the first one to.
I was gonna say Robertson ended with 12 fucking losses.
Yeah, it's just and before fighters did they did wait out fights. We saw Ray Leonard do that, but it didn't catch on. But when Floyd did it and the whole Manny Pacquiao mess was happening, that kind of set a new precedent, and that's why we're still seeing it. And then social media makes it worse because now they're just kind of keeping their names above water with cloud chasing, but they're not making the fights. That's the thing.
Exactly. They exactly. Just tie their names to more popular fighters.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah.
Hey man, what's up, man?
My name's get new blood in because I gotta get going soon. What's your name?
My name's The Inevitable. D Block, D Town, D City, D-Ville, Baltimore.
Yo, hey Baltimore, what's the rivalry between Baltimore and
No. I'm not from Baltimore, bro.
No, I mean, but I just wonder if you could shed light because I know like Tank is from Baltimore, and I forgot what fighter that was that he just had a good win on one of these recent cards. He's from DC in that same area, man. I was like, man, I always wondered what the rivalry was.
No. I'm from Dallas, bro.
Oh yeah, I can hear it. Okay, I can hear you, Dallas.
So you see what I'm saying when I say Baltimore stand up? My anthem has always been for Baltimore to stand up from the reckoning that the Rise podcast and especially Tank Bobblehead has brought to Baltimore a shame. Because when you look at the scheme of things, I've been saying this forever, but now I'm getting into the limelight. I'm getting in podcasts. I'm getting to my voice where I got to go. True Media Boxing, Boxing Voice, Champs Sports Boxing. I want people to wake up and realize that there needs to be a revolution in boxing for Baltimore. To realize that they have a false face of boxing in front of their streets, and somebody that wants to buy them off. I mean, that's me, bro. I mean, I'm coming with facts, and I just want people to just open up their eyes and realize that.
Well, you're not gonna get pushback on this channel, bro. You're not gonna get pushback. We say the same thing, man.
Yeah.
That dude hasn't faced a real opponent in 6 years, man. It's all smoke and mirrors with this kid.
There you go, and I love it. I need it. I want it. It's about the truth. You know what I mean? We have to expose this. Now, the thing is, I went to the Rise podcast and I spoke to Coach Kenny live, and I said, you've been talking all this shit about Haney, that he's the bigger man, but didn't you say when you flipped that coin back in April after the Ryan Garcia debacle, didn't you say you were going to have Shakur Stevenson next? And then Coach Kenny told me they didn't want the fight. So you telling me that Shakur Stevenson, and I know a lot of people right now have a lot of fucking doubt in him because of the fight that he had with De Los Santos. But
It boxed Davis's face off.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want the fucking fights. And people need to fucking stop being illusioned by this fake ass.
With Shakur's length, he would just stick him with that time jab all night. He would have him off balance. Isaac Cruz had him going backwards and confused.
Yes.
Do you know what Tank Davis? You know what Shakur Stevenson would do to fucking Isaac Cruz?
Oh my God! That's why he ducked him.
Well, right. Exactly. I think we had a new opponent for Tank just emerge this last weekend was Rayo. I think they're gonna stick him in Rayo next.
Yep, exactly. That's why I've been hearing. I've heard they're gonna fucking either rematch Isaac Cruz or they're gonna be Venezuela. That kid Rayo. That's who they're gonna fight next, which is ridiculous.
But this is the problem, guys. We're willing to say, oh, we know who he's going to fight next. But we as a public, as a community of boxing, as a hardcore fans, I'm 42 years old. I've seen boxers come up and you know the names and you know the belts. They say on Ride Podcast that they don't believe in belts, right? And I'm going to tell you why they're false and they're fucking hypocrites. Why is it that Coach Smoothie or Smoothie King on Ride Podcast has Gervonta Tanks Davis and he's smiling with it? Because that's the belt, that's the Reggie belt. So you're telling me that the belts don't matter? They got an old timer. His name is Coach Hill, and he talks about the belts don't matter no more. But then why are you putting somebody there that's in your program with the WBA Reggie belt and saying that this is who he is?
Exactly. Listen, if the belts didn't matter, then why do they introduce him as such and such champion, 3-division champion? And there he is standing there holding up them Reggie belts, like you said, the regular belts, just standing there proud as a peacock with them if they don't matter.
It makes it more majestic. Yeah, it makes it more majestic. You know, it's just one of those. But he's got a lot of casuals, believing that he's the real deal and that they have no idea who Devin Haney is, and they're like, "Oh, he knocks everybody out." I'm like, "Yeah, he does," but they're all kind of set up fights, you know. But they don't understand that.
And I'll be honest with you, so much time has gone by since his last real opponent in Benavidez back in the day, 2016 now, 7 years ago. What's going on? So much time has gone by that he hasn't taken an opponent serious in so long. Half his camp is a fat camp. He shows up at like 170, all blown up and shit, fucking hee-hawing, trying to lose all the weight. Half the camp's shedding fat. Then the other half is just working on his fucking counters, catching somebody with his power. That's all, man. His footwork is gone compared to it. He used to throw combinations. He used to dart in and out with combinations. He can't throw combinations anymore. Doesn't have the conditioning for that shit. He relies on dragging dudes up, smaller dudes or guys who ain't got power or guys who can't just box his face off like both Haney and Shakur would do.
Let me tell you something, and I'm gonna let everybody else talk. I'm sorry, man. I know I'm new here, but it's about spreading the word.
Oh, good.
Let me tell you like this. It's so funny, man. It's so funny because LRB tweets about the belts don't matter, that Tank Davis is above the belts, but then he's not proven himself to be above the belts. I'm gonna tell you why. They're saying their whole slogan is, this is the face of boxing without facing anybody tough. Okay, the belts don't matter. I'm gonna tell you why. They do matter. When we saw Canelo Alvarez versus Caleb Plant for the undisputed 168 belt, it mattered. When we saw Errol Spence versus Terrence Bud Crawford at 147 for the undisputed to find out who was the real man, belts matter. Please, people, don't tell them that belts don't matter, because that's just a hypocrisy ass shit to make Tank Davis look like he's above everything else. Facts.
Well, but I'm comparing him a little bit to the guy in your area, Spence, where I think Tank is a ticking time bomb, man. He has bad habits. He gets heavy. You know, he gets hit a lot. He's old for the age, and he's not no spring chicken. Like, you know, people forget that he's rounding 30, and when you're squeezing down for that weight, you take a lot of shots. You get heavy, you drink, you party.
Exactly. His lifestyle. Exactly.
Yeah.
Lifestyle.
They might.
Here's the only thing. He was so drunk at the fucking Super Bowl, dude. He was so drunk they had to wheel him out in a wheelchair because he couldn't walk.
He's starting to be a counter puncher, guys. Have you noticed that? Like you said earlier.
Hold up. Here's the only thing about the Haney thing that I will say for Tank, in Tank's defense. He should not go up to 140 and basically not pander, but Devin Haney, you don't have a say-so in this. You are the B-side. Who are you to say you should fight in my weight class that I feel comfortable? If you want to fight Tank, you're either going to have to fight him at a catch weight or come back down to 135 like you said you would.
But
Tank does not need to go up to 140. He does not need to go up to 140. No, he doesn't. He's the A side. You don't tell Canelo.
Okay, yeah, he is the A side. I'll give you that. But he fought at 140 before. So how can you say he shouldn't fight at 140 when he fought Barrios at 140?
I get an answer.
Let's say Benavidez won a title at 168, Canelo vacated or whatever, went up to 175, won a title up there and said, Canelo, you got to come up here and fight me. No.
Well, they're calling him out.
You got to come back to 168.
Man. He didn't even fight nobody at 135.
And that's where I agree with you guys that he needs to fight some better people, but he doesn't have to do it.
But they're all moving up.
That's
They're all moving up. That's why they're calling him out, because they wanted to fight him all this time, but they're moving up to 140 now. But Tank, he didn't want to fight him at 135, and they still want the smoke with Tank. That's why they're calling him out.
Can I ask you guys, can I just put in one thing real quick, man? Everybody's talking about who's he going to fight. I'm hearing rumors that Rayo, that kid Venezuela. I'm hearing the rematch of Isaac Cruz. Yeah, no, that's the name being thrown around right now, Ray Breed. Right? That's going to be his next opponent, I swear to God. Now, check this out. Matisse. He's a PBC guy.
Yeah.
Fucking standing right there. What's wrong with that dude?
He's a monster.
Exactly.
But it's like I said
he's
before,
big as shit compared to Tank. That motherfucker could fight at 147 just like Devin.
And he'll perform way better. And he'll perform way better. And he'll
that
perform
would be a
way
great
better.
look. If Tank, that's more reasonable than Devin Haney, because I don't think Matias blows up to fucking 165 on fight night. But either way, Devin Haney's a fucking super middleweight on fight night, bro. Like, and y'all want this
blew
man
my
to fight
mind
him?
when they said he weighed 158 the night of the fucking fight. That was crazy.
When they did a 36-hour weigh-in, man, they got to stop with that. They need to make it like 24.
That's crazy. This motherfucker should be at welterweight. What is he doing at 140 and 135?
He weighed more than Sergio Martinez did with his fight.
Yeah.
So
I said the night of Lomachenko, I goes, that dude looked like he was 155 pounds. And I'm really usually good about looking about people. And I was being hyperbolic. I'm like, you look like I was figuring 147 maybe. But that fucking dude blows up like, wow, holy fucking
Can I say
shit.
something, guys? It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Well, he can only do it for so long, though. I mean, he's young, and eventually it's going to catch up to him where he's just going to have to either just go up and stay up at a more natural weight, or if he goes well too long, he's gonna do it. He's gonna be there, and he's gonna be there for the taking. So it's the balance.
Guess what?
I think. Yeah, you were gonna say no. Say it, brother. Say the new guy. Say it. The guy from Dallas. Say it.
Watch this. Look at this, because I'm gonna counter his Tank Davis argument. Guess what's gonna happen to Tank Davis now? PBC is going to Prime, and they're going through their issues right now.
They're gonna cut his check.
Tank Davis is trying to say, "Hey, I deserve more money." There's been Twitter around there. People been talking.
Oh yeah.
No, hold on. Watch this. Watch this shit. So Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, if the fight gets made, they're trying to say, you know what, Tank? Since you put too many stipulations, and Devin Haney is smart. His dad is smart. Watch what they're gonna do. They're gonna say, we're not gonna fall for that trap. We're gonna want the fight at 140. When Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney fight, I promise you, those pay-per-view numbers, they're gonna be higher than whatever Tank is going to come out with, whoever he's going to fight, because Ryan Garcia is going to show his power there. He fought in December, non-pay-per-view. He still wanted to be exposed with people to see him. And I'm telling you right now, they're going to try to cock block Tank Davis to be this mega star that what he is. And he has to take the fight at 140 no matter what. That's how you get rid of that shit. You got to legitimize the other fighters.
Hey,
you know what I'm surprised
I hate to break it to you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go, bro. Finish what you were saying.
I was going to say, I hate to break it to you, but the Ryan Garcia mystique is gone. Like, when he was fighting Tank, there was casual people who still thought Ryan Garcia was good. Oh, he's fast and he's got power. He might knock out Tank. Tank is too little. And then it was exposed that he lacks skills. So all that shit is gone. So
that's okay.
That's pay-per-view with Devin Haney is not going to do good.
I'm gonna tell you something. No, that's where you're wrong.
Devin Haney ain't fighting fucking Tank. It ain't no way. He can't make that weight no more. And Tank, he don't got the balls to come up to 140 where he should. Because
does he look like a 140 pounder? Let's be honest. Does he look like a 140 pounder?
Bro, he ain't fought that shit, he didn't like it. Listen, the only thing that Tank be doing is having green fucking purses and pink fucking fur coat. That's it. And he ain't gonna get
Tank
that
should be
shit
fighting
no more,
Lomachenko. He should be fighting Williams Zepeda. He should be fighting who else? Frank Martin, Shakur Stevenson. Those are the guys he should be fighting. He shouldn't be fighting.
The list goes on. Rare. The list goes on, man. Tank ain't fighting any of his contemporaries, bro. So like,
I agree.
You know what? So we gotta let go of this motherfucker, man. Yeah. We gotta let go of this motherfucker.
People need to stop. People need to pay with their pocket, make a statement with their pocketbook. Don't order the fight. And here's the thing. He's now had a taste. For the first time, he's had 6 pay-per-views. The first 5 didn't hit the magic 500,000 cells, so he didn't get any back-end money. For the first time in his career, he tasted real money. He tasted that back-end money that
who's
Canelo
gonna make
gets
that
fat
money
on.
with?
There you go. Now his hands are tied. You fight nobodies, you're not going to get that back end money. The only way you're going to get that back money.
That's gonna be his biggest payday in his whole career. There's nobody that can replicate that. That was a lightning in a bottle. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody out there that will bring up that much.
I think he would fight Teofimo at 140. I don't think
Teofimo's not going to bring numbers.
Hey guys, Bucho wants to say something.
Tank Davis is not a superstar. Tank Davis. You're going to see the numbers that he made with Ryan Garcia. Those were good numbers because Ryan Garcia was in there as well.
Boom.
But who's he going to fight?
Wait a minute. Bucho, that's like saying Canelo didn't do as good numbers with Triple G as he did with John Ryder. Well, no shit.
No, rare. The actual statistical numbers, are anywhere from 250 to 350,000 dollars.
It depends.
I mean, in pay-per-view, that Tank does. That's his average mean. There's no fudging those numbers, man. There are no.
He can easily get a Lomachenko if Loma beats Kambosos for the IBF. And Tank says, "I want you next." I guarantee Loma and their people will jump at that opportunity.
Yeah, but Loma doesn't push numbers neither, man. No, Loma doesn't push numbers neither.
No. But
people would know together, that fight could probably sell $500,000.
Oh yeah, that fight would definitely sell. You're crazy. People thought Loma beat Devin, so he's still a respectable opponent.
Yeah, but further, no. Wait. Hold on, rare. 1 second. Further to that,
Lomachenko won the fight. Most people.
Yeah.
Okay. Agreed. Bucho, agreed. But what I'm saying is depending upon how well fucking Loma does, right? And only on that litmus does Tank take it, because Tank, he wants a guarantee, my man. You know what I'm saying? That's why he put the weight That's why he put the weight stipulation on Garcia, even though a lot of people are saying you fucking gonna win anyways. Why put the fucking the rehydration clause? You know what I'm saying? So
we shall see.
But he's moving because he wants a guarantee. So it depends upon if Loma does well or not. If he looks shaky, if he looks like he's on the decline, then most likely yes, Tank will take the fight.
He could be shaky and still destroy Kambosos. That guy's not good to me.
Yeah, I think Lomachenko destroys Kambosos. At the end of the day, it's too much skill. It's too much pedigree, man.
No, I agree with you boys. I agree with you boys on that 1,000%. But I'm saying, like, how much? Do you know what I'm saying? If he wipes him out, then Tank may not take it.
You got to look at it this way, bro. 36-year-olds in today's era are not the same as back then. Especially a guy like Lomachenko, Crawford. These guys take care of their bodies. They're professionals. They're not out there partying and drinking, acting stupid. So they have a longer shelf life than most guys.
Guess who is drinking? But guys, were you talking about Tank Davis? Like, I don't know if you were talking about this, but how big of a star is he, though? He's 29 years old.
He's a big star.
30 years old. He hasn't won a major title. I think he refused to accept the WBA. No.
Yeah, he didn't want the WBA. Boots.
Well, you're talking about something completely different. You're talking about
he would have been accomplishment to an email chip if he accepted it.
He's not even the best in his division, in any division.
Yeah, but Bucho, you're talking about accomplishments. So yes, Teofimo, Devin, all these guys are more accomplished than Tank Davis.
Yeah.
But in terms of the regular Joe, people like my friends, they know who Tank Davis is.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Another thing that I dislike here. Hold on, there's a bunch of cars here. How come Devin Haney is getting more praise than Teofimo Lopez? And I know Teofimo Lopez was Kambosos for everything, pound for pound. Now Haney, he supposedly beat Lomachenko. He didn't beat him, and then he beat Prograde. That was a good win, okay? But Teofimo Lopez, he beat Lomachenko, and then he beat Josh Taylor, who was a lineal 140-pound champion.
Well, the only problem for Teofimo is the shit that happened between Lomachenko and Josh Taylor. Remember that?
There was a lot. You're right there.
Cambosa, Sandor Martin, Pedro Campa, the meltdowns he's had. So that kind of soured people a little bit towards Tito. That's why.
I'll take that, but I got to add in the fact that I'm sorry, I'm not buying into this big win over a hot and cold fighter that was never consistent. That was on the wrong side of 30 to begin with in Prograis. He's had good-looking wins against subpar lower contender guys at 140. He struggled against the upper echelon if you beat him at all. And then to try and say that this is a huge win because a middleweight that was fighting at 135 jumped up to 140 and beat a hot and cold fighters on the wrong side of 30. I'm sorry. He was supposed to win the fight. He was.
Can anybody tell me Regis Prograis' best win?
No, it's one of his best wins. Okay, which one is his best? Ryan Garcia?
No. Regis Prograis. What's his best win?
Crickets, exactly.
Well, yeah.
Yo, Bucho. Bucho, where are you right now? Is that St. Catherine Street?
No. Like,
is it Peta, maybe?
A bit further away.
That motherfucker's famous for going to life and death with Josh Taylor and being. That's the real.
Oh, clean the streets out up there, huh? Crazy.
So, point being the fact that he's riding high off of a win that casuals think is a big win because it was supposed to be the bigger guy. When we know good and darn well that Haney has been a darn near middleweight every time he goes into the ring at lightweight and steps in against a guy who's hasn't been overly active over the past 5 years, is a hot and cold fighter, and I've said that for years, who his biggest asset was being already at the weight class and a lefty. Okay, that's it.
And
he's
on top
never
of
shown
that,
any solid skills. He's never shown any solid skills. And if anyone here on this panel or anywhere else that hears my voice wants to debate me on the fact that they think Haney would have taken this fight if he didn't think it was a sure thing, there's no way he was going to take that fight if Prograis was even. That
was obvious.
Well, this is
all you have to do was watch the previous fight for Regis when he fought Zorilla. He could. That guy was giving him all kinds of fits.
I could say it like this. I mean, you're trying to say that Devin Haney is picking cherry pick fights. I don't think so. I mean, at the end of the day, every other day there's always a boogeyman. Now they're saying Matias is the 140 boogeyman because Prograis not there no more. He got exposed.
Anyone that thought that Prograis was a boogeyman was a fool.
It wasn't
not just that. To fight Lomachenko, to Teo to fight Lomachenko, and for Tank Davis to be exposed to a certain degree with Floyd Mayweather, and to Floyd saying they're trying to put me out here, they're trying to get rid of me because they want to make the Lomachenko fight. That's where it tells you got to give credit for Devin Haney. And you're saying that Prograis what's his biggest win? Who has he been? He wasn't he in the tournament?
What credit am I giving him? You're kind of not making your direct point. You're talking very openly. I got to give Devin Haney credit for what? The fact he got a gift against Lomachenko?
No. Hey, a win is a win. At the end of the day, it was a competitive fight. The young gun that everybody thought that
was not 7 clear rounds that Haney even came close to winning.
And make him look bad. Devin Haney was a competitive fight.
No,
he won the fight. You got to give him
did you watch, man? Like, Haney lost that fight.
Don't worry about it. He's a fanboy talking up a guy. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not a fanboy.
It was a good fight, but
fan, 2-time champion, gold medalist, beat fucking Gary Russell Jr. when Gary Russell Jr. was his fucking undefeated piece of shit.
Okay,
and now
who are we trying to hype up here?
That Lomachenko has not his best win because Gary Russell Jr.
Now you're hyping up Loma, who should have won the fight anyway.
Wait.
Where are you going with this?
What do you mean with Lomachenko and Devin Haney? Is that where am I going with this?
You're the one directing the conversation. I'm trying to keep it in line. You're going all over the place. So where are you going with this? Because you're building up Lomachenko, who should have won to begin with, and then you're trying to defend Haney over the fact that you're building up his opponent who should have beaten him, and then you're trying to say something about Prograis, which I haven't finished yet. So I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
What I'm trying to go to is we got to give respect for Devin Haney. At the end of the day, he took
beating Prograis.
He took
taking on a mandatory contender and getting a gift decision. Yeah, congratulations.
He took the dangerous fight. He could have opted out.
It wasn't mandatory, right?
Prograis, a legit 140 champion, WBC.
A hot and cold fighter was on the wrong side of 30.
It doesn't matter.
It's the reality of what he fought.
Floyd Mayweather was late 30s. Manny Pacquiao was late 30s.
I
mean, we're talking about a certain degree.
You're talking about the exceptions, not the rule.
30s, but
you're talking about the exceptions, not the rule. You're talking about the exceptions, not the rule. If you're putting progress in the same breath as legends who defied odds, he's not that kind of fighter.
I'm not saying that type of fighter. I'm saying
that's exactly what you're saying. You're trying to defend Haney's win against Lomachenko, and he clearly lost that fight. There's no debate about it. Haney lost that fight.
But he won, right? And the record
he didn't. Right?
It
says on
you're right. We're going to give him as much credit as we give Floyd.
But he actually lost, dude. He lost. He did not win better rounds.
We're going to give as much credit to Haney over Loma as we are Floyd over Castillo. There.
Oh, but we know Castillo won.
And we know the Loma won. So what's your point?
Look at this. Even HBO said that Castillo won.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Let's be real with that. That's the difference.
Say whatever they want to say, what the fans saw and the fight the fans saw.
Okay, the Floyd with the rematch. Floyd was ordered to take that rematch. Floyd was ordered.
He didn't have to
take that rematch because he wanted to. The WBC mandated it. Don't try and fool yourself. He didn't do that.
Either way, he won the rematch, so we can close that chapter.
Oh, I think they were like kind of agreeing with each other and arguing with each other at the same time.
Kind of, yeah.
It's like
I love you guys, man. It's badass. I love this. Everybody brings a different aspect.
I want to see.
Dude, I rescored the fight, right? Because I was talking about this with someone else in the B-Day Discord, right? I rescored the fight, man. I had it 115 for Loma, 113 for Haney. He lost, dude. I had to
wait, and I hate when people say it's not a robbery because it was a close fight. Bullshit. I mean, it was a competitive fight, but this is what you guys. Whenever you guys are arguing with people and they say it wasn't a robbery because it was a close fight, which it was a close fight. What makes it a robbery? What makes it a robbery is that the clear most dominant rounds that Lomachenko scored were given the other way. That's what makes it a robbery when the judges clearly just without any shame just scored it for the wrong guy. That's what in my eyes makes it a robbery. It could have been by one round, but if one round was so dominant and then they gave it to the wrong guy, I'm sorry, that's a robbery because those rounds were so clear in Lomachenko's favor that you can't justify that.
I want to hear.
I just want to throw some out. Hold on, let me throw some out real quick.
Canelo.
I just want to say to Arkham who was in the chat, I agree with your comment 100%. He knows what I'm saying.
But it's just the way of boxing, man. We saw Canelo get away with one. Floyd got away with one. They see Devin as the new guy that might be a player in the future because he's young and he's American, so they gave him one. It's just the way of the business, man.
Well, as Jim Lampley once said, the second an Eastern European fighter gets a fair decision in America, it'll be the first.
Yeah, they do get screwed. I don't know what the deal is with them because they bring money.
Two words for you. Axel Schultz. Schultz knocked the crap out of George Foreman and got robbed.
In America. Right?
Yeah, it's sad, man, but that's just the reality, man.
I'm saying I think at the end of the day, like Gennady Golovkin wasn't even American. He got great decisions and he had to show why he was legit.
So who did you think won against Gennady GGG versus Canelo won? Did you think GGG won? Or did you think Canelo?
I'm a Canelo fan. I've been a based Mexican American and I love Canelo for what he's done. He's taken on the top competition.
You're right.
All right. He's a
okay, so your bias aside, what did you think?
But
you just admitted your bias. Now your bias aside.
No. It could be biased, whatever you want. You can love a boxer like Michael Jordan. I could say he's the greatest of all time. I saw him play in the 90s. You know what I mean? For me, what I saw was greatness. And so what I've seen from Canelo is greatness. Even though people are going to say, oh, he didn't take this fight, that fight.
Okay, you're talking about a broad career. We're talking about one fight, and then we're asking you to give your opinion not based off of the obvious bias that you just admitted to. That you clearly, in English, admitted the fact you're biased. Now, can you unbiasedly give who you thought won the first fight? Simple question. Can you do it?
Yeah, but let me tell you something. How is that being biased?
No, just answer the question.
You just admitted that you were. It's not a fact. I'm not accusing you. You openly admitted the fact you're completely biased towards Canelo. You did it in your exact words.
No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
When I When I love Manny Pacquiao for what he did, 8 divisions, better than
talking
Floyd.
about Pacquiao, dude. We're asking about one fight. We're asking about
Yes.
Canelo versus Triple G. What?
You're making a habit of taking a broad way to try and answer a question and not get to a point.
No, I'll get to the point. So for me,
it's just like, who the fuck do you think won? Unbiased view, Canelo or GGG?
No, for me, Triple
G. Dude, just answer the question. Who the fuck do you think won? Unbiased.
Well, calm down. Who do you think won?
Damn, man.
Who do you think won? Now you have admitted the fact you are biased towards Canelo. So now I'm trying to ask you, if you judged it without bias, who do you think would have won the fight? And don't think I'm going to get a straight answer.
No, I'll give it to you right now. Let me answer. Everybody just keeps on. So for me, Triple G.
You're like avoiding the question.
Okay, no, he said Triple G.
Give him a chance to answer. Give him a chance to answer. Go ahead.
For me, Triple G in the first fight, he gave a great accountability for what he did. For me, the style that Canelo brought in that fight was not for that fight. He played it to a certain degree of safety, of defense more than offense.
Right.
And
so you thought he lost?
Hold on. For me, Triple G won that first fight. He won the first fight.
Okay, so you do.
Thank you. That's what we were asking, and you gave an honest, unbiased answer.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
So then, if you believe in robberies, then you should believe that Lomachenko won that fight. That's just a very simple concept to understand.
Yo, is this boxing chief on the other side that I was talking?
Gypsy,
well, I'm online. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you're saying Haney's victory over Prograis wasn't much to be considered?
I mean,
I was telling everybody before it wasn't going to be as competitive as everybody thought it was.
I never thought it was going to be competitive. I thought there might be moments. I thought it was going to be somewhat of a shutout too, just the same as you. But you can't really say that. You know why? Because Josh Taylor, I mean, is probably about the same size as fucking Haney is, bro. Like when you think about it, he's a big ass fucking dude. He's a big ass dude, bro.
I don't think he's big. He's big, but I don't think he's that big.
Well, bro, he got like a reach, doesn't he? Can someone look at Josh Taylor's size for me? Like, cause
he's bigger than Crawford.
I can do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, we saw Josh Taylor kind of fall off a little bit because he did get that gift decision again. Another robbery versus Catterall.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I arguably lost the regions.
Okay,
so like the point.
Josh Taylor is 5'9".
He's 5'9", and
no, he's not. That motherfucker's 5'10".
Yeah, easily like I see 5'10". How big is Haney compared to him? How big is he?
Haney, I think, is literally 5'9".
Probably thicker calls.
But I don't think Josh Taylor does the 36-hour weigh-in.
Yeah, Haney's 5'9".
Hey, can I ask you something?
They're the same size. They're the same size, except for one is a better boxer, and that's why he outboxed the shit out of Prograis. And that he really made him look fucking. Nobody made Prograis look like that, bro. And no one will ever probably make Prograis look like that. But
Prograis is shot, bro.
He shot enough to knock out Zepeda. Like the way Zepeda was no joke. By the way,
yeah, Zepeda's a good.
I said he's on the wrong side of 30. I didn't say he was shot. I said he was on the wrong side of 30. I didn't say he was shot.
I get on a box. In your case, I wasn't talking about him being shot or not. I was talking about if Haney's win wasn't so impressive. I mean, if you look at if you look at Taylor's about the same size. If we're thinking in the weight bully terminology, you know what I mean? Like, the guy's about the same size. Weight bully, but
I wasn't really going weight bully.
I do agree with you. The Haney fight against Prograis was a good win, right? It was a really, really good fight that Haney dominated, right? But the part that does it for me is the fact that Haney came in 25 pounds overweight. That's on Fight Night. That's my issue with it.
That's on him, man. You think Taylor can't put 25 pounds up like that too, bro? They got the.
I'm sure he can, and I'd give him the same shit for it.
The thing is, he didn't even land a shot. He didn't even land a shot. If Prograis landed a shot, then a couple of shots, we'd be talking about, the weight made an issue. He barely could touch him. He couldn't touch him at all.
I get it. I get that, Gypsy. But what I'm telling you is, regardless, the weight discrepancy is very high and a large margin. who the fuck comes into a fight weighing 25 over pounds? Of course, every fighter is going to gain some bit of weight back after weigh-in. That's just a no-brainer. But 25 pounds to be considered a super middleweight? That's a little excessive, don't you think?
It is excessive, but that's his body. He probably feels comfortable doing that. It probably in this by being 25 pounds above, it's probably a scenario where he might not even be in 140 for too long, honestly.
Exactly. That's
Because
what I mean, like if he's weighing 165 now, why is he at 140? Why doesn't he just go compete at 165? Because he'd have
not
a hard time making that
165.
weight.
Not
It
165.
looks to be 170, 140, not 170, 147, 154.
Yeah,
147,
somewhere in that area.
154.
Yeah,
I would say more 147 than anything.
weight, but like he's weighing in at super middleweight, so
I mean, the guy called out Terrence Crawford. What do you expect? I mean, it's kind of funny, but he called him out.
That goes back.
I get it, but
that
like,
goes back to all these guys do is bounce their name.
For him to keep doing this, regardless. How are you gonna be at 135 and be like basically weigh?
I can't shit on his performance, bro. His performance, I can tell you this much, was better than what I thought it would be. I thought he would at least get dropped once, win every single round, but he's the one who dropped Prograis, and he won every single round. Didn't get touched up at all.
Right.
That, to me, is a masterclass performance. Even if
I'm not denying that. Jason.
Yeah.
What I'm saying
Can I
is
say something, guys, if that's okay
about
weight?
Prograis was blowing 155 in that fight.
Yeah, he's a weight bully, but he's been a weight bully all his career, bro. In 135, 140, he's been a weight bully.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That doesn't make it any better.
Yeah.
That means that we shouldn't be glorifying his fights against their
I'm
smaller opponents.
I'm not really glorifying it. I'm not really glorifying it. I'm just saying I commend him for his victory in the 140 against Prograis. That's it. And Josh Taylor is not that much bigger or smaller. They're about the same fucking size. Yeah. And he had a hard night with Prograis. And he still, even if this Prograis fought Josh Taylor, that was back in the day, he will still give Josh Taylor the same amount of problems. Yes, he might lose a lot more rounds, but he'll still give him the same amount of problems. He's a tough kid too.
Yes,
so
I'm not denying that.
Can I say about it, guys, if that's okay with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, my bad, man. Hey, guys, you remember seeing Bernard Hopkins versus Pavlik?
Yep.
Do you think that fight doesn't legitimize Bernard because he was heavier than the guy?
Or he was legitimized before then.
You give him credit?
Legitimized before then.
Huh?
No, Bernard was already legitimized.
No. I'm saying, but the fight, because he brought up Kelly Pavlik, right?
He did, yeah.
Yeah. So do you give him credit for that fight because he was heavier and he was more seasoned and skilled and he was an older fighter? But the young gun, which was Kelly Pavlik that beat Jermaine Taylor, he went up and he wanted to challenge himself and be great. Right. Do you consider that fight to legitimize Kelly Pavlik to say that he's willing to take that risk to be one of the best? And Bernard was heavier, right?
Bernard was. I'm trying to remember where Bernard was with. He just lost to Joe Calzaghe, and they met at a catch weight.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is Devin Haney blowing up to 165, but nobody says nothing about Bernard Hopkins because he is a legend in this boxing industry. If you know who he is, he beat Kelly Pavlik. And nobody could doubt that fight and say, well, you know what? He brought up Kelly Pavlik to a certain degree. That's not he didn't really beat him up.
You're flipping the page on the scenario, though.
Huh?
You're flipping the page on the scenario. The older, bigger fighter was bringing up the younger guy. In this case, the younger guy moved up to the older, technically bigger fighter.
Yeah, I'm flipping it because
you're flipping the scenario.
Yeah, I'm flipping the scenario because at the end of the day, we got to give respect for Bernard Hopkins. But we give no respect to a certain degree of he was heavier.
It's more like this, though. It's
the same thing as a Trinidad fight. The Trinidad fight with Bernard Hopkins.
Okay, let's lay both of these out. Let's lay both of these out. We're going to start with the fact that we're trying to make a correlation to Haney and Prograis. So let's start with the fact that Bernard was already a legend. Haney is trying to establish himself as a legend.
Yeah.
The young lion who was a proven prospect contender champion, and Kelly Pavlik. was moving up to fight an already proven legend.
He was a prospect because he just beat Jermaine Taylor.
No, you didn't. You're not paying attention to my timeline.
Okay.
He went from prospect to contender to champion in 1 year. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
I may not have made that point clear, and I'll admit that. So let me. When I say it like that, I'm doing the timeline of Kelly Pavlik up to this fight. In 1 year, he was on HBO as a prospect. The very next fight he was on with Edison Miranda and became a contender. The very next fight after that, he was on with Jermaine Taylor. In 1 year, becoming champion. So like I said, prospect, contender, champion, all in 1 year. So he was the proven commodity in this situation. All right. We still have questions because we're talking about this weight bullying thing that Hayes been doing. He was beat up by a featherweight. This is not the same thing. One guy is still trying to justify himself, whereas another guy had already justified himself.
Who was beat by a featherweight? My bad.
Haney.
Who's the featherweight?
Loma.
When they fought, what weight class was
He's a natural featherweight. You can he doesn't even belong, and he doesn't belong at lightweight. We all know.
Why would he go all the way up there if he's not?
Because the best competition at featherweight wasn't fighting him.
Exactly.
Oh, we know that. Nobody wanted to fight him.
Guys, the way I see it is anything Haney does from now on. You guys hear me? The way I see it, anything Haney does from now on, because he's gonna do some impressive stuff from here on forth. I'm just gonna say
guys, you gotta give him
deserve nothing to be.
I get it. But I'm saying it's gonna go to how much of a legend Lomachenko is. It's just gonna praise Lomachenko. That's all. That's why you guys should be upping up Haney as much as you can, because what he's gonna do. Yeah, he's gonna put Lomachenko's name out there as the guy that this fool robbed. And was a two-time gold medalist champion, barely lost in the amateurs, and was on a wrongful decision a couple of times. And he was a featherweight that beat on this dude that was a weight bully at 135, and they robbed him. That's how Haney is just gonna look more. He's gonna make Lomachenko look way better. I'm just telling you guys.
He fought Teo, and he lost to Teo, and guess what? Tank Davis can't say shit about it.
Exactly. And Tank ducked him.
But back to Inevitable's point. You're trying to make a correlation.
Yeah.
I want to get back to Inevitable's point if you don't mind, though. So I'm trying to get back to trying a parallel. I need you to kind of redirect the question between Hopkins and Pavlik and Haney and is it the Prograis fight or the Loma fight? Which way are you going with that one? Prograis. Okay. So you had in one fight you had two champions, two dominant top of the line champions. And the other one you had Prograis, who's always been around the top, but never at the top. He's always had a belt, but he was never the best in division. You see what I'm saying? Against the guy who was undisputed at one weight. So the correlation is, I like the correlation, but it doesn't really fit the scenario. But go ahead.
But this is the thing, though. Like right now, you can't doubt about what he was. He's the 140. He was the 140 WBC champion. Like I told you, titles.
He was a belt holder there, yeah. But he wasn't the best fighter
no matter
there.
What you say, you can't say anybody under Prograis that's not a WBC champion is better than Prograis. Prograis was the WBC champion. Matias just came out of nowhere, IBF champion. You can't compare the two.
You're trying to make it sound like he was like the man in the division, and there's that would be only your opinion based off of your favoritism towards him.
No. It was Prograis and Taylor.
Let me
That's
finish.
why they fought the finals.
Let me finish.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. When I say that, I mean with respect to you, and I'm not saying generally that you're saying on your own bias. I accused you of that before. That's not the scenario of what I'm trying to make here.
Yeah.
So let me clarify. There was nothing to establish Prograis as the top level echelon of that division that Haney's moving up to fight. He was a belt holder there amongst of alphabet soup of competent fighters. When you're talking about Pavlik moving up to fight Hopkins is a 2-division champion.
Yep.
He had just lost a fight to another legend, taking on an undisputed champion or at least a lineal champion from another division. This is not the same comparison. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Okay,
I got you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, but I don't think it's the same thing.
I have a question for Inevitable.
Go ahead,
So
go.
you think Prograis is the man at 140, correct?
At the end of the day, we love competition, right? We saw that there was a tournament. There was a tournament, and whoever took that tournament are the top dogs at 140. Even if the names didn't want to give up, right? Because their promotional identity. At the end of the day, they took the challenge. The top two, and you can't deny it, were Prograis and Taylor.
How long ago was that?
Taylor,
that was a long time ago. Though. That was a long time ago. Inevitable.
When Prograis,
what I'm going to tell you now is that Prograis.
Taylor beat Prograis.
No longer the guy in the division. The guy in the division is Haney, Subaru Martinez, and Teofimo. Those are the people.
No. This is where you're putting it now, but I'm talking about what you're telling me that Prograis this and that. I'm telling you where I'm coming with history, the backing. They took a tournament. It was Prograis and Taylor at 140 when nobody gave a fuck about the 140 division. They made the fights happen. You gotta give the guys the competition that they.
That was
they,
half
they
a decade ago.
No,
okay, so
but I'm
it's
saying
no longer relevant.
Oh, okay. Well, nothing's irrelevant then. I guess nothing's relevant.
We're trying to make a point that you're still riding on the reputation of a fighter who clearly isn't at the same spot as he was when the time that you're referencing. 2019 was half a decade ago. He's not the same guy he was then. He won a belt back. I give him credit there. He's defended it once or twice. He's looked really good here and there since the Josh Taylor fight. But on occasion, not regularly, he wasn't the boogeyman. People weren't ducking him. There were other fighters that were getting title shots, and he wasn't unifying with anybody. And I don't think it was because people were running from him.
Jose Ramirez ducked him, didn't he?
Did Teo? Did Matias?
Jose Ramirez. Didn't Jose Ramirez duck him?
I'm talking about the guys that actually are relevant in the division right now.
No. But you said they didn't duck him. You're saying nobody ducked him. Jose Ramirez.
Nobody relevant.
And he didn't want to fight, right?
Nobody relevant.
No, but you got to.
Here's what I'm saying. Why
do we love boxing?
It's currently an open division with lots of people holding belts.
Okay.
Prograis, you're rating Prograis high up on that based off what happened half a decade ago. He won a belt, but he's been hot and cold since then. I've said this a million times on this network that he's hot and cold. He's inconsistent, especially since the Josh Taylor fight, which was in 2019. That's right around 5 years ago. That's half a decade. He's not still riding that same success because his performances in various fights has determined the fact he's no longer that guy that fought Josh Taylor. He is on occasion, but not consistently. And he's very inconsistent. And I've said that the whole time. That's what I mean by hot and cold.
Yeah.
And so because of that, Haney fought a guy with a good reputation who's won 2 belts. Based off on paper of the accomplishments of what Haney took on, I can't take that away from him, especially with how he performed. The reality of who he fought was someone who was style fit his style and was not the best in the division, but it was the safest big paycheck to get and still make headline news. That's what I'm saying.
But what you're failing to understand is that win over Prograis is starting to not look so good because you look at Josh Taylor, how he looked against Catterall. I mean, the dude, he wasn't made up to be.
The guy with the Josh Taylor fight with Teofimo Lopez, that was close. That wasn't like the rounds that Teo won were dominating, but there's plenty of rounds that not enough to make the fight close with Teo that Taylor won. It's not like it was a complete utter dominance. We saw. Yeah, the thing with
5 years ago. Josh Taylor's not what he made out to be. He was supposed to be a pound for pound level talent, but he shit the bed and a little bit of a hype job.
The thing with Josh Taylor, just like how Errol Spence is, they stayed in one division for too long. They should have moved up at a certain point. They should have moved up to 47. Yeah.
I agree with that.
The difference is I think that if Errol would have moved up at the right time, he might have been competitive at 154. And Taylor, 147 was a very, very deep division for a small welterweight, and he would have been a small welterweight. Tall, but small. And that would have been a tough division for him. And if he was going to use the Bob Arum WBO mandatory to move up, he would have had to fight Crawford. That would not have been very good for his career. So
he's not that good.
Where does he go from here, guys? Taylor, you think he's going to retire or it's over?
Yeah, he'd be best to retire.
Okay. So he's done, right? We're done talking about him. He's done. We're not going to see him ever again.
Oh, we'll probably see him again, and he might actually do some really good payday numbers in England, being a local hero. He might win a vacant belt if enough talent leaves welterweight, but I don't see him doing anything relevant when you got Boots Ennis, you got Gary Antoine Russell, who's not the greatest, but he punches hard, and he's young. And so
Since
when you
I'm
put
new
these kind of things in there.
Do y'all believe in Boots Ennis? Since I'm new here, do y'all believe in his skills? And because I'm not his fan. I'm not his fan at all. But I'm saying, like, do y'all believe in the 147 division now that it's alone? Do y'all believe that Boots Ennis is going to carry all the belts now? And
there's no one.
I think he's capable. I think he's capable, but I don't think it's going to happen because he has horrible handlers.
It's too big too. Yeah, it's not long he can stay there.
He has bad handlers.
He can stay there because
real quick, let me put this in there about him. Real quick, let me put this in there about him. He says himself, these are his words, that he doesn't weigh himself on a regular basis until 2 weeks after he starts training camp. When he's in the sweatsuit, doing the sparring, starving himself down, he may not starve himself, but cutting the calories, and not pounding the water, and he still weighs 162 2 weeks into camp.
Yeah, he's not gonna. He's not gonna be
in
there.
that division very long. And being the fact that he's approaching his late 20s, he will not be in that division much longer because that's when it starts. You may still be at your peak in your prime, but that's when it really starts to affect you when you're hurting yourself making weight. You don't recover as fast.
And it's crazy because Eddie Hearn was in his DMs and they kind of put him on blast for it. I'm like, man, if anything, he should have taken that up, man. I mean, Eddie's doing his thing.
But wait, man. That Eddie thing. What the hell is Eddie Hearn and Matchroom going to offer Boots Ennis? Counterbanner,
a lot more than what he's getting offered right now. What's he doing?
A lot of money, Rare Breed.
What's he doing right now? He ain't doing jack shit right now.
So look, that
PBC should end.
I heard the rumor. He's probably fighting Mario Barrios for the vacant.
Of course, he's the lowest hanging fruit.
No, well, first of all, other than Crawford, who's the other guys that has a belt? Or will have a belt?
It's the Crawford's the guy,
Exactly, and Crawford told you already.
I wouldn't mind. I don't
want to fight Boots.
Yeah, Barrios is cool and everything, but it would be okay if he.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like you can't have your cake and eat it.
Did he actually say? Did Terrence Crawford actually say, "I'm not fighting Boots"?
Yes, he said it's a lose-lose situation if I fight Boots. If I beat him, he was too young and inexperienced, and he didn't say it, but he's implying. And if I do lose to him, I lost to a guy that nobody knows who he is, even though he's very dangerous.
But he has not said that he's turned down an offer. That's the main point.
Crawford was never.
Hey, recognize. Good to hear from you again, my friend.
What's up, Boxing Chief? Good to hear from everybody.
Hey, I don't mind the Mario Barrios fight because Mario is probably going to be elevated to WBC champ. So
that's sad.
Unified.
That's sad.
And then you get closer to undisputed. If you don't get undisputed, you can move up to 54. Eventually, set up a super fight with Tim Tszyu.
The 140 division,
Virgil Ortiz,
or maybe he fights Devin Haney, who's probably a welterweight.
He'll beat the shit out of Devin Haney. They'll never fight Boots.
How do you know that?
You don't know that.
I know that.
Oh yeah, you can't say that.
Hey, you know how I know that? I'm listening from the horse's mouth. Bill Haney. We're not fighting Boots. Yes, he said that.
See, this is the problem. You're putting too much pressure on the guy that just got to going to 140, bro. That don't make any sense. You sound like somebody else pushing.
No, Recognize just said it. How do you know that he won't fight Boots? Because they said it.
Dude, you're making too much pressure on somebody that already brought himself up to a certain degree.
It's just Boots
he should be at 147. He's not some natural 145.
Okay, let me ask you something. If Tank Davis was supposed to, he talked shit about Terrence Bud Crawford. How come he didn't go up to fight Terrence Bud Crawford? Tell me that.
Well, Devin Haney didn't talk shit about Boots, so I don't know why you're using that as an example.
No.
But y'all are arguing in circles, man, because Boots is in no man's land. One is he's not being handled well. Two, everybody's tied. Everybody's tied up. I mean, Crawford has to fight Spence again. I mean, Ortiz is on a rebound fight. Yeah, Barrios just got to elevate.
Thurman refuses to fight Boots.
Yeah,
he says he'd rather fight Clarissa Shields.
Thurman's a clown, man. Thurman ducked Spence too, man. So it's just like
I think Stanionis would fight Boots, but he said out of his own mouth, "I need to tune up first," and I'm not mad at him. You can't come off a 2-year layoff and fight that guy.
That's the thing. None of these guys are over there.
You did say that.
They're not active. It's like, how can you get a tune-up when you're not even getting fights, bro?
Exactly, and you can't even find a bump for Stanley to fight. This is ridiculous.
Like, I want to see I want to see him fight Stanley Onus because Stanley Onus seems like he's rusty. He's been.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, Stanley Onus will be another Ruben Villa. He is tailor made for dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, but I want to see it. I think he's better than Ruben Villa. I think he's a lot better. But
he's got better skills. But I think he's got more power than.
I think he's got more grit. Remember, Ruben Villa was coming off of what was it? An upset win. He wasn't supposed to win that one fight that put him there.
Wait. The only thing I disagree with what you just said is more grit. I don't know how you can have more grit than that guy. That dude is tough.
I mean, he has heart. But I'm talking about he's gonna bite down and just go for gusto and just go all out. I think he will, and he'll probably get knocked out doing it. But I'd rather see it.
Man.
Yeah, but you know what? But we got to see it, and then we can start propping up Boots. We got to see Boots.
I'm going to come in here.
Stuff,
I'm going to come in here with Boots on Boots, and I'm going to kind of back Rare Breed in the same way some of the other guys are saying, because both sides are true. I do believe in Boots' skills and everything else, and no matter who he faces. Because my eye test shows me not the exact same, mind you, but similar traits of when you saw Floyd Mayweather and Roy Jones. You weren't ridiculing who they were fighting on the way up because neither one of them fought anything overly outstanding or really anybody in the top 5 the whole time they were going up to a title, yet you still knew they were going to be special. I feel the same way about Boots, but what they're doing wrong, that they were not doing wrong with Floyd and Roy, is Floyd and Roy were on TV all the freaking time on anything they could get their hands on. Boxing may have been shown more back then, given, but if there was a card, they were on it. Somehow, it wasn't always a Bob Arum card. Floyd was still on it, and it was to get the exposure so people would want to see this guy again, and that's where they're going wrong, Rare Breed. That's where they're messing up. Bro, if they really had the faith in these people, they'd be putting him in with anybody and everybody to build the hype around where people would want to see him.
Well, Chief, the only thing I disagree with what you said, okay, you were mostly right, especially with the Roy Jones Floyd Mayweather comparison. But the one thing I disagree is they did try to get him to fight this year on the Benavidez Andrade undercard co-main event with Cody Crowley, and Cody Crowley pulled out. So, like, at a certain point, you can't force people to get in the ring with you. Like, unfortunately, right now,
they don't have to all be top-level competitors. You just have to keep them busy in the public eye.
Yeah, but these contenders
are actually listening to what I was saying. He would realize the fact that I'm talking about watching talent, putting it together, and getting the exposure, not comparing exact careers and talents.
Okay. What was I going to say?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
I don't even know what I was going to say. Go ahead.
So that's mainly the thing. I think if we saw enough of him, even though some of the critiques would still be there of, well, he hadn't fought anybody yet. Well, I mean, Floyd didn't fight anybody before he fought Genaro Hernandez. Roy didn't fight anybody before he fought Bernard Hopkins for a vacant belt. The competition.
Some guys you can just tell early. You don't have to see them fight certain people. Like some people just can't miss prospects.
Yeah, but you would want to see Ennis, and I'm not.
Of course, you want to see it. But when you first saw LeBron James, like you knew this guy was different, right? Like you didn't have to. Of course, you wanted to prove it. Different, you just knew.
We need to see him again.
The first time I saw him,
we need to see.
Working the day.
Hold on, I think Ennis would do good, but we need to see him actually in there. So that way he can get better. That way he gets better.
The first time I saw Boots Ennis was against Sergey Lipinets when Sergey Lipinets was something special at the moment in time. Not special, it was something good. I would say not special. And what he did.
What?
Yeah, I'm back.
He
Yeah.
beat the shit out of Sergey Lipinets.
What's up, Jimmy?
What up, Recognize? What up, Chief? Did you hear about the name that's being tossed around right now for Boots?
Hey, I have what's his name's WhatsApp number, Rick Glazer. So I asked him myself. He said it was being talked about, but it's not going to happen because of the backlash. But they did bring it up. But Mario Barrios more than likely is next.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was interrupted. Sorry,
he would never accept that fight. Who the fuck wants to go through training camp and fight a guy like Guerrero? That's a waste of your effort, talent, all that shit.
Can I say something about Boots since we're bringing him up real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all go like this. guys, for letting me. I mean, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. But for me, and I'm gonna let it go like this, and I'm gonna roll out. Thank you so much again. I appreciate y'all. Merry Christmas.
Inevitable. That was a great talking to you, man.
You, brother. I'm gonna let it go like this. I'm gonna let it go like this, and it's gonna be quick. For me, Bruce Ennis, they're trying to make him into something that he's nothing. They're trying to recognize the beat Lipinets. He was nothing. You gotta beat the competition. There's no competition out there right now. We can't justify for what we want from him or what he looks like or what he does or what styles. At the end of the day, we saw what happened to Adrian Broner. We saw a hype job come up. No, wait, hold on. And I'm gonna let it go like this. We saw a hype job of fucking Adrian Broner come up and be what he wanted to be. The next Mayweather, the next this year. We've seen it so many fucking times. And guess what?
Okay.
Gonna be
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got interrupted. I'm not. I hadn't finished. Jimmy just barged in and started to say something to everybody. Look, man. When I first saw this, yeah, I got you. I was trying to say that. I was trying to say that when the first time I saw him was the Lipinets fight. The very first time I saw Boots Ennis was the Lipinets fight, and how he destroyed Lipinets. But Lipinets had moments in that fight, which made me think if you're an A plus fighter like everybody thinks he is, you would not have those moments at all whatsoever with someone like Sergey Lipinets. You would be he's more of a B plus fighter. B plus fighter type individual.
I disagree. Boots gets hit because he's willing to take chances. He's willing to get in there. He's not. He could be defensively sound like a Devin Haney or Shakur and play safe if he wanted to, but he's an offensive style fighter first. So you're going to get hit a little bit more.
He's a Philly fighter who fights in a Philly style, an aggressive style.
So, just like Triple G, guys who are killers who come to hurt people, they're going to get hit a little bit more than, more defensive.
I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he's just not as good as he's a hype job in a way.
How can you be a hype job? Well, if he was struggling with lower level competition, you could say that, but he's not doing that. He's doing what he's supposed to do. I think he'd be a hype job.
If you're a B-level fighter, they call you an A-level fighter. If you're a C-level fighter, they call you a B-level fighter.
How do you know he's a B-level fighter? We don't know if he's a B or A-level. We don't know yet. But he has the looks of an A-level. That's what we're saying.
We don't know shit. We don't know shit about Boots Ennis yet. We don't know.
Yeah.
This is what I've been telling you. You, Rebrid, you make the mistake of you think you're you can spot talent. You can spot talent, but you cannot spot talent if it hasn't been tested. Like Boots Ennis isn't for anybody.
All right. Well, those guys got to fight him first. And the guy who left, by the way, who said Adrian Broner.
I'm right
First
here.
of all, he has nothing in common. I got to respond to that because that was crazy.
I'm giving you an aspect of it.
No, hell no. I got to respond to that. Please let me rebuttal to that.
No. Adrian Broner was rated number 5 pound for pound.
There you go.
Yeah, that was after the fact. So, but
he was very highly touted.
But here's the difference between AB and Boots. AB's a fucking knucklehead. He's always been a knucklehead.
But you didn't know that before. You didn't know that before.
Yeah, no. Even when he was at his peak, people knew he was a knucklehead. Look how he acted.
No, we knew he was a jerk. We knew he was.
That's what I'm saying.
The next Mayweather.
Boost doesn't have that kind of he stays to himself. You don't hear him doing stupid shit on.
No. Okay, but hold on.
That does matter now. He
clearly doesn't have Broner's intellect or personality. Completely different kid. Obviously,
we're not comparing personality versus anything else. The run that Broner was on at the time.
I'm ready here for you.
Let me finish real quick. The run that Broner was on at the time, because of how he was clearing through divisions and everything, up until he fought Maidana, he was very highly ranked, pound for pound, and everything else, because he was going through division by division, winning belts very easily, and making big jumps. Go ahead.
That noise.
Well, whose TV is on? I take that shit off.
Can I finish it off? Because I'm gonna roll out. Is that okay with you guys?
Go ahead. I don't have a problem with it.
And that was the whole point I was trying to put out there. It's saying you cannot acclaim or put a crown on somebody when they haven't accomplished shit. At the end of the day, when they give you a belt and you're sitting down and you ain't fighting for it, don't give me that anthem. Oh, he fights like Floyd Mayweather. Oh, he fights like Roy Jones Jr. We talking about history of boxing. If you love history of boxing and you saw what happened,
I didn't say that. That was cheap.
No, that's me. Let me tell you. Let me
Cheap is the one that said that. I respect his boxing knowledge.
Guys, just quickly. Okay. Good tennis against what Karen? What happened in that Karen fight?
Karen was running.
Karen was running. Is that it?
Yeah. That's why Karen lost every single round.
Okay. Good tennis wasn't even able to land shit, right?
He did. He definitely landed shit. He actually hurt him.
Well, I think what happened, what got exposed a little, Bucho, was he's been traditionally more of a counter puncher, and he had to hunt the guy down, completely hunt the guy down, and he was out of his element. I'm sure that's what he's got to work on now. Now he knows if I go against a guy who doesn't try to fight me, I can't not look like that. I got to be better at cutting off the ring. I think those are things he just never really dealt with because he was a counter puncher.
Also, what are the chances in high level boxing you get into a ring with a guy who simply just comes to survive? That shit is very rare. It rarely happens.
It's not rare. You have Shakur Stevens has done it. Shakur Stevens has done it. Aries Landy.
Yeah, and we flamed him for it, and he deserved it. So we should flame Karen too.
Who's we? Because
me, I did. The whole boxing world flamed Shakur for that shit.
The double standards are amazing, man.
Okay, Jimmy. Did I not give Shakur Stevenson hell for that performance?
You did. I know you did, but
okay. So what are you talking about? There's no double standard.
Shakur Stevenson. Okay, get this through your head, Robert. Shakur Stevenson should not be fucking running. Because he's supposed to be a pound-for-pound boxer. You said he's a generational talent. How come a generational talent ends up fucking running away from a fucking opponent who I don't even remember his fucking name? And he ran away from him. Why did he have to run? Tell me. A generational talent is running. No, he's not a generational
You're changing the subject. We're not talking about Shakur Stevenson.
Oh, you don't want to talk about Shakur?
Yeah, we can talk about that shit later. That shit is not worth
Can I say something about what Inevitable said?
Rare Breed, you're being straightened out by a guy in a scarf.
The one thing I agree
his ass off smoking a cigarette.
Before Inevitable bowed out, I do agree with that.
What's up, buddy?
What up?
Southpaw, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. I just want to agree with something that Inevitable said on the way out. Is that with Boots, we gotta see. But what I can't stand about these new wave boxing fans is everybody wants the new Tyson, the new Floyd, then the next this guy. They do that shit way too much, and without seeing these guys go through the pretty boy phase. You know what I mean? Or going through the phase when De La Hoya was fighting 5 times a year. Like it's crazy that.
I got something to say. Ask Rare Breed. Do you think Inoue, is as good as? Should I say? Do you think Boots Ennis is as good as Inoue is? That's an A-level fighter. That's an A-level fighter.
I think Boots has the potential to get to that level.
So that makes him what, brother? That makes him what? A B-level fighter, right?
No, it makes him an unproven fighter.
It makes him an unproven fighter, like Chief just said.
Yeah, unproven. But in my opinion, what I've seen, he's a B-level fighter.
A B-level fighter is somebody like Kambosos. That Boots is not a Kambosos.
My favorite fighter. He's still on the B level.
That's a B-level fighter. I think you're going too far.
Kambosos is like a C+ fighter, bro. Like, he doesn't. I don't think he belongs in the B level.
Nah, that guy's B.
Here's the
thing. C level or like journeyman.
Douglas, Kambosos is the Douglas, and I'm gonna say
let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in real quick because Rare Breed's getting a lot of flack for something I'm the one that basically said.
Right. Okay. Wow, crazy, bro. Like, calm down.
So I'm going to read a list of guys going up in a career, and you guys tell me exactly if this was testing themselves for a title. Reggie Miller, Ricky Stackhouse, Lester Yardman, Jorge Vaca, Jorge Castro, Glenn Thomas, Percy Harris, Glenn Wolfe. No, it's not. But that's what Roy Jones fought. So my point that I'm getting at here is not the fact that I already see that level of athleticism from Boots Ennis. But the way he's dominating guys is the exact way Roy Jones was dominating the same type of competition. As a matter of fact, the only prior world champion that's on that resume that I just read of Roy Jones is Jorge Vaca, and that was after everybody left the division at middleweight. Boots actually fought a former 140 contender or champion. I forget what Lipinets was. I don't remember if he won a belt or if he was a contender. He was title holder, right? That's what I thought. Okay, I want to make sure I got that correct before I made that comment. So he's a former world champion. He got blown out. He was a much smaller guy, didn't belong in the division. Understood. But that's the first level he's been able to get at so far. My main point that most of us are backing that Rare Breed's getting a little flack for is he's not fighting enough for us to see him to where we're seeing more whether we can see flaws or not. He's not fighting enough. And he's kind of skipping the contender phase again? Hold on. You're talking about Boots Ennis.
Who are you talking about?
Boots Ennis. So he's kind of skipping the contender phase and going from prospect to a vacant belt. And I understand what everybody's saying. But if I read Floyd Mayweather's career and I go all the way up from who he fought all the way up to Gerard Hanez, you're going to get the same level of competition. You're going to get nobodies that were no hopers, no former world champions, nobody that was really ranked in a meaningful top 5. And yet we could still see that they had the talent to be able to win this stuff. That's what I think I see from Boots down the road. Okay. And Rare Breed's not the one that said that. I am. But I understand what everybody's saying is like by this time, at this age, Floyd and Roy were already fighting guys that were they were already in title fights, fighting meaningful fights. And that's where I agree with the flack that he's getting on, it's time to crap or get off the pot. And I back that. I back that mentality 100%.
Boots,
here's the difference, though.
It's just not happening.
Yeah, but Floyd already had the Olympic, buzz going, so he kind of had a name going into the pros. And Roy Jones did also.
So did Roy.
And Roy. So Boots didn't have that, so he had to. It's going to be harder
of the gold medal.
Exactly, like Triple G. Triple G for a long time had to fight lower level competition because one, he wasn't worth the risk because he was unknown and the motherfucker hurts people. Boots kind of is in the same boat a little bit.
Does anybody know Roy Jones' record going into the James Toney fight?
It was 26.
That's right. 26.
26-0?
26 fights in, James Toney.
Yeah.
That's a good pace.
You gotta call that a warm up. That's what it was. A warm up.
He fought a Green Hopkins. He fought a couple non-title fights. He knocked out what's his name? Thomas Tate. Then moved up and fought James Toney.
What did Roy Jones say? They said I don't fight nobody. I just make them look like nobody. Come on, man. Stop playing.
I'll say
James Toney was somebody. 26 fights, pretty impressive.
Jones Jr. was a bomb, my brother. He was a bomb. That's what he was. I tell you.
All right.
Hey, Gershon, how you doing?
What's up? I hope you've been well, Chief, and along with everybody else on here. Thing is, when it comes to a lot of these unproven fighters, which I was trying to say a little bit ago, is that what the issue is, we have a bunch of overpaid divas that are demanding the privileges of proven fighters, and guys who deserve the money.
Name the names, my friend. Name names.
All right, Shakur, Devin, Ryan as well. Who else is in that bracket? We're going to be getting more, sadly, possibly. But
Jake Paul. Forgot Jake Paul.
The thing with Jake Paul, I don't like him. I think he brings a bad light to the sport, but he knows his audience, so at least...
Let me ask you a question about the Jake Paul beating the brother. Like everybody think that the brother allowed against Jake Paul, but he not a good brother. He just take it down for that guy.
What the hell?
What the hell kind of accent is that?
He's got a peanut butter on the top of his roof.
What you talking about, one brother? Everybody talking about the brother. He lost against the brother. Everybody, the black man.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, bro. Jake Paul has more skills, more athleticism. He had more footwork.
God damn.
All right, guys, look, real quick, because about to take off. Merry Christmas. Love you guys. Love talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on, Bucho.
All right, Chief.
You guys have a
Merry Christmas, Chief.
New Year.
Merry Christmas, Chief.
You guys take care of yourselves. I'm out.
I love you too, Chief.
Right back at you. I don't know who you are, but take care.
Hey, you know he means it with that thick ass voice of his. Stick, I tell you, that boy's thick.
But can I say something? Can I say something? One hitter right here. Who has more tools than Boots Ennis? Like he can switch. He's got a crazy jab with his left and with his right. He can box and he can fight on the inside when he wants to. He's got a lot of tools.
He's doing that with easier opposition. He's playing it with well-proven fighters. That's the thing.
Yeah, but these so-called well-proven fighters are the fact that they're not willing to get in the ring with him should tell you that they know too. They know that what would happen, except for maybe Crawford.
It doesn't matter whether he's
at this point. But outside of Crawford, the rest of these guys don't have a chance. I'm telling you.
Mainly,
like the guy just said.
Can I say one more thing? But the division, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he's
bland right now. Outside of Crawford, the division's mostly bland.
Okay, that's fair enough. But even at 154, I don't see anybody beating Boots. I don't think Tim Tszyu could beat Boots.
Yo, you know the thing is,
Virgil Ortiz, baby.
Virgil Ortiz, that motherfucker damn near died last time.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm like the Mexican fans will disagree and say Virgil Ortiz, and you said it.
I like Virgil, but it'll be like Cotto.
Boots hasn't fought anybody, dude. You guys are making it seem like this guy's the next great coming of nobody, bro. Come on now, he's still improving. What are you talking about?
Look. When you have
good, why don't he fight Crawford?
I think Virgil Ortiz
because Crawford won't fight him.
Yeah, that's the same excuse these guys at 135 been making for the last 5 years.
You know, these same people are the same people that said, "Oh, who has Benavidez fought?" Like motherfucker, sometimes you can tell when the motherfucker can fight.
Rare breed. I think.
Come on now, like sometimes you can just tell. Like, they're the same people saying who has Benavidez fought, and then we beat the shit out of Caleb Plant, beat the shit out of Boo Boo Andrade. Now the new excuse is, oh well, he doesn't sell pay-per-view.
Rare breed. But up until him fighting Plant and Andrade, he hadn't fought anybody. Those are
but even still, you could tell before those two fights that Benavidez was nice.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to hear this. That's why.
You could tell he was nice. You didn't have to see him fight certain people to know. Come on, bro.
Yo, Virgil Ortiz is gonna give your boy problems. I wouldn't be surprised if he stops him. I wouldn't be surprised if he stops his life.
Check it out.
You guys, man, Virgil is no joke.
Now Virgil is nice. He recovers.
Rare breed. You guys are saying
what's your position that simply Boots isn't? We're not seeing him fight more than once a year and against nobody because they simply can't get anybody to fight
twice. He's fought twice. He should have fought a third. The guy pulled out. It is what it is.
You guys are saying.
But I've heard you say 3 or 4 times, and I'm not. You know more about the guy than I do. I'll just admit that straight up. You follow this closer than I do. So I'm just asking you your position, because if you name like 3 fighters that just won't fight him.
Yeah.
I have soda.
So he's for money, they just say no.
Yeah, Cody Crowley said it wasn't enough money, or his people said there wasn't enough money.
Is he a PBC fighter?
No, Showtime.
Showtime. He's not. Crowley's a Showtime fighter. What the hell does that mean?
Well, he was. He was Showtime PBC, but now Boots.
Okay, so he fights who fucking Al Heyman tells him to fight. There's not enough. What is he negotiating against himself?
No.
Is Al Heyman negotiating against himself?
He's not an Al Heyman fighter.
Who's not?
Oh, you're talking about Cody Crowley.
Yeah.
Well,
Crowley's got a Canadian management company, but his advisor in the United States is Al Heyman. So he's fighting under the Al Heyman umbrella.
He fights.
I don't think Al Heyman can make Cody fight anybody.
Exactly.
Well, then he sits on the shelf. You're never going to see him again. And I just say it to his face if I was Al Heyman.
Cody wanted the Keith Thurman fight. I guess he thought he deserved that fight for whatever reason. He didn't get it, and they offered him Boots, and he said no. I'll retire instead.
Who else besides Crowley? Who else is not afraid to fight?
Retire?
At least he says so on his Instagram. So,
who else is afraid to fight him? You said Crawford?
No, Crawford's not afraid to fight him. He just doesn't want to fight him. It's not worth it.
Doesn't want to fight him.
He wants a big payday. He's 36.
Doesn't matter. What the fuck does he care? It's his money.
Well, Boots might arguably be a harder fight than some of these guys that he could get a higher payday, like a Charlo, Tim Tszyu, and so it's higher risk, lower reward. Simple.
You think he gets paid more for a Charlo fight than a Boots fight? Think it fucking? You think it's that much difference? I mean, like for real.
At the time he said it, yes. But at this point now,
why? Why would it be? I mean.
Yeah, now it's not. That fight's worthless, and Crawford says so already, anyways. But he's trying to get a Canelo fight. I don't think that fight is going to happen. So to me,
he's rematching, dude. He's rematching Spence. That's all he's focused on right now. That's number one. And number two, yeah, he wants a Canelo fight because he's seen Charlo walk out of it flawless. Up until then, it was like weight classes for a reason. I'm not going to fight Tank. He's 135. I'm 147. That's too big of a jump. I don't think he should do it. Now, when basically Charlo could just survive at will in there.
Well, I mean, here's what's going to happen.
Worst case scenario, Terrence Crawford says, okay, look, worst fucking case scenario, I can just survive. I can see that that's possible because Canelo can't move his feet and punch at the
that's
same
his
time.
only chance of winning. He has to pull a Shakur Stevenson, in my opinion, and hope he gets around.
Even if he loses, he doesn't get fucking obliterated out of the ring. You get it? That's all this talk started happening post Charlo when Charlo was talking shit.
That fight is a waste of time. I don't want to see that fight.
I don't give a fuck either about either one of them. But I'm saying as far as Boots goes, so Charlo, what's it called? Crawford won't fight him. Doesn't want to fight him. Not scared.
Yeah.
You think he beats Crawford? By the way.
It's 50-50. You never. I give Crawford the edge on boxing IQ and experience, but Boots' athleticism and just flat out talent might overcome that. Just like Roy Jones, even though he wasn't as so-called skilled as what's his name, James Toney, he still was able to overcome that, just off his sheer athleticism.
Props to James Toney too, because James Toney was 44-0 when he fought Roy Jones. That's pretty fucking badass too.
You know, Crawford's southpaw style would be a bothersome for like Boots. If I was Boots' management company, I wouldn't want that next for him. That's like the toughest fight for him. I would be obviously if I work for him, steering him somewhat different because that left, his timing and that straight left is
two counterpunches.
Yeah.
Canelo is not.
But he's also he can attack too, though. Crawford can too. Attack. He can, but he's much better on the defensive. We saw that with Karen. Whereas, because of his age too, he's older. So what has happened? Crawford's style, his footwork, his movement, everything was pretty much secured by like 24 years old. I think he developed to who he was as a fighter, and what we've watched is the maturation of power. He's turned it now, learned how to put more snap and more turnover on his punches, and just read shit more, read a fighter, read their rhythm, and he's gotten really good. The only thing is, it's a finite amount of time. He's not got much more time left, so he's got to be selective with his things. But so going into if they were to fight right now, next, I would put my money on Crawford. Down the line, but again, it's the age problem. But yeah, so they got to match him with somebody tougher. And I would, like I said, when they started throwing around that name, fucking Guerrero for Boots.
Oh God!
I said I can't see Boots wanting to take that. I can't see Boots.
He wouldn't.
I'd see him saying, "Fuck no, dude, no. You're not matching me with fucking Guerrero. Like seriously, that'd have been ridiculous."
But I know we don't think Mario Barrios is like a competitive fight for Boots, but he will have a belt, so him being unified might make these other fights easier to make for him. These so-called.
Why doesn't he fight
knocked out already though? You know,
what's he got?
WBC? Like fucking 140 pounder, man. That don't look good.
What's he got?
That guy, he was trained that way. Let's be honest. Mario still gave Tank his hardest fight so far.
You guys talking about Boots or whatever, like you guys were mentioning Canelo, right? Fighting Terrence Crawford. That shit will never happen, bro. Canelo is not interested at all against Crawford. He's interested in becoming 175 undisputed champion.
Oh, he's interested in Crawford. Believe me, buddy.
It all depends on how Bivol looks.
There's nothing there for him, bro. A guy going up in 3-weight divisions. He's not
beautiful.
Going up
imagine he somehow looked pedestrian against Crawford. That's not good.
Dude, he just did it with Charlo. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but Charlo. But here's the difference. Charlo. Not only is he going up in weight, he's the inferior skill fighter to Canelo. That's different with Crawford.
You don't know that. He just doesn't have the fucking. He had no fucking power. He realized that he had nothing for Canelo, and he realized Canelo could hurt him, and you saw the rest.
He did that with Charlo because that was a revenge thing.
There ain't no a little bit foolish in there for not getting him out of there.
Bro. That was a revenge thing with Charlo. If you guys want to know why he did it with Charlo, it's a revenge thing. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, it was a revenge thing. Ever since 154, they know each other. The Charlos, the Andrades, they were together with Canelo in one weight division
for who knows how long. They were, so that was and they're talking shit. They were talking shit for quite a bit. You know, yeah, that's exactly, bro. They took that punishment finally. I mean, they got something. Canelo got the last laugh.
Yeah, well, I don't know about punishment.
Punishment?
They refused to fight
punishment.
each other, though.
I don't know about punishment. He was in survival mode most of the fight.
Yeah. I won't call punishment.
Everybody wants a payday, bro.
Let's just say Canelo got the last laugh. Let's just say Canelo got the last laugh. Yeah, he got the last laugh.
He's gonna whoop Jamal in May, bro. He's gonna whoop Jamal in May.
And you're happy. Look, I understand we don't like Jamal Charlo, but that's Canelo.
I'm not. It's not about me being happy. It's not me about being happy or not. But I don't give a fuck about that little confrontation between them. What I'm saying is Canelo is Canelo's next thing is beating Benavidez and then moving up to 175. That's his next goal. He has no interest whatsoever about Crawford.
Crawford. Why do you say that that's his goal? Has he told you that he wants to go up to 175?
He's been saying that shit for a long time. He wants 175 for years. You guys haven't been paying attention.
He doesn't say that he wants to go back up to 175, bro.
He literally said the opposite. Hang on. He literally said
making everyone
he literally said the opposite.
He literally
said the opposite.
Spread fake news on this goddamn
drunk
channel.
gypsy.
It's not.
He literally said, "I'm not interested in 175. I just want revenge against Bivol, and then I'm going to go back down." So he said the opposite of what you said.
That's the bullshit excuse.
Does it bother you that you're completely contradictory
at the same time, he wanted to move to cruiserweight. At the same time, he wanted to move to cruiserweight. Let that sink in.
How many years ago was that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you remember that shit? I'm talking about his entire career.
He's going to fight for the rest of his goddamn life, bro.
Let's believe that's his next goal.
So we're gonna believe you, right? You don't. I don't think you know a fucking day. You're telling us what Canel's gonna do.
68. He ain't trying to go out there and lose a fight. What are you talking about?
Guy. That's what it is.
Don't come in here and start making it personal like that. Don't come in and start calling Gypsy names and shit, man. It ain't necessary. Listen, I love Gypsy, man. He comes up with some crazy shit. Yeah, it's just, but no, I don't listen. I argue with them. I don't argue with them, right? Like a debate with them, say your shit, but
is this open? Is this open? Is this a free smoke?
What happens, dude? It fires people up, and people start yelling over everybody. This show's been going for 5 hours, and people have been really better.
It has been going for 5 hours.
People are talking over everybody.
Been talking for 5 hours straight, bro. Let another guy get a word in, bro.
I mean,
let Mirage get a word in. He's got an opinion.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You guys show respect. Show respect to you. How about that?
I
was talking and Mirage jumped in. Mirage is all about jumping in and disrupting and making chaos. I'm just saying.
I haven't said not next to anything in 2 hours. I'm just saying he comes on and starts calling fucking Gypsy names. It ain't necessary.
I'm gonna try not to call Gypsy a drunk idiot. I'll try not to do that. I promise. So anyway,
don't be a drunk idiot, bro. I'm telling you what's gonna happen. That's my belief. You don't like
looking
believe
for
it?
Easy fights for easy money that it can sell to casuals like you.
Okay,
so it's gonna be
I never, honestly, to be frank with you, I never bought a Canelo fight card. I never bought a Canelo fight card. I want to, but I just never had the chance to buy one because I was busy. I was working and all that. I couldn't watch the fights, so I avoided it.
I never bought one, but that's because I live in Mexico and I see them all free.
I want one. I want to buy one, but it's eventually. I want to buy the Golovkin fight, and Golovkin fight, but
Canelo wants to buy a new mansion.
All Canelo's pay-per-views are free in Mexico.
Yeah, they're aired like on broadcast television down there.
That's amazing.
Every pay-per-view fight.
All I'm trying to say is,
that's
if I'm not mistaken.
That's why the sport's still growing in Mexico. The people see it.
I'm gonna end it right here. I'm saying Canelo wants Benavidez, and after Benavidez, he's gonna want the winner between.
Has he told you he wants him? Has he told you? Because he's never said it. I'm still waiting.
I think he wants to play golf. I think he's made I think he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, man. How long does people expect this dude to keep going?
Well, what is it now? Gypsy, all I'm telling you is I'd be careful. I wouldn't just rip out a pen and a pad every time Canelo talks. I'd be very, very wary of that because
you know why I'm saying this, Pete. You know why I'm saying this, bro?
Hold on,
you know why I'm
no personal.
Okay,
he just says a lot of shit. He's almost in I'm sorry, but he's almost in Bill Haney territory. He's like in Bill Haney, Tyson Fury type territory.
I think he's towards the end of his career.
Very
come on, man.
Crafty the way he talks.
No, I want to say this, like you said it, I get it. He's you can't trust his words or whatever. I get it. I get that sense. The reason why I'm saying is because he wants to be the best Mexican boxer of all time. He wants to pass the Julio Cesar Chavez Sr.'s accomplishments and every other Manuel Marquez, all of them. That's the goal for Canelo's next goal. Is that.
But he wants to do it in the easiest way. He wants to do it in the easiest way.
Champions in all of them.
He doesn't want to go run through a brick wall. He wants to fucking.
He's gonna do it his way. Of course, he's
gonna the Charlos.
I think Canelo wants to be more champions.
A lot of that's fucking like a lot of that's just obvious personality. I personally think and it sucks too because he was taken from us at 23 years old. But Salvatore Sanchez, as far as I'm concerned, he would have been the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. That dude, you look at who he fought, the level of competition he fought, and the wars he was in. It's just amazing, man. I'm telling you guys, if you want to see something, go back and watch some Salvatore Sanchez fights.
He died too young.
Canelo's not interested in that. Canelo doesn't rock that way.
Didn't he die so young, though? He died so young.
23 years old in a car wreck.
Yeah.
He's doing his money. He owned 11 sports cars.
It's hard to compare fighters today. Canelo's already passed.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I think if he would have survived, I think he would have developed such... how many fucking Hall of Famers? 3 or 4 Hall of Famers he knocked out and shit? Like, he was so good, man. Sucks, but I think, Canelo, he's still going to be on the Mount Rushmore of Mexican fighters. Even if he retired today, he would be, just for what he's accomplished. First Mexican to unify 168. I mean, his accomplishments are in the bag already. Everything from here on is gravy.
I think Canelo's trying to pass Floyd Mayweather in champions beaten. He's already done that with all the other Mexican champions. He's already beaten more champions than all of them. I think he's at 19.
I think
he needs to get past 24. I think he needs to get past 24 to pass Floyd's accomplishment. Floyd's big claim to fame is that he's been the most champions. That's his most legit thing that you can say about his career. You know what I mean? I think Canelo wants to pass.
What Sobers just said sounds way, way, way more plausible than what, all due respect, what Gypsy said. Because let me tell you something, and the way Canelo thinks about it, and Reynoso for that matter, trying to eclipse Chavez and Marquez and these guys, Chavez particularly, is pretty much not going to happen. I just don't think it's going to fucking happen. I don't think the demographic is there. Happen? I'm saying in the minds of the boxing public. Listen, in the minds of the boxing public.
How do you measure the minds of the boxing public?
Dude, we're talking about public relations here. We're talking about like
how do you measure that? How is that measured?
I don't know. Gypsy brought it up. Hey, Benzo.
If he took on Beterbiev and beat him,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. That's a reasonable question.
I brought it up, and I'll tell you how.
That's how you can measure that.
Look, that's what I was trying to say. Let him finish what he was trying to say first, and then ask him.
Look, I brought it up, and I'm telling you why. Because once he beats Beterbiev, there's no one in Julio Cesar Chavez's resume that can comparable to that caliber of how many divisions he went up, and he fought a beast, and he beat him. If he does that, there's no question. In my book, he's the best Mexican.
Where did you get the idea? Where's Beterbiev coming from suddenly?
Chavez, if he goes up and beats Beterbiev, whatever that guy is, that's what you're saying?
Yeah. But the thing is, before he does that, he's going to fight.
I think that you're wrong, sir.
He fights Beterbiev.
You're wrong about that.
Look,
that is
if
Canelo beats Charlo in May, and if let's just say he fights in September and beats him, that alone has him passing Chavez in accomplishments and as a better
I agree, brother. I agree, brother. But the thing is, to make it like put the stamp down with
there is no stamp, bro. First of all,
Beterbiev's not relevant. He's in a different division. Why are you talking about Beterbiev, dude?
I'm not Mexican, bro. I'm not Mexican.
Okay, but we're talking about the best Mexican boxers in Mexican people's minds, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
If he fought Benavidez, let me talk. Let somebody else talk. Holy shit!
Mirage, no one wants to listen to your crap about Benavidez. Now you
shut
go
up.
ahead and mute yourself. All right?
So I can actually local mute here. I can actually local mute. So you fucking gone. So anyway, if he fought David Benavidez, a young prime lion.
Go ahead.
Oh, good lord.
If he fought a young prime lion Benavidez and he beat him, say it was a war and he beat him, that would do tremendous things for his resume and for the Mexican fans as in sort of the fucking a real fighter, the guy who took risks. This will bring him towards Chavez. I'll give him credit if he did that. That would be huge for his legacy. Mayweather, he could take out a young lion in his prime.
How many fighters is he
my man. Bro, like, I'm not Mexican, yeah, but he fucking had Chavez had like 80, 90 fights. Something like that.
A lot of them are cab drivers, man. We all know that.
But what are you talking about?
You don't need to have 100 fights to beat Chavez. You don't need 100 fights to beat him. You don't need 100.
How many fights is he? How many champions is he off from Floyd's record?
I don't know. Never took off, man. He knows he's not here anymore.
I'll say this much. Honestly, after the Benavidez fight, I think he's going to have one or two more fights. Honestly, I just have that feeling whether he wins or loses. If Benavidez is like making weight well, I think, like I said, whether he wins or loses, I think the fight's going to take a toll out of him, and he might. Well, he's already declining, I think, but he's going to decline even more right where it's more obvious, and he's just going to have one or two more fights after the Benavidez fight. Not sure who after that, but that's how I see things going.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. The motherfucker's been doing this professional since he was 15. I know, that's what I'm saying. For 30 years almost, you know? This dude's been on that shit. So, 20 years rather, I'm sorry. So, it's put himself through a lot of fucking wars, man. So, and he's got a good life. Beautiful homes, woman. He loves to play golf, spends big money on golf. Flies, takes private fucking planes over to fucking Hawaii and shit to play golf. Dude's got a good life. I'm sure he doesn't want to keep getting his head punched for too much longer. I'm just curious how many more wins he has to do.
Sobers is here. Sobers, give us the stats. Where are we at with that?
With what, bro?
Remember what you said about how far he's off of Floyd's record?
Get your secretary hat on, Sobers. Get the numbers, bro.
I'm putting up the numbers. I'm doing them. Give me a second. There, I think Canelo's at 19 champions, and I think
how many was Floyd at?
I think he has 24.
No, isn't Floyd 22?
Since when is this a statistic that anybody cares about, really?
What fighter won? What fighter won most world champions? That's one hell of a claim, dude.
Benavidez hasn't accomplished.
Do people really care that much about it? Like it's a priority.
No one gives a shit about Benavidez,
really?
bro.
How many did Roy Jones beat? I never heard anybody talk about that. Do you know how many Roy Jones beat?
8.
Not nowhere close to 15.
9. Yeah, nowhere close to 15. No, we're close.
Okay.
To get in the double digits is impressive.
Considering it's so easy to
beat the most world champions, current or ex, is an incredible achievement. That's fucking
considering
insane.
It's so easy to become a champion these days. Does it really matter? I don't think it does.
Clearly, it does. That's what Floyd. That's Floyd's biggest boast to flame. Floyd Mayweather. That's what he says. It more than a 50-0. I've beaten more fucking world champions than anybody. That's what he says, because the 50-0 is not a real thing. There's been many fighters who went 50-0. So what he does, once they bring that up, that's his like ace in the hole. I've beaten more world champions than anybody, and nobody can. What do you come back after that?
Yeah, that's what Floyd says. But generally,
I think he's at 23.
That's 50 world champions. He would never.
I think he's at 23. And Canelo's at 19.
I mean, how many did Ali beat?
Much like everything else with Floyd, I could give a fuck what he thinks or says, or how many champions he beat. But that is something he would say. And I hear you. But what I'm saying is, to what Sober said, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying what Sober said sounds a hell of a lot more viable for Canelo Alvarez. Something like that. I'm not saying that, but something like that. All right, the first Mexican cruiserweight champion. I could do it. Something like that. Most champions beaten. First 5 division Mexican, whatever. That's more viable than Gypsy, who thinks that. Hold on. That's more viable than Gypsy, who says that, and he's not saying that. He's saying Canelo's saying this, or he's imputing this on to Canelo, that he's got some kind of a legacy Jones that he's going to fight Benavidez and he's going to fight all these comers to solidify his place at the top of the heap in Mexico. I don't think he gives a fuck, to be honest with you.
Honestly,
you're way overestimating Canelo's shame, is what I'm trying to tell you.
I got you.
175 isn't somewhere Canelo needs to fight anymore, bro.
That's true.
He doesn't need to do anything at 175 to accomplish anything great in his career. Nothing.
I agree with that. I think he should fight at 168. I don't think he should go up. Why go up?
The dude over there was saying that he has to fight Beterbiev or some shit like that. He ain't gonna fight over there.
That's ridiculous. He's 5 foot. He started at 140 pounds. He's only 5'8" for Christ's sakes. Now, when I hear people saying 175, like, man, that's why I put such a fucking so much of fucking respect that he went up to fight Bivol. You know, I know his detractors like to shit on him for losing to Bivol. I don't shit on him because he gave Bivol a great fight. Actually, won more rounds against Bivol than any other opponent.
You guys see it that way, but I'm saying that he only has 2 more fights that are worth mentioning, and that's going to be Benavidez and the winner between Beterbiev and Bivol. That's what he's going to do. That's the plan. That's the plan, brother.
What do you mean worth mentioning? This guy's been fighting for 18 years.
No, I'm saying
he's in the golden years of his career.
I'm not shitting on Canelo, bro. Like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's only 2 more fights in his career, at the ending of his career, worthy of that he's gonna do. Anything else after that, any other fight doesn't make any sense and it's not worth watching. That's what I'm trying to say.
Does that make sense? Do you really think him fighting Beterbiev makes sense?
Doesn't make sense.
Fuck if it makes sense. Do you think there's fucking humanly possible that's going to happen, dude? He just fought Charlo, and he's going to fight Charlo again, the other Charlo.
You guys
come on, dude.
Conclusions automatically, bro. Like, I'm not saying that's the thing that makes sense to me.
Great fights. We've been wanting them for years.
To me, it's not what it is. That's not. To me, it's just Benavidez and probably end it there, brother. That you don't have to do anything else after that. But maybe fight Terrence Crawford if he's, for the money, give him a payday. But that's it. Like, but for him, he's looking at greater things. Like, he's looking at bigger and greater things. He's looking at Benavidez and move up to get the fight between those 2 guys.
That's what you want, but there's no evidence of that. He literally fought a 154 pounder. He literally fought a 154 pounder, and you reckon he's going up to fight Beterbiev?
Why did he went to the Saudis? Why did he went to the Saudis? We know that the fight between Bivol and Beterbiev is going to happen in Saudi. Why did he go to the Saudis?
What's that going to do with Canelo?
Why did he go there?
Man, I heard you wouldn't be a very good detective, bro. You'd be all over the place.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just saying, man. There's something
about Canelo was taking offers from the Saudis.
Dude, Canelo's in the twilight period of his career, bro. That's where he is. He's gonna fight 3-4 more times, and he's gonna do it on his terms. And what? He's already had an accomplished career.
No doubt about that first part.
I mean, you have limits, but Canelo's mind, he got no limits. You see that difference? See that difference?
No. He has limits. He knows it too.
He knows he got limits.
It's just funny, Gypsy. He's looking in the totally opposite direction that you're looking. That's what you don't understand. When you think of Canelo, you've got him in this vision, like he's looking up at 175. Bivol, Beterbiev.
We've been talking about it a lot, bro.
He's looking down at Charlo 1 and 2. Man. Come on, man. And he gets paid pretty much the same no matter which way he goes.
He's gonna fulfill his PBC things, contract deals, and then after he's done with that, Saudi, here we come. Give me the money. Let me get in there. Give me that moolah. Let me get in there with fucking Beterbiev or Bivol, which one it is.
He'll get moolah for fighting Berlanga and Munguia. He'll get enough moolah to be happy.
He's gonna get his Saudi moolah when he fights Jake Paul like in 2 years, bro.
He'll get his moolah regardless.
I don't think they give a fuck about Canelo over there. I don't care. I don't think they care to see it. I don't know.
They want to see a Muslim boy. You know what it is? They want to see a. You know what the Muslim wants? The Muslim wants the Muslim boy beating up on a Mexican boy. That's what they want. That's what this is all about.
Gonna happen though,
man.
Oh man, you'd be surprised, bro.
The Muslims don't give a shit about boxing, bro. They're just trying to market their economies over there so that they can grow it because the oil money's going down the next 20 years. That's why they're building fucking cities and walls and all this shit,
like they always do.
It's a fucking festival, man. You know, like the Times Square, the New Year's Eve party they have there, and they have all the bands and shit. They pay them to be up there. It's a fucking. They don't make any money. They're just spending money.
You don't hear all these videos on YouTube, bro, where like all these celebrities and all these social media people are like, oh, there is no violence over here. Yeah, you can leave your car unlocked and all this bullshit. They're just paying all these people to promote their freaking cities, bro.
That's the way to do it.
I don't watch any of that shit, to be honest.
Yeah, but they cut the hand of the guy that actually. I've never been to that fucking region, so they cut their hand.
Their crime rate is the lowest, one of the lowest in the world.
Because of the cut in hand thing. Because
Yeah,
if
I catch you stealing, I'll put your hands on the table and I'll break it. That'll make you think about it.
I'll break it, bro.
They don't need to steal over. They don't need to steal over there because they're all every citizen gets a certain amount of money a year just for being a citizen. They get free houses. I mean, they're taken care of, man, and they don't even do jobs. They have third world countries people that come in and do all the labor, all the nurses, any job.
Poor Indians. They get the Indians to work for them. They don't have a fucking.
They have a bunch of immigrants come in. They have a bunch of immigrants come in, and they all get fucked. All the immigrants that come in, they all get fucked. They get kidnapped. They get raped. Like,
well, yeah, they take their passports as soon as they land. They take their passports, and then they put them to work for 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, it's that's how it is.
Yeah.
Hey, that guy recognized the Matrix. I think he's full of crap. I don't like that guy. Someone mute him, please.
Yeah, sure. I am full of crap.
Recognize what up,
What up, dog?
What up? No, we were talking about really this stemmed off about Boots, and I'm just wondering now because you guys follow this shit. He's belted up now with the WBC, right? He is the WBC champion. Or he's going to be.
He's gonna fight somebody for it. I don't think they emailed it to him.
No, I think I think Rare Breed, and I'm not saying Rare Breed is right or wrong, but according to Rare Breed, that more likely he's gonna fight Barrios. Good old.
Right. Okay, so what I'm saying is that's gonna be for the belt if it's not.
Right.
I don't see the distinction between emailing, like let's just say Boots or Haney. Because this email thing came up. I don't see the difference between emailing the belt to Boots and then having him defend it immediately against Barrios, or those two guys fighting for the vacant belt. I mean, I know it's
fight for the just fight for the vacant
same
belt.
shit, right? It's the same fucking thing. Just whatever.
Let's be honest. Like Barrios, come on, man. What the fuck has Barrios done to be?
Jimmy was talking Guerrero, bro. Like dusting this guy off and bringing him out. Robert Guerrero.
Yeah. I thought he died.
God damn, he's old.
Doesn't he fight Thurman again? The Thurman fight, someone mentioned it earlier. Is he retired or some shit or what? He's
supposed to fight Clarissa.
Oh, Clarissa, yeah, I forgot about that.
She's so hot. Oh, my bad. Is my mic on? Is my mic muted? I'm sick. I'm sorry.
Imagine Thurman fighting, what's her name? Clarissa Shields' hotness.
She is fucking wow. All right.
I mean, what is she gonna do to him? Imagine, bro. Probably. I think like after the second round, Thurman starts fucking her. The second round.
And Rollies, why the hell is you up in my DMs anyway? DMing me for some Rollies.
Yeah, I'll be any man.
I think if we all turned pro boxers in the women's divisions, we'd all be
undefeated,
like top 10. All of us in this chat would be top 10 in the women's divisions. Let's just do it.
He's 40 years old, Robert Guerrero. 40.
I would never do that, bro.
He beat Berto, bro. He beat Berto, bro.
Did you see it? I didn't see that fight. Did you see it?
Yeah, went 12 rounds. He got the best of them pretty much.
Berto looked like an old trash can. Very old.
Berto looks like one of those old silverbacks, when they're put out to pasture and shit.
Dude, when they were doing the press conference on that shit, I was like, what is this guy doing here? I looked at him, I'm like, what is he doing? Why is he here? Why is he back? Oh, I know why. Because he's broke. That's why.
He's
I'm sure that the average black boxer ain't got no money management skills.
Somebody said, "Is your son fighting?"
Berto's the same age, 40. That's funny.
What about Tank's real estate investment that got burnt down? And you guys haven't talked about that, bruh.
What happened?
Supposedly Tank bought like a bunch of houses wherever the fuck he's from, Philadelphia. And some brothers was like, man, we ain't gonna this little motherfucker come over here and show off all this shit. So they burned down some of his houses.
No.
Wow.
They torched it. They must be Ryan fans up there.
You know, the thing is, when you have a bum mentality and you still got money, you're still a bum. Doesn't change anything. You're gonna still act like a bum. Then eventually that money's gonna leave.
You bum.
You bum. Yeah, bum. That's Recognize's favorite thing. Yeah, bum.
You bum.
How much money do you guys think Tank has made in his career so far? Let's just say
Jimmy actually tallied it up earlier, pretty succinctly.
Benzo,
he had the figures and shit. Jimmy put on his green fucking visor, the green accountant visor.
Yeah,
and the little machine. I think Jimmy totaled it up. I was shocked. I think Jimmy totaled up to like 10,
40.
No,
wait. But did he? How much
million?
money did he make? How much money did he make in the Ryan fight? After
I think he probably made 15 on that one, 15 or 20.
No, he made more than that. Ryan alone made 30 million.
So what did Tanky Boy make?
I think
probably
I
50.
I think they would smoke up these numbers so hard, man.
I don't know. No. Bro, there's a million pay-per-view buys, 1.2 million. So do the math. Like how much money?
How much it was selling at how much? $80?
80 something, maybe 80 to 100. So think about it. How much money is there?
How much is that going to?
I don't believe it did $1 million for 1 second.
Considering that they had like a Mayweather De La Hoya Canelo deal. Those guys don't have those deals with those percentages like that, do they?
Not including the gate. We're not even counting the gate. So forget the gate and just talk about the pay-per-view numbers.
So like 30 million, is that a reasonable number without stretching it?
Nah, that's a reasonable number for 1.2 million.
So let's just say he made 30 in that fight. How much has he made in the rest of his fights? Probably combined like another 30?
Couple million here and there, so I don't know.
I think Jimmy had it totaled up like it was like 1, 1.5, 1.5, 2, and then Tank, and then Ryan. I mean, like he had. He didn't go all the way back to fucking Neverland, but
so he made under 50 then, pretty much.
Some dude on the chat says 80 million. I don't think it was 80 million, bro. Get out of here.
Because I keep on hearing this narrative of like, oh yeah, like he's only gonna fight a couple more times. He wants to retire and promote boxers. That guy's the last guy on the list to promote anybody. He can't even put 2 sentences together, bro. Come on now.
He ain't promoting jack shit. I tell you what he's doing. He's setting up fights. They're setting up fights for Tank Davis, man. In times and locations. I'll just give you an example. When he fought Barrios, I think he fought in Atlanta, right? Sobers, was that fight in Atlanta? When did Tank fights in Atlanta pretty often, but one time he fought the same night as the SEC championship game, which was in the Falcon Stadium there. And he fought right down the street in that same, what's that? Sobers not here, but I was on mute. If you're here, Sobers, that's called Centennial Park, I think. Because we got a couple of jobs there right now in Centennial Park, and they have like it's the old 96 Olympics grounds. It's right next to the Falcon Stadium. The Hawks play there, and their hockey team plays there too. And their WNBA team. It's all in this. It's got a gigantic field, a big park around it, and I think they just paper the fucking events like that because you got a bazillion people out there tailgating for that game. I mean. The outdoor part of it's bigger than the actual game. And so fuck it. If the game's starting and you're going to go inside, not going to go inside, why not just go 100 yards over there and watch boxing?
By the way, Never Sobers is here. He's just muted.
Yeah, I know he's here. That's what I'm saying. He's on mute. But he lives in Atlanta, so he'll know. But anyway, that's a general setup. I think they just getting a room full of people because they need that. I don't think he's made. If he made any money with Ryan Garcia, If they actually sold that, which I don't, the demographic that watches that fight, like my nephew and shit, that knows those two guys, really, that follows them, those motherfuckers are the ones that are streaming it before anybody would. They're savvy with this shit. They don't fuck around with, they don't think for a second, get anything for free. So they're not paying. They ain't got no fucking money. First of all,
Ryan Garcia's fan base. They keep talking about it's what's his name who promoted him, brought him out there, Oscar De La Hoya. But Ryan, Oscar did play a factor, but Ryan having his friendship all around with other social media stars like Jake Paul, Logan Paul, all those guys, bunch of other dudes. He has a lot of following just because of that. It ain't just, and the women as well, you know. He's not the ugly ass motherfucker. Looks pretty to them, I guess. I don't know, but that's another thing. But I think a lot comes from getting himself out there in social media. That's why I do believe the numbers of the pay-per-view that it actually was a real thing. They paid. People paid that much pay-per-view buys were actually bought, for the fight between Tank and Ryan. But he also promoted the shit out of it on top of that. Before the fight even took place, he was almost everywhere promoting the crap out of it. You see it.
What about if he fights Haney? I was making a comment on a Crip channel, and I said that Haney should just stop bullshitting with Tank and make that fight with Ryan. They'll probably make more money together than a Tank Haney fight.
Ryan's I do believe. Power, I think Haney requires Ryan to shut Tank's mouth and everything with it. But the thing is, to get Ryan right now is a bad idea. Ryan needs a couple of more wins so people would think that he's back. This is the Ryan is better than what he was when he fought Tank. I mean, he was dehydrated against Tank, let's be real, but whatever. He's way better.
Yeah, Ryan is not good enough for his own ego, bro.
I know, bro. But once that happens, though, once he proves that, he's on a different level, then Haney takes his name. Then, because Haney's going to beat him for sure. I have no doubt that Haney beats him. Then Haney takes his name, but when he takes it, that's when the pay-per-view numbers are going to go up. Like, it's not going to be as much as the Tank one, but it's going to be just enough to shut Tank and his whole, gay team up. The whole fucking, all of them. Shut up. Floyd himself.
I'm sure they'll all shut right up.
They'll
claim right up, I'm sure.
Bro.
That's what he needs.
Momentum and the opportunity to make money because he keeps on, shying away from these fights and making it complicated and all this shit. And eventually, those guys are just gonna fight each other and they're gonna pass him up.
That's why I'm like, even though I hate Bill Haney and I don't like the Haneys, but I see something with the Haneys that we should be backing up the Haneys. Honestly, it shits on Floyd's resume because of what Loma did to Haney. And now Haney's going to be whatever he's going to be. It's going to make it even worse for Floyd and his little boy Tanky. You know what I mean? It's just I just promote the shit out of Haney, bro. Make Haney shine. That's the way I see it. Make him shine, and they're just going to fucking eat themselves. You picked the wrong boy. Floyd, you picked the wrong boy. You didn't pick the right guy. You picked Tank. You should have picked fucking Haney. You made a mistake.
I think Gypsy's
faded. I'm probably faded, but that's how it is, bro. Like that's what's going through his head now. Floyd's head, that's what's going through. I should have probably picked fucking Haney instead of Tank. I guarantee you that's what's going through his head. 100%. There's no question about it. What has fucking Tank done? If Tank was such a good star, he should have finished Lomachenko off or beat Lomachenko way back in the day. He hasn't done that. Who does he fought? Dehydrated opponents, left and right. He's gonna fight what? El Rayo? Fuck out of here with that shit. If he fights Rayo, he's gonna dehydrate the crap out of Rayo. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna dehydrate him and then get him in there. Rayo is apparently gonna be too big for him too.
We were talking before about what Haney rehydrates to. What do y'all think Tank rehydrates to? You don't think it's in the neighborhood? Anybody think it's like close? I mean, I don't think it's that far off, is it?
I wouldn't doubt that guy is 145, 150, 154.
Tank Davis, 20 pound rehydration, you think?
Dude, he's a thick little, gnome looking bastard with a big ass head. People claim that he's a little dude. I mean, he's a thick ass dude he's just short.
They should have a scale right on the fucking edge of the ring apron when you have to walk up the stairs with a red display and just cut the shit. I just want to see what that bitch says when these guys walk in the ring, because
he used to be plumpy. Remember, he used to be more like he got more girth around his neck and everything. Like he had it looked like he carried a lot more weight. But then again, he ballooned on weight. He was less disciplined, I guess. But now he looks like more of a crackhead. So he's probably training a lot harder, or who knows what the fuck he's doing. He's probably on crack.
I remember when he was running around behind Broner like a little sassy chick, the little dancing outside the 7-Eleven and with the tight jeans and little short hair.
As hell.
You know what I'm saying? Just like he would just be all quiet and let Broner speak and shit, and then all of a sudden he started winning, and now he's a G and he's a gangster, bro. So he's got ops.
I think Tank's resume is going to go nowhere soon. Eventually. He's already 30. He's got to fight his fights on dehydrations. No one's going to want to fight him because it's going to be unfair unless you're willing to sell your ass cheeks. A lot of these guys on the top don't want to really, except for Ryan Garcia. Yeah, he's going nowhere, bro. So Floyd picked the wrong boy. He should have picked his bastard son Haney, because that motherfucker looks like him too.
Are you by yourself?
I guess they were talking and then they all fucking went dead for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm taking notes. Okay.
Is that recognized? Fucking Avatar sitting there.
Yeah, he's here.
The Argentinian fucking president. He's psycho. Fucking recognized. That's funny.
And you guys know the Argentinian racist.
What's that?
Not to be racist. This has wiped up their entire African population at some point in their history.
Who?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't believe me? Okay.
Argentinians,
look it up, bro.
Argentinians wiped out their entire African population.
The same dude as JDA, or is that another dude?
They're different people. Different people.
Oh, they sound like this. I was getting confused. My bad.
Yeah, same accent. Same accent, dude.
What happened to JDA? Is that guy hiding or something?
Where is JDA? Anybody got a beat a lock on JDA?
He's hiding.
I don't know. I haven't seen him on his little night thing
He's
yet.
driving a cab.
Driving a cab.
I'm driving a cab, bro. We're doing the same job. Holy shit. We got something in common. Except I don't yell.
Gee, I thought he was in finance.
Yeah. You ever seen Boiler Room?
Jimmy said, I think I'm his finance. Bro, that explains the Jewish comments I made about him.
Did you guys ever see the
OTC, dude. You want this stock or not, dude? Come on, dude. Don't fuck with me, dude. Fucking rip your head off. Rip your fucking head off.
That was at a bagel shop. Sorry to interrupt, but that guy that was at the bagel shop that went off on the people at the bagel shop, he was like 4 feet tall. No. He was like, he's saying like, women don't date me because I'm short, and he was like yelling and shit.
That's him.
He sounds just like JDA, bro. Shout out to JDA though, he's my man.
What do they call those guys that like they They like just fucking. It's not autistic. It's another word for. There's another one. Tourette's.
Retarded?
I think you got Tourette's, bro. I think you got Tourette's.
No, Tourette's is more syncopated. It's not like that.
Are you talking about people that just yell?
Yeah, just like unreasonably, like all of a sudden, just bah.
There's a word for people that just say bad words, right? Like they just kind of start fucking, like saying bad words loud.
Well, we all have inner voices, which just they have no impulse control. That thing's shut off. I mean, you've never been looking in a fucking chick's face who's talking to you, and you're not thinking, "God, you're a cunt." You know what I mean? Like, but you hold that shit in, right?
Fucking Jimmy, dude.
Like people with Tourette's will just blurt that shit out. Cunt, tits, come at us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. JDA does that shit with what fucking girls and shit. I can imagine he does that, bro, with girls. It's just fucking yells at them.
That's kind of a smooth approach, though, because it really gets right to the point.
And then and then he screams out, "Shots fired!" He hits the deck.
Wow.
I like picking on that dude. I don't know. Ever since that day, he grew on me. He grew on me.
Dude, they got a date. Oh, sorry. Go, Jim.
Oh, no. I was going to say I like the time that he didn't like what everybody was picking, and he was quiet, and all of a sudden, what are you guys, fucking retarded? Retarded. I was like, oh, my God.
What, do they have a date for AJ and Wilder? Is it going to be this festival thing over there runs till March? So is it, they're talking about doing it like in the next 3 months, or?
I would imagine it would depend if Wilder doesn't hurt his hands, because that's what usually ends up happening. He ends up fucking up his hands and has to like let him heal for a few months before he can even start training again.
Are we still on the air?
I don't know if we are.
I believe so.
Holy shit, we are on live. Holy crap. Hey, Jimmy, I got a question to ask you. Why the hell do you think that Wilder... I thought we were off air. That's why I was like not really saying anything about boxing. Why do you think Wilder had his reps on the weigh-in? That was kind of weird for me. I don't think I've ever seen that. That's the first time I've probably seen an agent like that. Was he
on the weigh-in?
Yeah. The weigh-in, yeah.
He might have been. He was maybe out back warming up, trying to fucking get a pump going, because you're going out there in your draws. You don't want to look flat. Maybe I'm just thinking maybe he's punching the bag.
Yeah. He could have been punching the bag.
That was weird. I don't know. Maybe he's nervous. He's
he did push-ups too.
What was it? 213?
They said he was training on gloves.
He was 213. That light, huh? Wow.
Oh man, I think that's his weight, man. I think 212, 213. That's his weight. That's when he's the fastest.
Is probably the highest he can.
Supposedly he was trying on gloves. That's why he had the wraps on. He was trying on gloves with the wraps on.
Okay, there you go.
That's what he weighed against. Well, I mean, against who's the guy who took the fucking dive last fight?
Helenius.
Not Hrgovic.
I don't know if he took a dive or he just got knocked out or he just got dropped.
Bro, you know how slow Helenius' legs are. He was trying to do something. He went in there. All fucking Wilder did was step to the right. He did it so quick too, man. That was a fast right hand. Even if you call it was not extended, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to say, it was a very fast right hand. That was a very fast right hand.
It traveled 4 inches.
Yeah. It's a 4-inch punch. And yes, he was coming forward. But he was laying there like he was fucking Pacquiao after Marquez. You see how fast Pacquiao was coming in and how hard Marquez threw that punch? And he was laying there, eyes wide open, like he got assassinated.
But he wasn't breathing like someone who gets knocked out. Wasn't at all. No shallow breaths. No, and his eyes were making contact too. They were looking around. He was, you know what I mean? They weren't floating. I don't think it was a dive as far as like Wilder paid him, or it was one of those things like, okay, you're gonna go down. No, I think what it was he took a fight on 5 days' notice. Clearly wasn't going to win the decision. Clearly didn't have the lungs to make it to the 12th. I think he looked for the first good punch that he thought he could check out, and he went to the corner. Hey, is the check cleared? Yep, okay. Fire up the car. They put it this way: they paid for parking that night. You know what I mean? Like they didn't even
leave the car running
by the hour.
What if the check bounced? What if the check bounced? Oh, I gotta get back up.
Well, no, that's when you don't come up from the ring. What the fuck, man? Check didn't clear, bounced. But I think he just, I think
you and I have the same.
Win.
I I guess I said dive, but you and I are on this exact same page. That's exactly what happened. I'm not saying Wilder told him to do this or that, but come on, dude. A 4-inch punch, you're gonna lay there like a fucking zombie. He laid there for minutes, dude.
I mean,
minutes.
Lomachenko dropped Comey within, what was it, like, with an uppercut, maybe 2 inches? That was it.
He drove through with his body, though.
8 rounds, dude.
Yeah, but you can connect into somebody with your elbow 2 inches from your body, but if you drive through the target, that wasn't the case with Helenius. He literally just kind of off the top of his head. Helenius, but I think honestly, he just look again. He took that fight on like 5-7 days notice. Like that's criminal. Like I can't believe that. And they put it on a pay-per-view. A guy coming off the couch a week ago.
Are you sure? The thing is, are you sure that was the case? Maybe that was a sparring partner because they said there was a sparring partners. They're sparring partners. Maybe he was sparring for a different fight.
He said he was in decent condition, but no, he took the fight because I think it was supposed to be Ruiz or something? I forget who it was supposed to be, but it fell through at the last minute, and they reached out to Helenius. He took the fight. But again, there was no way he was going to go 10 or 12 tours. He knew that.
Helenius, he took the AJ fight. He took the AJ fight on 2 weeks' notice, or he had just fought 2 weeks before that. Come on, man. It's just a bad job. It's just a bad bullshitting job, you know? Just bad. Not good. It's like Malik Scott just falling down. Like, the punch didn't even touch you, man. So let's get real.
I know. That was embarrassing.
That's the only one. That's the only one I say is a fake fight from Wilder. The rest are legit in some way. I mean, Ortiz, he kind of got protected in the first fight, but they didn't need to do that. They just were worried about their asset, Wilder. Wilder would have still knocked out Ortiz in that first fight, but they were worried that his chin is probably not going to hold up, which it clearly was, or we saw with the Fury fights. That's it with Wilder. And then the Povetkin fight, and I'm assuming they thought Povetkin was too much for Wilder at the time. So they did that fucking drug bullshit. But I don't think maybe they were right. Maybe they weren't. I'm not sure at the time. But prime Povetkin now will probably still get knocked out by Wilder. Not this Wilder, but the Wilder fought fucking Fury. The first fight and the second fight.
I think Wilder injures his hand every fight he fights in.
That's why he gets so much power.
I think he re-injures it every fight he fights in, and maybe even every camp. And I bet you he injured it leading up to that Helenius fight, and that was the best way they could do it, and still have the show go on. Because I mean,
that's where he gets his power from. It's his power is like he has power, but it's not like he was born with it like George Foreman. I guess his shit is like he's broken his hand so many times. And I'm assuming not just the right hand, both of them.
How do you break his left? How do you break his left? A fucking mechanic shop?
He throws hammer punches and shit to the side of his hand, or he palms the punch. I see that all the time.
I think that's a subconscious. I think that's a flinch maneuver. I don't think his brain's letting him throw that punch straight because he knows it's going to break again. I bet you that hardware just never is healed right. He didn't fucking rehab it right. He just keeps punching, throwing that thing like a maniac.
Shit. I think he broke his. I don't know if he broke it, but he definitely hurt his hand in the third fight with Fury.
Yeah, because he picked punches gloves. Remember? Well, fuck you. You're gonna use them. I'm gonna use them. And fucking Fury was like, yeah, okay, who cares? What the fuck? Because he ended up using the same Greffon. I think it's the name of those green gloves. The same company. Because at first he tried, it was a big aha moment because they grabbed the gloves that he was using. That knucklehead spokesman, wannabe spokesman for him, the boxer's like, see the wrinkles? What the fuck? And they're like, yeah, these are horsehair and they're vacuum sealed. You know what I mean? It's so embarrassing.
You know the guy that, there was this one dude that came up on, he's like, oh, I sparred.
Jones, that's his name.
Yeah, was his name Jones? I don't even know. I forgot.
Well, his spokesman, that kid from Chicago, I think he's from the middleweight or something. Completely underwhelming career.
The guy I'm thinking of is a heavyweight. He apparently sparred Fury up to the Wilder third fight, I think, or was it the second? I forgot. I think it was the third fight. He ended up looking at the gloves, and he's like, Look at this glove. This is how a glove is, and then he took the horsehair glove. He's like, look at this. There's no padding. All this shit. There's no padding and all this stuff. He must not know who I am. He was talking about Fury. Like he must not know who I am. I don't take this shit. I'm gonna tell him what's up. And then the day that came around where Fury was in the camp, he was in the gym. He went up to Fury, and he was like a little like a fangirl next to him, not saying a goddamn fucking thing, bro. And then Fury's like, I heard you've been talking shit. You wanna do something in the ring? He's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Don't. And he's like, quit talking shit then. And it just ended from right there, bro. That was fucking stupid. You said all that shit, and you look like a fucking idiot when the time came. What are you gonna do, that man, bro? You're gonna get your ass handed to you.
Dude, he could have filed a grievance with NASDAQ, and they would have held a trial. You know what I mean? They set up it's 3 dudes sit across, and they allow you to have a lawyer there, and you can be cross-examined. The whole thing. I mean, they did that. The last time I can remember them doing. Well, I remember they did that with what's his name? They had a little trial there with Floyd after when headbutting Floyd, deliberately headbutting Floyd. They suspended his license for 6 months. Remember after Floyd knocked him out, like they hugged, and then Floyd cracked him with the 2-piece. Ortiz, exactly. He went. They actually Floyd filed a grievance against him for the headbutts. His team with NASDAQ, and NASDAQ called him in, and they had that 1-day hearing, and he was suspended for 6 months. So he could have filed for a motion to have his case heard and explain how, but he's also accusing members of NASDAQ, you know what I mean, the Nevada State Athletic Commission, in being a cohort.
Yeah,
you know
of course,
what I mean?
of course.
Exactly. Like the guy watching him rapping. Yeah, everybody. The both judges. I mean, the both referees. The conman drugged them. Craziness, brother.
My Gypsy's talking
shit.
about a sparring partner of Furies that just made some stupid ass faggoty Instagram post, and that was it. You don't even know his name, and neither do I, and you never will. The thing about it is, you look how skinny Wilder's ankles are, dude. Imagine how thin the bones on the top of his hand are, which are fragile anyway. I mean, if you ever getting whacked in the top of the hand, you know what I mean? Those bones are fucking paper. Those bones are super, super thin, almost hollow.
You ever see the fucking picture of his thighs? He's got. Dude, he's in spandex, bro. He's in spandex, right? He's got regular shorts on, like, you know, gym shorts type things, like they're just regular, like almost 80s style. And but he had like spandex underneath. Dude, his legs were crazy thin. Like, he's talking about doing MMA. Dude, one kick to that dude's quad, and he'll fucking shatter his femur. It's nuts. Literally shatter his femur.
I bet you he breaks that hand all the time, and he can't work out with it. And that's why he's coming in so light for these fights. Because if that guy doesn't work out, he's going to be 215, 210 pounds.
Exactly.
But if you fuck your hand up, you can't work out.
I said it before, you can't really judge the skinniness of how strong. I've seen a guy that's pretty skinny, and he had, you know, those Smith machines in the gym, Jimmy? Yeah,
yes,
the ones
of course.
Yeah, he stacked all the 45-pound plates on that shit, and he was doing squats all the way down and going up. Skinny-ass legs. It has absolutely nothing to do with that shit. But then again, with Wilder's case, it might be different. He might get kicked in the leg by an MMA fighter and, you know, break something like that.
I'm not talking about his muscle. I'm talking about his bone density. Just the size of his bones, his frames. His frame, you know what I'm trying to say? He's got the frame. If he wasn't 6 foot, whatever he is, 5, he'd be a fucking middleweight.
But Gypsy, and that's an outlier there, brother. I mean, kind of an indication of a strong guy is the guy with a lot of muscles. You know what I mean? Usually. It's usually the guy who's squatting 615 has 36-inch quads and fucking, you know,
muscle bound,
ass and shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, football players and shit. Ever see those dudes, big bubble butt motherfuckers on sleds with fucking 1,600 pounds and they're repping on it? You know what I mean? Some dude with skinny legs get into it and just snap his little legs.
Their ass cheeks look like they implanted, you know. They did some
Joshua's got enough strength. He's got plenty of strength to throw a punch, but the problem is his bones aren't strong enough to withstand it. And then he gets a repair on him. He gets screws. You got the screw into the bone. I got a bunch of surgical shit where they just screw right into your bone. They tap a little pilot hole and they screw right into it.
That's what they did to Wilder, bro. They put titanium fucking metals on his arm, both of them. He's literally
that's not the end of it though. You can just keep rattling it out. You know what I'm trying to say?
Did you ever take your hardware? Did you ever keep it? You ever ask the doctors to give it to you?
It's in there.
Oh no! So you didn't have some taken out?
No. I never re-injured anything. But shit, just 2-3 years ago, I tore my bicep tendon, and they had to reattach it. They make a little titanium cleat. They put it right on the. They drill it right into
How did you tear your fucking bicep, dude? That's one of the most horrific fucking injuries.
The bicep is the worst one.
My brother's
folds up like a lampshade.
Yeah, it rolls right up in your arm.
Rolls right up in your arm.
Yeah.
Bicep and the chest. The chest.
How black and blue were you after the next day?
Bad. Yeah, it's pulling up.
Bad. Some of the worst black and blues I've ever seen have been bicep tears. It's insane.
The thing is, if you're playing ball and then some shit happens to you, they'll fucking put you on a goddamn. They'll have a police escort to get you straight to the hospital, right to the MRI, fucking midnight. They don't care. But you call up your insurance. You know what I'm saying? You call up and say, hey, my bicep's up in my, it's rolled up in the top of my shoulder. 2 weeks. Just for the appointment, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I said 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
That's
you go in there, they go, yeah, you severed your bicep tendon. I go, yeah, I know that. My brother's done it twice. He's done it 3 or 4 times. He retore his a couple times.
It's so painful and so ugly. I've seen him so many. I saw him one time. A football guy reached out to tackle a dude running by him. You know what I mean? Fucking big dudes and yep. And it was the Oakland Raiders. Tore his fucking rolled right up his arm. You can actually see it in slow motion.
It honestly doesn't hurt that bad, to be honest. I'll be dead honest with you. It doesn't hurt that bad.
Pete, Wilder says he tore his bicep, but I don't see anything that shows that. He probably minor tore it like a little bit,
did.
maybe.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, yeah, he fucking did. Because I saw it after the fight. The fight that he did it, you could clearly. That's exactly what mine looked like. You could see how rolled up it was. It's like he's flexing. Oh yeah.
When he flexes, like how that guy that Ryan fought, what's his name, Duarte. That motherfucker clearly has a bicep tear. But with him, it's not like it doesn't really show. Like I gotta check it out.
Oh my god, your arm it's like dead. It's like useless without a bicep, right? I mean, you can't do anything.
You know what?
I think.
You know what? You can actually not like a curl. You know what I'm trying to say? But like, you could reach out and pick up a fucking Coke can or whatever. I think using your shoulder, your delts or something. I don't know how that works, but and there's two or three bicep muscles. You know what I'm trying to say? There's two. You probably know better than me, but there's like an outside and an inside of your bicep.
Yeah, the inner and outer. That's why when you hold your easy curl while you hold the outside and yeah.
So you only snap one, right? You only snap whatever the inside one. That's probably the one I snapped. So you sever that tendon. You still got the other one. You could move. It's just shocking how like nonchalant they are about it. They don't give a fuck, to be honest.
I've seen it full of emaciation. Both from snap roll right up. With a kid at the gym, it was brutal.
Pete, I'm looking at Wilder now. I don't see no like tear, man. I think it's like a minor one if he had any. It's not like a major tear. Like
no, he did. He tore his bicep. He did.
I'm talking about right after the injury. You could see him standing next to the ref. I think it was which
arm?
His right. It was his right arm. I think it was maybe the first Fury fight. Maybe before that.
It's weird. This fool doesn't like when you see a bicep tear. It's like you see that muscle just pulled up all the way to like where the delt is. It's clear. Like it's
You'll
the
see
fucking tear. Yeah,
I saw it. I noticed it right away. But the point is that I bet you that hardware that's it, because I mean they put this cleat in there and your bicep looks normal, and it's fucking stronger because your bicep tendons, your bicep muscles longer now. It's reaching further down on your forearm than it was attached to. So it's actually bigger. But anyway, the fucking point is
telling me I should tear my shit. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, both of them. But if you, but I tell you this, if you do it again, if you fucking, what I did was I reached straight down with my arms like you're curling, but like both arms dead fucking straight in a straight line, straight down, like you're deadlifting.
Yep.
But a double reverse grip, not a under over, just a two hands double, like reversed, like you're gonna curl it. And instead of trying to just load it up real heavy, straight up in the air with your arms straight, and then try to curl it, that's what tears it. If you just put a little bend in your arm before you do it,
you putting in a piece of machinery or something? How'd you do that?
Like a boat trailer, yeah, just a trailer. Just picking it up and trying to like shove
you're
it over.
You're pushing everything you got though when you're doing that, or you just like 50% or whatever. What is it? Like you're maxing out?
No, yeah, I tried to like pick something up that would probably weighed 1,000 pounds.
Of course.
But I tried to not pick it up, right? I just tried to reach underneath it like you're gonna curl it.
Yeah.
Pick straight up in the air like you're gonna deadlift it with no bend in my elbows, and then bump it with my thighs. Just to move it over 2 inches. That's all I needed to do.
Bet you never do that again.
Yeah, bro. You know what the people say? Like, deadlifts are one of the reasons why your bicep tears. Deadlifts, and that's like a position. It's not quite a deadlift, but it's, in that format a little bit. Not exactly, but
yeah. But listen, deadlifts, you leave your arms straight, and you just pick up. That's not what I was doing. I tried to curl this shit.
Yeah. And obviously bicep curls with high level weights, maybe like your max, you probably turn your shit.
Take a dumbbell and just like lean up over a pad or something and just bend your arm all the way fucking straight with that dumbbell and try to curl it dead straight. And you'll feel that the first movement of it, the first inch it comes up, it's like it's like stalling on itself. You know what I'm trying to say? Because your bicep tendon isn't made to do that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know exactly. I try to avoid that shit. As soon as I feel like it's gonna snap, I'm like, no, that's enough.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good strategy. Yeah. But the point about Wilder though is that having that hardware in your hand, no way. I think he breaks it all the time, every fight.
That could be the reason why he's kind of okay in the first couple of rounds, and then he sucks. His movement kind of sucks later on in the fight. Might have, throw the wrong way and then hurts himself.
Look at this.
When's the last time? Go ahead. Go, Jim.
I was going to say the third Fury fight. Look at how he looked in the first round, jabbing up on his toes, jabbing to the body, changing levels up and down. That was it. That's all he could muster. He was breathing through his mouth by the third round, flat-footed.
Yeah.
He's clearly, you know what I mean? He clearly doesn't do road work. He's not doing pool work.
Yeah, he definitely does. What the hell? Get this.
I think he gets most of his cardio from fucking punching, hitting mitts and shit.
He said he doesn't do road work. I've heard him say it before.
That's crazy. Like I know. He said that. I don't know what he was doing.
He's a special athlete. He says he doesn't need to do.
So he's doing 3-minute drill, probably fast drills and stuff, right, to get his heart rate going, but still nothing like. Because you can't push through that. That's a different thing. You only get that doing road work. Map out the best roadways. Like, like you're at 70%, you should be at a certain. But like, I should drive around and find the best road, ways to run. Like, you time it where halfway through you run, you hit a hill. So now you want to fucking really push it up that hill. And then the last on the way home, just want one more blast. You want a slight of an incline if you can. Just to get your legs burning and your lungs burning. You get that kind of condition going, and that just carries oxygen better in your body.
But you don't have to do road work all the time. You can do conditioning just by hitting the bag nonstop, doing whatever trick whatever you're thinking, like you're imagining your opponent in front of you and the bag is your opponent, and you're doing drills and all that kind of stuff, but not going, not like stopping every 3 minutes You just keep going.
Yeah, you can sit there and do like a fucking uppercut, but both hands stand in place and that time you out. We used to do that all the time. And, you know what I mean? You sit there, just sitting there going uppercuts back and forth.
In order to use your legs, though, Jimmy, but in order to use your legs, you got to move your legs.
As we're doing that, you're jumping kind of up and down with your feet, like on your toes as you're doing it, and then you eventually can't use your feet anymore. Then you just do it up your body, and your coach doesn't let you stop until your arms are like rubber. Those are good because you're getting muscle memory to those muscles, but it doesn't affect the lungs and the legs. Like
speaking of top level physique and cardio, LT
or running
is
hills
here.
or shit.
LT's here to straighten this whole fucking conversation.
But running stairs is excellent too, guys.
What's up, what's up, Uncle Petey? Is the show over? Because I don't want to be online.
Why not? Stay.
Is it? I don't want to ruin your shit, bro. I want you to guys continue what we are on. Fuck.
LT got
so what, eh?
What's up?
What does LT stand for, bro? I never asked you. What does LT stand for?
Listen, bro, it's one of those things I don't even know either. You know what I mean?
Tell him. Don't tell him.
It's probably listen. It's right. It's actually LT. Listen. Yeah. That's what it stands for. LT's for listen.
Hey man, shout out to all the raza. Tú sabes. Al 100. Anyway, bro.
What's up with this card this weekend, LT? These heavyweights are gonna go at it. Can you wait? You can't wait, can you?
Nah, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. These fucking heavyweights suck nuts, bro. I haven't been in the heavyweight. I don't know. Jemima changed their plan, bro. They're not called Jemima no more.
You think Wilder's gonna catch a body?
Maybe if the bitch is like, I don't know, trying to hit him back. And I'm talking about a bitch with big titties and ass.
Okay, I got you.
Like the ring, bro.
Body. He's gonna catch a titty at that point.
Hey, listen, man. I mean, it's just a showcase fight. I mean, it's not enticing for me to buy it at all. I mean, who the fuck these guys think they are, bro? In the middle of Christmas, we're gonna buy a fucking pay-per-view? Yeah, right, bro.
I behoove you to buy it. I behoove you.
I mean, you got kids, don't you, LT?
I gotta, buying my kid a new toy or buying a pay-per-view. Yeah, fuck.
Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't agree more, dude.
I thought you said you got tits, LT. I was like, what the fuck?
I heard. Yo, imagine on the same night you had Fury, Usyk, Wilder, AJ, and fucking Beterbiev and Bivol. That I would pay for.
Nah, not even, bro. Not even, bro.
$100.
Replay, bro. Can catch it back, bro. Not even. Not even, bro.
Wait, LT, you wouldn't pay $100 for that?
No, bro. Fuck no. I need to see them fight each other, bro. You know what I mean? Maybe a couple of chairs in it, a fucking cage. Maybe bring down a cage and shit, bro. I don't know, bro. A bat with fucking spikes on it. I don't know. Some shit. Be creative. Get out of line. You know what I mean?
All right.
Prison rules.
He actually wants a kumite. That's what he wants.
A real kumite.
A real kumite. Yeah, that you got to go to Japan or something like that. I don't know.
He went like the bat from the Walking Dead. That guy with that spiked bat.
What was Negan?
Yeah, Negan. That's it.
Some shit, bro.
That's funny.
Yeah, fight each other, bro, and still have a packed fucking card. I'll maybe think about it. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's not enticing for me. Like, these heavyweights to me are like too overblown, bro. Like the fight, even if Wilder versus fucking Joshua, they get in the ring this night, it's still too late for me, bro. Like, those fuckers already packed it. Like, I don't know.
Okay, they might be they're probably washed up at this point.
Of course.
Compared to what they used to be. They're washed up compared to what they used to be.
Of course, bro. It's not even what these guys are. Like, the heavyweights. Ah, man, I'm probably ruining Christmas for the heavyweight lovers. But these heavyweights to me are not what they used to be, bro. You know what I mean? The only one that seems like okay, like I want to see it, but not like by pay-per-view want to see it is Usyk and Fury. That's about it, bro. The rest can go kiss ass or whatever the fuck.
LT, what do you think of Inoue to Palace the day after Christmas? You interested in that?
I know Inoue's gonna win, bro, but that's not pay-per-view. So yeah, definitely I'll watch that shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Yeah,
I appreciate the fact that you said Fury versus Usyk. That I want you to buy. I appreciate that.
Maybe. I don't think I'll buy it either. You know, like maybe. I mean, where the fuck is it happening? Saudi Arabia, bro? Like what? At like 5 a.m. Like is it like World Cup times, bro? Like gotta be fuck that shit, bro. You don't pay for a pay-per-view at 5 a.m. in the morning, bro, and it's.
I mean, I'll still pay for it. I'm gonna buy this. I'm the type of guy that normally doesn't buy. The last time I bought one was Errol Spence versus Crawford.
I just think it's fucking hilarious that boxing in general completely forgets. I mean, back in 2005, the big conversation from like 95 to 2005, but it really started getting loud around 2005. Like, we got to do something. The sport is failing. We got to get away from the pay-per-view model. They were all saying it across the board. Bob Arum was one of the loudest of it. Here we are, fucking... 13 years later, 18 years later, and there are more pay-per-views than ever. Like, what the fuck?
It's just they're getting
you can't get rid of it. You can't. Piracy is going to still be there. Even if you're not making pay-per-views, there's going to still be piracy. There's no way around that shit. But how these fighters are going to make a killing? I mean, they have to have pay-per-views, so it makes sense. But only for the right
large gates. It wouldn't have to be on a pay-per-view if they fought for a decent. Yeah, if they fought for a right scale, these fighters have overinflated sense of worth. They're not worth the money they're getting. They just aren't. And you know how you can prove that? Because they have to go and put them on pay-per-views to try to get their salaries covered. It's just a joke, man. And it's ruining the sport,
They shouldn't do every fight for pay-per-view. There's a lot of fights that shouldn't be on pay-per-view. That's why the whole mystique of pay-per-view goes out the window, because there's like Prograis versus Haney was not a pay-per-view fight. They made it into a pay-per-view fight. That's not even Benavidez Andrade. That was not a pay-per-view fight. Benavidez is not that big, bro. Like in name. He's not that big.
Reason we're not selling even 100,000. These pay-per-views aren't even hitting 100,000. That's embarrassing.
That's what makes the pay-per-view mystique goes out the window completely. And then you got Jake Paul, funny guy. We mentioned Jake Paul, who's got like every fight that he does, he at least does a 500,000.
It's a captive YouTube audience. Those aren't boxing fans. Like, Recognize is old enough. I don't know if he's still in the panel. Dude, you remember when they would say a pay-per-view in the 90s? That's all you had to hear right away. You're like, whoa, who's fighting? Because you knew it was going to be good. It meant the best of the best fighting each other. Even then, it wasn't an ideal thing to do, but you knew it was going to be hard. Now I hear pay-per-view. I'm like, who gives a shit?
I remember my first pay-per-view was...
Jimmy. This is Recognize. I'm here, Jimmy.
What's going on, buddy? No, that's PDA. I recognize that voice.
That's Benzo.
That was good at first, though, brother. At first, you kind of had it there. No, you really did. And then it slipped away.
I know. But hey, listen.
Down that way.
Gandalti. We got to end the stream. Been on for 7 hours. I mean, obviously, you guys can stay here, but we got to end it here. And I want to give a big shout out to everybody who joined. Big shout out to everybody who contributed with the super chats. Let me see if I missed any. No? Good. All right. So shout out to all of you guys, everybody that jumped on the panel. Really appreciate it. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning. We'll see what happens. And then on Tuesday, we have the Palace versus Inoue. That's a juicy matchup right there. 5 in the morning, by the way.
Can't wait.
Usually Eastern time, it's the main event's about 7 a.m. This time they're going to do it at 5 in the morning. So, well, stay tuned for that one.
LT will just be coming home.
Woo! With bells on, dude. You kidding me? No problem. Coffee going. Let's go.
BDA spoken. BDA.